Welcome to another exciting edition of the College Nation Radio Show. I'm the chief host of College Genesis. Welcome, welcome, welcome. Thanks for joining, folks and whatnot. Had a good show last night, and this show's sort of a continuation in the series I'm doing. Um, last night we talked about fear, right? And that fear controls everything everyone does. The fear of losing your job, the fear of losing your wife, the fear of losing whatever social standing that you have in society and everything. It keeps people, it preserves the order of things. And that's why it's necessary for the power structure to use fear. You always got to have that carrot and the stick. You get a carrot, right? You eat the carrot, right? But if you don't bend and get out of line, you're going to get the stick. So it's both the carrot and the stick. And that's how it works. I just saw a video just now. I think it's in Tennessee. They're doing the same old song. We're not gonna let nobody turn me around, turn me around. I used to get hyped up with these civil rights, Negro spiritual songs when I like, but damn, 2026, and we're still fucking marching. We're still walking out there talking about freedom land and all something like that, and also, you know, I just don't get it. If that's what it's all about, so forever in perpetuity, you know, we're going to be fighting for civil rights and all the stuff like that forever. We're never going to have any peace or anything like that. So it's just sad situation, right? Sad situation. Think about it. 500 years of not being able to defend yourself, not having any agency or autonomy over your body, your mind, your image, anything like that. All the basic stuff everyone else that a free people has. 500 years. So you guys are gearing up for another 500 years of this. This is how it usually works. Let me tell you how it works, folks. Back in the days, 1960s, right? We got El High Baba Boom Kalaka, right? He shows up and gives a speech, right? Basically, the speech is we're getting our ass kicked. And he's gonna articulate for 3 hours, have you up on your feet, how you're getting your ass kicked, explaining your ass kicking, explaining your ass kicking, explaining all the stuff that's going on and whatnot, right? In the past. Next speaker up, you got another Baba, wherever your guru. He's telling you how you get your what's up, Frenchie? He's explaining how you getting your ass kicked now. Oh yeah, the police brutality, white supremacy, whatever like that. Ooh, things are grim, whatever like that. He's telling you how you getting your ass kicked now. Then you got the last speaker. His job is to get up and tell you 30 years from now, this is how it's going to go. Things are going to get grim. They're going to cut this funding out and stuff like that, man. We're headed to the abyss and everything like that. So the third speaker is telling you how you are going to get your ass kicked in the future. Past, present, and future. All three speakers in one venue, you know? So that's all they hear you is, all they got you here for is to get your ass kicked and explain to you why you get your ass kicked, why you give the money for them to tell you that you're getting your ass kicked, and you want to hear somebody telling you all the ways you're getting your ass kicked, you know, because none of them have any idea how to help you stop getting your ass kicked. So you just basically say, look, we've been getting our ass kicked for so long, that's all I know. So we got somebody telling us about our ass getting kicked 300 years ago. Somebody's telling us how we're getting our ass kicked now. And then you got this one with the crystal ball is saying, yeah, we're going to keep getting our ass kicked for the foreseeable future. Look what happened to gerrymandering. Was they right? Yeah. Foreseeable future, you're going to be getting your ass kicked. No matter what you do, you're going to be getting your ass kicked. So it is what it is. So how do we get out of this quagmire? You got to take bold steps. Takes bold steps. So, like I said, with that, The title is tonight is being a black nationalist, black African nationalist, the most American thing you could do. I think so. So when you got a title like that, you know what's going down tonight. You know sparks are gonna fly, tempers gonna flare. Because I'm asking, will the real American stand up, right? Who's a real American? Someone who stands up against tyranny and injustice and wants liberty and happiness and everything like that, or someone who says that we don't care about that so long as we got a few bit of comfort. You know, when this country was going through the Revolutionary War, about a good majority of people didn't want to fight it because they were comfortable. They had found some comfort, whatever. They didn't care about the high taxes. They didn't care about taxation without representation. They were comfortable. But they had a few patriots said, no, we want to be free. We want a nation of our own, you know. We don't want to be part of the British crown. And I'm saying it's time for black people to look at America the same way. It's time for us to say, you know, something, you know, we don't want to be part of this no more. You know, America was good for the time period. The Anglo-Saxon settler of America, he became Americans and he said he wants to succeed from King George, whoever his name is, and form a republic, right? Now, that does not mean they were speaking for our ancestors. Of course not. That's where the problem comes in at. People think these beautiful words of Thomas Jefferson, Benjamin Franklin, all applied to us. They never did. What we can do is draw inspiration from them and have our own revolution. Same way they broke away from the crown of England, we're going to have to break away from them. Does that make sense? You know, I hope I'm not here sitting here talking Greek. I hope that people would put their thinking caps on and think like you got above at least a 50 IQ on what I just said. Don't come in here telling me about a 13th, 14th, or 15th Amendment. My ancestors did not write that. Oh, Kyle, that's sacrilege, man. You can't veer off the plantation. Why not? You know, why not? And that's where it's all coming from. It's called plantation politics. You can do whatever you want, Kyle, but just don't ever talk about going off the plantation. There goes Baruti, as usual. A real American, Donald Trump, he has responsible for their mind views, and I don't know what the hell he's talking about. You know, a real white colonists established. Yeah, they established their European settlements that oppressed us. Now, I'm saying that the same idea that brought the American Revolution, you know, can free us, you know, in our own way. Mike, oh my God, Raleigh, Collar the preacher is here to preach again. That's right. You can call me Reverend Collar. You can call me Reverend Collar. You can call me Pastor Collar. You can call me Evangelist Collar, you know, Apostle Collar. I'll accept that role. I'm a preacher. Yeah, vote for me. Yeah, so I can tell you every 2 years how oppressed you are, how you getting your ass kicked. Man. Situation grim, doom and gloom. It's like this is how it goes. You get up to the podium, and in many words, you don't have to say anything else. All you have to say, doom and gloom. Yeah. Preach, brother. Now, the second part of the speech I want to talk about is doom and gloom. Then doom and more gloom. Doom and gloom. Doom and gloom. Doom and gloom. That's the present doom and gloom guy. The past doom and gloom guy. Yeah, man. I remember the thing called the Devil's Punch Bowl, Lake Lanier. When they must be coming up with all kinds of horrible shit that happened in the past. I used to really those meetings like, man, I want to see a cracker and just bust them upside the head and whatnot. How dare you, cracker, man? You did that to our ancestors and whatnot. You walk out there, I'm gonna fuck the first cracker up I see and whatnot. And who do you see usually that time of night on the street? Of police, and you ain't doing shit. And then by the time you cool off the next day, you gotta go to your job, right? And your boss, Mr. Charlie, got your check waiting for you. Suddenly, Negro, you ain't mad no more because you know that light bill is getting paid. Your woman gonna give you some loving because you went there and did that 40 hours a week. Look, I got a PhD in Negroology. There's nothing about the American Negro that I don't understand and know. You understand? You can call me the PhD of Negroology. I know all kinds of Negroes, man. I go way back. I know the Negropean. I know the Muslim Negro, the Christian Negro, the Uncle Tom Negro. I also know the Ubuntu Negro. Whatever it is, it's a Negroism. It's Negroism. Everything. I know the Kwanzaa Negro. Whatever it is, I am a PhD of Negroology. So I don't know what Michael O'Walley's saying. Probably something goofy, I can never understand what Michael O'Walley's saying. Hopefully he'll call him tonight and clarify his ass himself and whatnot, But I am the professor of Negroology. I have a master's and doctorate of Negroology. There's nothing about the American Negro that I haven't studied or haven't mastered and know. It's just a sad situation, but I am a professor of Negroology. One thing the Negro loves is, look, like I said, let me tell you, this guy put this video out today. I wish I would have saved it, right? He goes, Black America, the grift age is coming to an end. You notice how every time you see the American Negro, he's always an expert in something. He's a relationship coach, ain't got no wife. He's an expert on the behavior stuff, but he couldn't raise his own children. She's a life coach or not, but she ain't got no goddamn life. He's an entrepreneur but you got to buy his book, right? To get all this damn information that he hasn't applied to himself. I got a PhD in Negroology. What part of that don't y'all understand? I know the American Negro grift. And, like this one guy said, at some point in time, see, I live my life as real, right? What I do for a living and my business is real. It's not no MLM. It's not some goof. It's something that me and my family built over 20-something years that's real, that put people in business, We got people that work for us that travel the world, could make enough money to travel the world. Who could do that? That should make real money, One of my agents just got back from the Philippines and South Korea. The other lady, she spent the whole month in Turkey, and some people go to places like the Andes Mountains. I don't even know what the hell that is, but that's the type of money people in my agencies make because we built something real. You ever see these gurus? They be talking all that stuff, but they be broke and their followers will be broke, But let me tell you something. Every time you look at somebody and they say, oh, we're having this black entrepreneurs thing, watch how people show up there. They're dressed in the same bummy clothes on the street. Walk out of that place. Because you're dealing with a bunch of losers, Slade Jones says, if you are a black American, tying yourself to Africa will make yourself corrupt and rise. I don't know what you're saying. I don't know what you're saying. I'd rather tie myself to Africa. You know, like I was telling my good brother, King Goodwill, right? And he's a young brother. He's a good brother. When I know he's listening right now, and I don't like I'm picking on the young brother because people tell me about that. He's a young brother. He doesn't know any better. He doesn't know any better. He really thinks he's gonna gather up some states in the South and create a new a Republic of New Africa. That's been around for like 70 years, and they don't even have a majority black district anywhere in the South anymore. So how are they going to push white people out? And I don't know. I don't know about the Republic of New Africa, but nevertheless, I'd rather put my hitch my wagon to Africa, right? Norway just says it has $1 trillion sovereign wealth fund, and what is eyeing Africa as a place for investment. Now, to be honest with you, I'm going to need for the African to tap into those uh global thing. Woo, we got 1776 in the house. He got a feather in his ass. He coming in swinging tonight. How dare you talk about America, Colin? 776. I haven't hurt your feelings yet, but stick around for a little while. You're gonna end up crying when I'm done with you tonight. So how do you tap into that thing if you're not a nation, right? That's what I said. Long as your sovereignty, whatever you have, is in the borders of America, you can't tap into anything. So it is. Well, it is what it is. Yeah, I know his plan is not realistic, but you can't tell these Negroes that. And this is another thing. And I'm not. I don't want to people stuff because I know you motherfuckers are gonna take what I say and send a copy of what I say to the Cam Bones. You're gonna send copies to Umar Johnson and all these other people, and they're gonna come gunning for me and whatnot. I don't care, but I gotta tell it like it is, right? Black America has been propping up losers, clowns, buffoons for decades. Outright clowns. Like I said, you can call me not only Reverend Collar tonight, you can call me Collar Thanos, you can call me Collar Genesis, you could also call me the Ringmaster. Why? Because the Ringmaster has a circus of deadly clowns. I warned y'all years ago about the deadly clown. The deadly clown is dangerous, He comes around, he's nice, whatnot, but he's a clown. A clown will clown you, you know. Never get into a fight with a clown, you know, because people are looking and they don't want to know who the clown is. That's why I don't get in no squabble with these people with their stupid ideology, the FBA, the 1776ers. They're deadly clowns, And 1776 are the America lovers, the 1776ers, they're clowns. America Land Promise. America is a land of the lost, bro. America is for the white man, and his slave. Now, 1776, he likes his role as a slave, you know. Yes, a massa. Yes, a massa. Yes, a bossa, you know. Yes, a bossa, stepping and fetching and cutting his and scratching and whatnot, doing backflips, running all over the place, man. I have grand visions of 1776, man, sitting in a damn tree, man, hanging from a tree and whatnot. Master coming up and said, what the hell are you doing up in 1776? Get down here and whatnot. Get down and do some work. Master, I'm a good nigga. I'm going to take the day off. And 1776 up there in the tree and whatnot. And Master's like, yo, look, I brought you from Africa so you can stay out of the tree, Come down here and pick your cotton and whatever like that. You can't hang out in the tree all day. 1776. I know you like swinging from vine to vine, but you can't do that anymore. 1776, because your job is to pick cotton all day. So it is what it is. 1776. I think, yeah, I do, man. I have some weird dreams, man. I had a weird dream about you too, DK. I had a weird dream about you, but I don't want to embarrass you on the show, so I'll leave it alone. Almost everybody that speaks up, I had a dream about. I got a PhD in Negroology. I be having grand visions of Negroes. Grand visions. I want to deliver the Negro. I want to deliver the Negro from Negroism. We're living in a neo-Negro age. I love my Ubuntu Negroes here at Baruti. Please explain something between the so-called Kwanzaa Negro and so-called Ubuntu Negro. Yeah, look, both a Kwanzaa Negro and the Ubuntu Negro have been around for 60 years. No, Ubuntu's pretty much, Ubuntu was Kwanzaa. And then they said, instead of taking Kwanzaa, the 7 principles of Kwanzaa, and building on that ain't going nowhere. So let's con the people again with something new. Instead of getting the Kwanzaa working, the Ujima, Kizatsuli, Imani, the 7 principles of Kwanzaa, get one of those damn principles working, right? 2 decades ago, everybody came up with this Ubuntu. Well, what happened to Kwanzaa? Once Ubuntu wears out, it'll be something else. What's going to be the next thing after Ubuntu? That's why I said the Ubuntu Negro. The what you call the Ubuntu Negro. Ubuntu Negro. Because a Negro is always in a permanent state of backwardness and foolishness, So therefore, it is what it is, And I'm not candy coating this anymore. These grifters and these con men, they've been wasting our time for decades. Now we had some everybody came there, and like I said, I go way back. Not too far back. I go way back. When I was a kid, I go back to the days with Daddy Grace. And it came to me, when I was older, I said, I remember on my school bus in South Jamaica, Queens, we had Daddy Graces on the school bus, right? I didn't know what these girls were doing patty cake. Oh, Daddy Grace, and whatnot. And it dawned on me, oh, yeah, that's what Daddy Grace, that's where I heard that from. Daddy Grace, my mother told me about the story in Harlem, but my mother grew up in Harlem, about Daddy Grace. That he's had the biggest parades and whatnot, a cult following, Daddy Grace. And out in Long Island and some of the suburbs of Mount Vernon, you had a guy named Father Divine. Man, we had everybody came, the 7-Day Adventists. We had the Jehovah Witnesses. Man, we had all kinds of churches, cults, and some everything. I remember I had this one uncle. I have this one uncle, right? Every week he was in something new. I finally got it when he come in with this new. He'd be finding these motherfuckers on the street, and next thing you know, he's wearing some new outfit out there, and they basically like, brother Abba, blah 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 blah. Man, but your name was it could blah 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 like that. Now your name is Abba, blah 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 blah. Yeah, man, I found the real truth or whatnot. They always finding some real truth or whatnot. One thing I do know is the friggin' their financial situation never changes because they still be broke. But they found truth or whatnot, Look, I go way back. I got a PhD in Negroology. College complaining black actors. You read the reason Charlie wants to replace us with Africans and Hispanics. Yo, look, the bottom line is this. If I was a white man, I replace your black ass with Africans and Hispanics. You motherfuckers, most of you niggas are fucking useless, Oh, Charlie wants to trade. So, yeah, What the hell? What the hell do you think for it, man? You got a freaking useless race of fucking people. Black America's useless. You know, I hate to say it. I want to replace your black asses, man. What the hell are you talking about? So I don't blame the white man for trying to replace you. Well, because I could take those same black African Americans and make them useful if they listen to me. If they follow the college genesis, I could turn fools into men. Let me tell you something, DK. And I'm glad you asked that because I got a story for you. See, sometimes I take days off when I be thinking of what I'm gonna say. Sometimes I forget what I'm gonna say, I don't write down. But the opportune moment comes to say, okay, this is what I want to spring this out. Listen to this and listen very carefully. My father always taught me that he says, son, one day you're going to be a man. He says, when you become a man, you'll know it. Because he goes, when you're a child, you do the things of a child. When you become a man, you put away childish things. I didn't know what he meant when he said that, right? But then when I became a man, I understood exactly what he was saying. Things that were important to me as a child, right, wasn't important to me as a man. So what I'm saying is this. When I was a kid, I used to see we have family gatherings, family picnics, and gathering and I always see the men we get together, like my grandfather, father, uncle, and I. They was always tending the coal and the fire for the grill and whatnot, mainly stuff like that, packing the ice in the coolers and whatnot. You know, going out there, coordinating the gutting of fish and cleaning the fish, and we had fish fry, whatever like that. And the conversations were talking about the job, what's going on in government, and stuff like that, right? The women talked about women stuff, right? But our kids, us kids, we had a carefree life. We didn't have to do that. Why? Because they took the responsibility from us. That one day we're going to be on the other side, and we're going to be like the breadwinners. Everyone, look, let me tell you something. I grew up with a family where black men were the breadwinners, not the city, not the state. My uncles, my older cousins, my father, my grandfather, all these other people like that were breadwinners. So therefore, their job told us, y'all just be children, be kids. At a swing set, we got to put the swing set together for the kids. And I said, Dad, Uncle, can I help? Or you can help. Stay out of the way. That's how you can help. You know, the bottom line is this. I'm not looking down on Black Americans, bro. Actually, what you call? I'm not looking down on Black Americans, right? I don't like niggas. There's a big difference. Look, I used to see the men would come and put the swing set together every time we get a new swing set in the box, whatnot. Us boys, kids, we couldn't put that together. The men would come by and whatnot, and they would come put the swing set together for us and whatnot, And then when it was all over with, whatnot, after those hours of working out there, them arguing, no, you got to put this right here. You got to do this, whatnot. And the job gets done, or building a doghouse, whatever it was, right? And then at the end, when everybody sat down and ate while the women cooked. That's the world I came from. I'm used to seeing functioning Black societies. So it is what it is. I don't know what Mr. Sandman's talking about. Mr. Sandman, give me your dream. Bum, bum, bum. You got the. I tried to play that one night, and they flagged me. I thought it was a song made in the 50s. I can get away with it. Mr. Sandman, bring me your dream. Bum, 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 boom. Hey man, they flagged my thing. Sent me a message. Man, copyright infringement. I was like, God damn. I thought I was good, man, because I was trying to get at Mr. Sandman here, and I played that clip. They flagged my shit, man. I'm like, damn, you can't do shit on YouTube. Mr. Sandman, bring me a dream. But the main thing is, like I said, when I was 4, 5, 6 years old, I was a child. When I grew up, I became 18. I was a man. I acted like a man. My outlook on life was a man. I'm seeing guys 60 years old still sagging their pants and crip walking because so many black men, they get to like the age of 15 and they stop developing. They'll stay 15 till they freaking die. You can't build no society like that. And now I'm gonna go even further, right? I could tell when your development hasn't been reached because of the way you think. You see, there's one thing to know why. There's an old saying, folks, and this is a jewel from the college Genesis. The man who knows how and what to do will always have a job. But the man who understands and knows why will always be the boss, will always be the one in charge. See, when we say things like we don't need education, it's not that important, and stuff like that, what we're doing is the know why has to be assumed by somebody else. The know why has to basically, the people who know why are the ones making the decisions in the world right now. You take sub-Saharan Africa, right? How much of the world's decisions that affect the planet happens in sub-Saharan Africa? 0. How much of the decisions that affect the world happens in cities like Paris, Amsterdam, Washington, London, now Tokyo, Beijing? Many of the world's decisions that affect the planet. There's nothing that goes on in sub-Saharan Africa that affects the world because Africa and the black race have given up and obfuscated the natural right to want to know why. You can only have why when you have mastery of the universe, mastery of all its teachings, its learnings and everything, and you take full responsibility for your existence. See, relying on America and calling yourself a free people is a farce. So we sit here in America, we call ourselves, we got scholars, we got scholars, stuff like that. But the bottom line is those scholars don't make any freaking thing. They don't make any decisions. They have no power. So they mean absolutely nothing in the world. The man who knows how will always have a job, will always be employed. The man who knows why will always be the master, in charge, on top, calling the shots. It's been like that since the dawn of mankind, dawn of civilization. So take that how you want it, So when people come to me and they want to get down with the African, I'm looking for people who know or want to be in that group that know why. Now everything sounds good. Oh, we're gonna have a thing where Ubuntu, everybody. No, look, the people who know why form the elite. They know why it is that has to be done. They can't be bogged down with people who are ill-informed. You can't put productive people. The laws of power says you have to avoid the unhappy and the unlucky. That's the way the social order is. The power dynamic is, unfortunately. And it'll be the same thing. They build a nation. There are going to be some people that are on top that know why. They're going to know why certain things. Like I said, sometimes when I listen to people talk about certain African countries, and I say sometimes they make decisions and whatnot that you don't understand, right? Until you're in that position of leadership in government and whatnot, it looks like a lot of stuff a lot of African governments do is wrong. But until you're in that position of where you got to defend the country, you got diplomatic relationships and obligations and everything, then you can't talk. You can't be somebody behind the screen, Monday morning quarterbacking governments that got responsibilities. Oh, this African government's stupid. No. Just that they're privy to probably information you don't know about. So we're gonna have the show tonight, but tonight thing is, I believe, a nation building brings out the American in me because, to be honest with you, right? When I look at history, right, a lot of people don't even notice when they had people in the '60s talk about we want a revolution and whatnot. Where'd that come from? The American Revolution. There was no damn revolutions in Africa. There's no damn revolution. Revolution is not no freaking something indigenous to Africa. It's indigenous America, just like Pan Africanism and Black nationalism, right? That's something that was born in America under duress. So therefore, when we say that we want a nation of our own and whatnot, we're quintessentially being quintessentially Americans. You don't have to pledge allegiance to this country. What's up, Dark Migo? To be a good American. If you believe in liberty, without liberty and the right to bear arms, the right to a state, the right to own property, and the pursuit of happiness, that's what makes you an American. Now, our ancestors went to Liberia, said the love of liberty. So in that regard was they became Americans once they landed on their own shores and created their own society. You could never become an American living under the oppression of another race of people. So those of you talk about you're American, right? You need a space to practice this idea called America, which is about liberty and the pursuit of happiness. And I'm all for that. They would call it, what do you believe in? I believe in liberty, individual rights, and the pursuit of happiness. That's what I take away from America. Well, they put all the unwanted African immigrants in. They put them in two places. They put them in like Rhode Island, Maine, and they put them in Minnesota. That's it. That's what I see. Minnesota state of immigrants. Might as well give that a state. Minnesota might as well be its own country. You know. Life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness. Life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness. The love of liberty. The bells of liberty. That's what I'll die for. I love liberty, right? And I just honestly, I could never trust my African brothers and sisters to have the same values I have. I believe in liberty, you know, and that's something that we inherited in these shores of America. In the depths of slavery, we believed in liberty. We don't believe in rulership and dictators and shit like that, you know? I believe in liberty. I believe in individual liberty, freedom of association, stuff like that. That's how you build a civilization. And I never hear the Ubuntu people talk about that, you know? What do you talk? What do you do with liberty, right? What if your beliefs goes against Ubuntu? Way I see it right now, if we had a nation and the Ubuntu people in charge, I'll be in jail right now, you know, because I went against the Ubuntu principle. That's not liberty. Oh yeah, Colin. You went against Ubuntu, man. We gotta tie your ass up, man, and flog you and whatnot, you know? Well, what for? Well, according to this, man, the Ubuntu guidelines, it's like, damn, you know? Yeah, man, the way these people talk, they'll do it. You know, these motherfuckers be inboxing me talking about Kala, why you dissing Ubuntu and whatnot, you know? If they could, man, they would have me court martialed and hung. I don't know a whole lot, Dark Migo. I never said I did. But when I hear some of this talk, I realize something is very wrong. Yeah. Yeah, come up here and tell me about that. I think I remember something like that. Oh, yeah, that one Liberian lady said she's going to whoop us and whatnot, you know? We'll kidnap you and make you watch Dr. Clark. But I already saw Dr. Clark's videos. Love Dr. Clark, everything. But let me tell you something, King Justice. Dr. Clark is dead. I'm alive. I'm here. He's gone. The burden of life belongs to the living. You know, that's another thing. We hold on to dead men. You know, well, Ubuntu comes from South Africa. That's where it all started, man. If that's Ubuntu right now, they talk about they got to what? Wait a minute, June 30th? They're gonna freaking no, he ain't living with us. Well, Dr. Clark is dead. You know, he's dead, man. He's gone. He's gone. A good man. I studied some of his stuff. Yo, his book, Pan African World Revolution, was opened my eyes to lot of stuff I think right now, because that book opened my eyes about a lot of stuff. You know, that's why I got the idea of an Afristan from Dr. Clark. He didn't talk about no nation within a nation. He said we need a republic of our own with our own telecommunications, everything from the ground up. We need to learn how the world works. We need to learn how the sewer systems work. We need to do everything ourselves. The problem is, King Justice, right? What you want is a continuation of the same boy man situation where the white man's the man and you're the boy. You got to get a situation where you're willing to part ways with the white man. There's no other way. That's what Dr. Clark, I took away from him. He believed black people could do it. Yeah, Mike, all the while I love you too, Mike. You know, Mike knows I'm telling the truth. Mike knows I'm telling the truth, but what can you do? You know, I'm so pissed that Thanos beat the Incredible Hulk and Avengers, man. Thanos was the man. Yeah, there's an outbreak of Ebola. Like I said, these are stuff that, but the body, you know what the solution is? How smart? They got to bring in the French and all these other people to solve the problem because we don't have a continent wide fucking emergency response thing to natural diseases. You know, but don't listen to college Genesis. You know, what's the good as the African Union? What's going on? American Freedman, my FBA dude, and people like that. Let me tell you something. Eating bushmeat, right? You know how much bushmeat carries all kinds of parasites, worms, and stuff like that. And let me tell you about parasites. They get into your body. You eat parasites, eggs, right? They get into your body, and next thing you know, they start eating your flesh. But it's like you won't notice. I see this one girl where they were coming. The maggots start coming out of her behind her vagina. But you go over there, you want to be African and start eating bushmeat and shit like that. Keep on. And next thing you know, you got worms coming out of your butthole and whatnot. You know. Now they got a bushmeat. Ebola outbreak again. You know, outbreak again, man. That's like, I don't think Africa could survive another one. You know. So it is what it is, folks. Whatever Africa is, it's still our continent. It's our responsibility as men to make it right. And like I said, we got to get to the point where if anybody's in the way, they got to go. We got to kill them. You know, that's what it is. You know, I don't see any other way. You know, yeah. Some of us, these countries in Africa, they have some nice parts though, nice places, right? But I be telling people all the time, you can't have a bunch of nice places in one part of the city, and then the other part of the city is literally hell on earth. You know? Yeah, but our African brothers, you know, let me tell you something, DK. Our African brothers haven't really reached real manhood yet. You know, so we can't put that responsibility on them. They're not men like that yet. Yet, you know. Well, anybody gets in the way. It could be FBA people. It could be African tribalists and Negro peeing puppets, whatever like that. Anybody gets in the way, they gotta go. You know, we gotta go. We gotta clean house. You know, simple as that. You know, it is what it is. That's what we got to. You're like this. You know, you want to unalive other? Yeah, sure. No, why not? You know, there's some of you Negroes in America too. Some of you Negroes in America, you need to go. You know, clean the fuck house. We need a house cleaning on both sides of the Atlantic. Oh, I can't hurt it. Well, okay, sure, sure. It sounds like you're scared to me. Says somebody who ain't got the friggin' balls to call on my show and talk to me like a man. Tomorrow I can't hurt nothing, whatnot, you know? But you ain't got the balls to come up here and talk to me on camera. Of course he's scared. He's a scary ass nigga. I so scared, Kala. I so scared. Don't talk like that, Kala. I so scared. But I scared. American Freeman, why'd you pee your pants? I be scared. You scared me. That's why I pissed my pants and whatnot. I gotta go change my diapers because I pissed my pants. You made me scared. Yeah. So they were like, not see. I'm dealing with it, but yeah. So it is what it is, folks. It is what it is. I'm scared of your voice. Sounds like Ebola. No, it sounds like you just scared, bro. You terrified. This nigga scared. You know. Let me play something for you, bro. Let me play something for you. Like this. Tupac. Tupac. I'll play something for you.
Yo, what about the cops, man? Bishop checked it out. It's 2 overlapping patrols about 3 minutes apart. So we just gotta be fast. Yo, I think we should plan this another time. This nigga's scared. Ain't nobody scared, man. I just told you I had a DJ set it.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. This nigga's scared, man. American Freeman scared. This nigga's scared. This nigga's scared, man. This nigga's scared. Yeah, we will shed blood for the African. I promise you that. Blood, there's going to be death, destruction. When it's all over it, we'll have a land and we'll be free. It's going to be paid for in blood. Now, the main thing is make sure it's not your blood. Because anybody gets it away is going to get killed, This nigga's scared. Look at him. American Freeman. This nigga, I ain't going to the Congo. This nigga's scared. Oh, yeah, I'm all for fighting, bro. I'm all for killing, too, DK. My whole life has been about this. You think in a million years, anybody in the chat room thinking of years like this, I'm one of those guys that will go down in a blaze of glory. I really believe this. This is my whole life. There's nothing else after this. I will kill for this. I will die for this. Because this nigga's scared, man. This nigga's scared. But like I said, y'all don't have to be scared. Don't be scared. I don't care about Frederick Douglass. Those guys were a different time period. All I know is while Frederick Douglass was talking this thing, we had men like Hillary Teague, that went there, became a prominent statesman. We had John Brown Rushmore, who became the governor of Maryland County, Liberia, turned Maryland into Maryland and Liberia was probably the most advanced civilization the world's ever seen. That was John Brown Rushmore, highly educated black man. I think he graduated from Bodine College in Maine, whatever like that. He had the Freeman's Bureau, a newspaper, and then he went to Liberia, and they made him governor of the Maryland colony. That was the most advanced civilization, at least I know, on a continent. Maryland Harbor City had a lighthouse, tall buildings, everything. It towered over Cape Town and Durban at the time. So while he was doing that, achieving greatness, J.J. Roberts, president, what the hell is Frederick Douglass? He was marrying a fucking white woman. So you think I give a damn what Frederick Douglass had to say? His scary ass. Matter of fact, Dr. Bingo, just for you, I'm gonna show you some clips of Maryland in Africa, the Maryland colony. That was independent of Liberia, and then Liberia took it over. It was called Maryland in Africa, you know. Well, that's a modern day Maryland County, Liberia. It used to be, this whole territory used to be Maryland. Maryland in Africa. It was Liberia, and this was called Maryland in Africa. It had a good portion of Ivory Coast. Maryland in Africa, you know? And people want to make Maryland and Liberia its own independent country again, you know? The Free African Americans of Maryland, 1822. This was an old Harper City. Notice the buildings in the background, you know? These buildings were built in the early 1800s. This is an old stone building, you know? I think that was President Tubman's old house in Maryland on Painter Street. This is the Kavala River, right? This was a bunch of hotels and whatnot overlooking the bluff. This was like one time before the war. Beautiful, brand new hotels out there. Liberia was nothing but a paradise on earth. You know, this is a book right here on African shores, right? It just shows like the colonists coming there, landing in the mouth of the Kavala Harper River. This is like the original Liberia map. The original Liberia map was just this yellow portion right there, you know. Africa's Maryland. Try to find some. Try to find some. This was John Brown Washorn, the man who built Maryland, you know. You see. Maryland. Harper. Yeah, like I said, this was like a bill right here. It was amazing what they was able to build 200 something years ago on the shores of Africa. Wow. Motherfuckers stayed in America talking shit. These African Americans are with there, built their own civilization. These tall buildings and churches. That's like Crew Town, where the Crew people live. This was a Masonic temple. This is built like in 1820, 1830. Another hotel. Notice how in Liberia, all over Liberia, they got unique black stone, right? A lot of stuff like that. This black stone is like beautiful. They use the black stone rocks off the coast, and they make the buildings and everything like that, the walls. I mean, like when they cut it in the inside, they're white. It looks so freaking beautiful. That's another view of the Masonic Temple. That's a lighthouse. You know, it's a big church. You know, something, another church. So while black people in America were getting lynched and hunted down by the Klan, the black people went to Liberia. Went to Liberia was living good, you know. What was wrong with the Freemasons? There was nothing wrong with the damn Freemasons. They built Liberia. All the stuff they had, the tall buildings and everything like that, they built Liberia. Prince Hall was a Freemason. So what? Prince Hall was from Haiti. A lot of buildings and churches in Black America were built by Masonic Freemasons. What's the big deal? People don't know nothing about the Freemasons. Oh, he's a Freemason. Who cares? You know? It is what it is, man. I always talk up Liberia. I'll always talk up Liberia. I can't do nothing about the past. The future's in their hands, you know. So it is what it is, you know. Good or bad, they built the civilization. They took the ball into their own hand and built the civilization. Yeah, the Freemasonry did a lot of evil shit, right? But not everybody was a Freemason, you know. So the bottom line is this: just like anybody else and whatnot, you know, they built a civilization. I'd rather have that than in America. We had nothing, you know. They had groups like social clubs, like the Odd Fellows, the Crowds, you know, and all these other groups and whatnot. The Merchant Princes of Liberia. They had all these groups and whatnot that were wealthy black men, you know. I got nothing in Liberia. I know that. I gave up on Liberia. Let the Liberians fix their country and build it how they want it. They fuck it up. Hey, you know, at least it's out there now what we did, you know. At least everybody knows the Liberia that our ancestors created. Now it's up to the native people who are running now to take it from here. They can't blame us anymore, you know, for their problems. Let's say one native guy on TikTok. That's why I said I'm just done. He goes, man, we got to talk about how the Congo man came here and spoiled our country. The Congo man came and spoiled the country. They came there and created and built the country. You know, I've been like that, bro. I'm just saying. The fact of the matter is, you know, I just want to be clear about everything I did over the years, right? I knew there was no saving this country. You know, I knew it. The bottom line is, I seen a video the other day where you see tremendous growth going on in this country right now. They got the first flyover bridge in Liberian history completed now, you know, record time. The country's growing and everything like that. But yet people are like, we want way back. Well, why? Because he could dance good and he used to make us laugh. So when that's the majority of thing, it's time for us to pull out, you know? You cannot fucking be governed by fucking people with an IQ about 35. It's not gonna work. People I always tell people all the time, Black Americans, we cannot mix with everybody. And another thing too, when we talk about building Afghanistan, the surrounding host country has to be at a certain level. The problem in Africa is you'll have one place that's doing good and you're surrounded by extreme poverty. You can't have that. Sooner or later, they're gonna break into the country or try to get in and destroy it out of envy, jealousy, whatever like that. So what to do about that, you know? So yeah, Liberia's a lost cause because when you surround that by that much poverty, it's hopeless. It's hopeless. Like, you know, it's like almost like they should never tried because you know, a few people made it, right? And then a few native people made it, whatever like that. But the masses of people are not going to be part of what you're doing. And that's all over the African continent. The masses of people do not benefit from anything. So those people will eventually destroy what you build. So it is what it is, you know. I don't know if there's any hope for Africa. I really don't know. And that's what you see going on in South Africa right now. No, the IQ is fucking real. I don't give a damn if it's Europeans construct, right? It's a pretty accurate test, right? When they ask a person, um, uh, they asked a kid about to graduate from high school. What did they ask him? They said, do you defecate? And the kid goes, oh yeah, I want to compare my education. And he goes, no, I actually did. Do you defecate? And that's your graduate, you know. The bottom line is it is what it is. IQ is important, you know. I don't give a damn if it's a fucking Eskimo construct. People always want to be like, "Oh, IQ like this," but it works. You know, it works. When I was tested, I had a very high IQ when I was tested. They didn't tell me the score, but they came in. It was like 12 years ago, back in 2012. How many years ago was that? 2012, 14 years ago. I had my IQ tested at this job I worked at. They came back like, holy shit. You know, you had one of the highest IQs we ever had. You know, I was like, and my sister was like, yeah, he's pretty smart. You know, like, goddamn, you know. I was like 12, 13. Back in 2012, I worked at this company. They gave everybody a random IQ test and aptitude test and whatnot, just to see where you at. They were like, holy shit, you know, they came back, man, your score came in like, and like the top manager was like, whoa, they were sitting around talking about it. And I was like, damn, I didn't know nothing about it. What the thing was like, it's all the thing about this IQ test is about recognizing patterns. You know, pattern really fast, recognizing patterns, you know, and using logic, you know. Mr. Sandman, come on. You got 150 IQ. Come on, Mr. Sandman. That's damn near genius, man. If you come up here and I talk to you when we have a conversation, you know, let's be honest with ourselves, man. Come on. 150 IQ, you know. You know, nobody gave you 150 IQ, bro. Stop it. I've seen you on different shows. I'm not saying you're stupid, man, but come on. 150 IQ, man, stop it. Well, if it's not a high IQ channel, people listen to it, right? You're what does that say about you? You're in here for hours at a time, you know? Well, call in. I'll call in tonight. I'll ask you a few questions, basic history. And you got to answer within seconds before you use a chat. That's what people do. They get that chat GPT and their Google button ready and whatnot. Oh yeah, I can tell they're reading like that clown Kwame whatnot. Always chat GPT and Google and whatnot. I think they can fool me. I know when somebody's well read, you know. Okay. Yeah, everybody online, you could be whatever you want to be. 150 IQ. What do you do for a living, man? Well, I walk dogs in the park part time, and I do this, but I got 150 IQ. Okay, all right, all right, all right, all right. I guess you could do it. It could be whatever you want online, Yeah, I ain't gonna blow up your spot. Anyway, folks, time to open the lineup. Step right up, step right up. Step right up, step right up. Step right up. Step right up, step right up. American freedman. He's the American freedman. He's a freedman type of dude. So step right up, step right up, all you high IQ people. Step right up tonight, man. Tell me about your IQ. Let's have a conversation, a respectful conversation. I promise I won't be mean. I probably won't bully you. I'll mute myself and let you talk. I promise. Who's up first? King Good, man. What's going on, Mike?
My brother.
What's going on, Mike?
2 points of contention, my brother.
Yeah, it's not no tension, man. Look, everybody has their own fantasy. You know something, man? I had dudes that believe that they're gonna intergalactic space, and they're actually gonna build a nation in outer space somewhere. The planet.
We
Whatever.
going out of space one day, brother. Republic of New Africa
Oh,
Space
yeah, I know. I know some of you guys. You guys plan on sticking your flag on the moon, Mars.
Yeah, we doing all that.
So, like I said, to each his own, man.
If we talking, first of all, let's talk about the topic, because you said you spoke about the American ideals and Black nationalism and liberty and all of that. You got to remember, when all of that was written, our ancestors was in bondage. So America is a hypocritical nation. So Black nationalism is the antithesis of that.
Hold up.
We are the opposite of that.
Let me say this. The only reason why America is hypocritical is because people like yourself actually took them at face value and believed that shit.
No, people like myself want to separate.
No. You're not separating, bro. Come on.
Yes, bro. We want to form a new nation, bro.
If you're gonna be under their laws, their rule, you ain't separating.
No, Carla, this is what you got to understand. We're talking about an independence movement. Even if you're going to do look. Even if you're going to do African, if you're going to do African, you're still going to be under somebody else's nation in Africa.
Let me say, yeah, I know. But the thing is, it's a black country. The bottom line is this: look,
it's still not your sovereignty.
It's a situation like and I know a situation like this, right? You have a guy that has a piece of property, right? He lives with his parents, right? He's sitting there, has a room in his parents' house, wherever. And he says, I'm tired of every time mom knocking on my door and whatnot, And he says, I want independence, right? So he moves out to the shed, right? And brings his bed out there and whatnot. Did he really move out?
No, that would be the equivalent of what we're doing, brother.
You're not leaving the house.
No, bro.
You're not leaving
Our
the house.
equivalent, the
You're not
equivalent of
going
that would
with
be
it, bro.
us getting our own house.
Yeah, no. You cannot get your own house inside somebody else's house.
We not gonna see. You're seeing the landmass of North America as the
Yeah, so
United States of America.
you're not getting nothing in North America, right? That's all everything, unless you're gonna kill these motherfuckers, right? And succeed, in which is almost
Let's speak
impossible.
about historically. Did America always encompass what it is today?
Yeah, well, the bottom line is this: America's on top. America's running the world.
Okay, and empires fall all the time.
Yeah, okay. So you're gonna wait. You're waiting for America to fall. You know something? They had a book called "The Fall of America" that was made 50 years ago. Is America gone any place
by Elijah Muhammad.
Yeah, I know, but I read the book years ago, and guess what? America's still here. The stock market just hit 50,000. So
we're not standing up and
when's this fall of America gonna happen?
Fall of America. I got the book.
When's this fall of America gonna happen? The only thing
when black men come together and start building, when we start practicing Ubuntu.
The only thing falling is Negroes. Our relationships with our women are falling. Our communities are falling. We're not
building
the house.
That's more so on your generation than it is on mine, my brother.
Everything in Black America is a fucking mess.
Isn't it on the older men to have built
that foundation? No. I got my shit together, bro. I got my shit together.
You part of the old generation.
And I got my shit together because I didn't listen to a bunch of dumb niggas telling me some bullshit. I went out there, got my education, worked hard, built a business and everything like that. I didn't listen to some guru on the street corner peddling me nonsense. That's why I am where I am right now.
What about the whole little community, though?
That's not my problem. Either you come with me the way I'm saying, or then you do what the hell you gotta do. That's the way I'm saying. If people don't want to do what I say do, and I know what I got, you want to join my movement, say like this, what not, the colonization, the African, like that, the way I say it, because I'm the architect of the shit, then you go do your own thing. It's not my responsibility. Whatever happens to you, happens to you. You're not my
entire Black community right now is doing that.
Oh, that's not well, we don't have a community.
We got a community.
No, we don't have a community. We don't have a community.
I don't have various communities. They just not run with it.
I don't have a community. You got a bunch of grifters, right? They got followings running all over the place, doing absolutely nothing but running their damn mouth.
Oh, you the part of the Black Virginia
community. Well, I know the play thing because the bottom line is I got people that listen to me, and all the people that listen to me, like my brother Dark Migo, they're like that. They're on fire for this shit, So the bottom line is, if people want to follow me and they want to do this, I guarantee you, I'm not gonna let them down. But if people want to do their own thing, that's fine. That's on them. I ain't gonna hate them. You want to do your thing? You want to follow Umar Johnson? Go right ahead.
Nobody's following Umar Johnson, brother.
Tariq Nasheed, go right ahead.
Yeah, many people follow
right here. But if you can't recognize when you're talking to a real man, and that's what Kala is, a real man. These other dudes that people listen to have never become real men. They're nothing but boys. Kala's like some beta male. They got women sending them money, taking care of whatnot. Everything I do, when I go to Africa one night, that's paid for by me. Everything I invested in, my book, website, everything like that, everything came out of my pocket. I never asked.
If you build African, you're gonna need some donations.
That's why it's my responsibility to get it to that level where people could trust me and say, "Yeah, Colin, now it's time for us to help you out." But I've been carrying this by myself for years, and I don't mind doing this because I'm the architect of this. I'm not gonna live my life taking people's money and whatnot, just to live whatnot. There's times gonna come where I'll know when to ask people for money and whatnot. That's not there. I'm not there yet. So I don't sit there and like, yeah, I got people like this. I got a lot of people like that want to send me money all the time. I got people want to send me big money. But I said, no, until I prove myself out. So I do what I got to do. Put that flag on soil and whatnot and have contested land, international contested land. Then we can start doing this shit. Then I'm going to need money. I'm going to need help. I'm going to need manpower. I'm not going to need no boys. I'm going to need men.
I agree with that. You shouldn't take no money until you really got a project that you're trying to do.
I'm going to have the project, right? So the bottom line, I don't need anybody's money. I can do this myself. And then when I do it, right, and I have the land, now it's up to everybody to say, do you want a future? Now this land is yours. You come over here. I don't care if you spend 6 months. You do rotation. You do 6 months tour, 6 months mission, whatever like that. You on the base camp, whatever like that. You do some reconnaissance, whatever like that, wherever you can contribute your time and effort, whatnot, come right ahead. That's how you contribute to the movement. You contribute your time, and that's going to take men.
Yeah, I agree with all of that. But what we're talking about is your critiques about people saying that they're going to build here and you apply fear to that.
Look. I mean, listen, look. I'm like this. Look, my whole thing is this. People say, let's do Ubuntu, right? I said, go right ahead. People say, let's do Kwanzaa. I said, go right ahead. I have no problem with that, right? People say, let's build New Africa, whatever like this. Go right ahead, right? But what happens is this. I've been following these movements for decades, right? I don't see nothing going on. And the difference between them and me is these motherfuckers are taking people's money. I'm not.
Well, I haven't taken any money.
People are taking people's money. People getting famous. They're doing all stuff like that, right? And nothing's being a thing. They're fleecing the people. And what happens is it becomes another grift. That's what I'm against, right? My movement, the Africans, is not going to become a grift. This thing is real. So people take it how they want it. I'd say I'm serious about this and whatnot. And I've been talking to people on the ground over there. They just told me 7-8 years ago. They're like, my God, what the hell are y'all waiting for?
What are you waiting for?
That's what they always say. The Angolans, the Congolese, Zambians are like, what the fuck are y'all waiting for? Take your fucking land back. Come over here and be fucking men. Come take this shit, man, That's what they tell me. Be a fucking man. But I said, yeah, the hardest part is black men in America are scared. They're scared to part ways with the white man. They're scared it's scary. That's the whole thing. I got to breed a bunch of brave men. I don't know what it's going to take. But I just got, I don't know. The average black man in America is just scared. Sometimes I think the women are more braver than the men, These Africans are like, man, what the hell are y'all waiting for? What the hell are y'all waiting for? Y'all have every right. You're completely justified. You're completely justified in saying what you. When I told them about the African, they're like, you're completely justified in what you're saying. Not to say it's going to be easy. Of course, you're going to get pushback. But any little pushback, the black man in America runs. Oh, I ain't seen no African. That's collar. They get scared. So. And right now,
with any movement, it's just we don't have infrastructure with anything. So to ask all people, but hold on, let me say this, Kyla. To ask all people to join anything, not just your movement, anything, whether it's the Nation of Islam, the Hebrews, Republic of New Africa, anything.
The Nation of Islam.
Kyla, let me finish my statement. You asking them to dedicate their time, and we don't employ our people. We don't have that reward system or that punishable system.
Well, I know, but I'm saying
money out of their pockets.
The Nation of Islam,
feed their family.
All these people have infrastructure. They have infrastructure. They have political connections. That all stuff like that. You could have done something. The Nation of Islam could have actually. Gaddafi offered Farrakhan land in Libya. He didn't take it.
They could have whole cities right now.
So the bottom line is, at one time, the Nation of Islam were looking at land in Arizona. That fell apart. Let me tell you, I know it's all bullshit, right? Because I grew up in upstate New York, right? We moved from upstate New York. I used to see some Muslim communities, right? Black Muslim communities, right? Very small. I used to see Amish communities, right? His whole independent Hasidic communities, whole towns and everything of nothing but Hasidic Orthodox Jews, whatnot. They got their own banks, everything like that. They're not even in the city. The Nation of Islam has never said, look, let's take some land, which they could have done, right? And let's build communities where we employ our people, have factories, candle working, and all stuff like that. We can make bean pies, whatever like that, to be self-sustaining. And we're living that life of do for self. They didn't do none of that. And they had it right there in every state. They could have did it in Georgia.
They got enough people, but it's just like this. When you build a movement, you got to have people that have
all
that
over America
mind to do those things.
All over America, right? You got the Nation of Islam and the so-called New Black Panther Party. Yeah, all these groups like they're bringing the what you call Republic of New Africa. All of it, none of them built a successful, independent, autonomous community. Not one.
I agree.
All the years.
I've been saying the same thing.
So the bottom line is I can't be bothered with somebody telling me this is what we got to do. If you want to do that, fine. If you like the way it's going right now, because I've been watching this for years, I've been studying them. I was a part of that, and I know these guys aren't serious. I'm serious. So the only way I can show people I'm serious is I'm taking my message outside of America. That's the only way I believe somebody's serious. Can you answer? Why should they follow you? Well, DK, to follow me is this. If you're actually serious about wanting something and building something, you follow me, right? If you're just like people telling you jokes and telling you what you want to hear and hyping you up and everything like that, hey, go look at Umar Johnson. That's entertainment, Go look at all these other people like entertainment. But if you want somebody that's out there saying, we could do this, we could actually do this, then you come with me, But I get tired of eating bean pies. I get tired. Mr. Simmons, I was in a stage in Fort Rome. Bunch of Amish people. I don't know. Maybe they don't like you. I got along with the Amish up there in upstate New York. I have no problem with them. I used to go to their stuff. They got this butter you can buy, candles you can buy and whatnot. In places like Danbury, Connecticut, you have the Amish Fair, whatnot. I don't know. Like I said, people say they don't like black people. People say they don't like black people, but maybe it's just you. I never had nobody disrespect me because I'm black. Never. So maybe you give off a bad vibe or something. Kidola, what's on your mind?
Hey, Carla.
Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, I'll be listening to you, man. Even when I wake up 2 o'clock Nigerian time, I should try to see if I got my sleep. Carla, you see, what you're saying is what I see about the Black Americans in the United States is about they don't have what called strategic positioning. When I mean strategic positioning is this: rather than they're busy Southern Africans are calling us savages, all kind of name, you have to try to build and conquer where you are first. I was seeing in documentary in Florida, the neighborhood close to Haitian town, that they start building condos there now. And the Black American guy was saying, they push us out to build condos and the Spanish are coming to take over. Right? Even the Spanish are not even where what we call the Haitians even staying in Florida. They come in slowly. Right? They start buying these condos. All these little bungalows they have in those places. Which area you can say the Black Americans are dominating and they have a powerhouse? It can be low income territory or it can be high income territory. So when you laugh at people,
Florida was just one of those states. Black people just, if you know the history of Florida, they did a lot of brutal shit to black people. I mean, just really, the Ocala, Florida, used to be a black thriving city where people were selling oranges, dominant orange trade. When white, the Klan literally destroyed the black communities, Rosewood, and we
Yeah,
have black communities in Florida. The Ku Klux Klan destroyed. So you got to look at that too, the history of that city.
yeah, yeah. But is there as you people conquer that battle, you have to also strategize because when I see the Latinos are even coming all the way to where you stay there in Virginia right now. They're spreading. They're coming slowly. It will take them about that 20 years, but they never
I'm telling
actually.
you now, Virginia is too much of. Virginia is a redneck and blackneck state.
Yeah, but you see, the
That ain't,
Latinos come like a.
that ain't
See,
happening in
Carla,
Virginia.
the
You got to
Latinos
look at
come like a beast.
the geography of it too, like how the Latin American countries are right here
So,
next to
what I'm
the United
saying
States.
is, Carla, you might be the one pushing these things, but if you check YouTube, this internet space, people ever claim India. Look, the Latinos never say Black Americans Indians. They just think they're crazy. Oh, I'm Indian. I'm Cherokee. They don't take niggas chopping.
You gotta stop watching these stupid idiots online.
No.
You know?
Because I understand, but these few people, they're passing the message, right? That is so very destructive. Even when you look at them, like, what you say you are again? They're giving themselves names under the pretext of FBA. Oh, FBA, I'm Indian, right? FBA,
Well,
we're already here.
It's Igbo people that think they Jewish. It's Fulanis that think they Arabs. Like
No.
those are the
Look.
minorities. The black
When you
people that
fight
think they
like, look,
Indians are not the majority.
yeah, but you start thinking like that, you don't fight for the land where you're staying. You don't fight for no space. You move. You continue moving. There are people who are coming to once the Latinos come in, because they're closer, Mexico, so all of them, they surround people there. They don't move, and they see the Negroes. They see
That's the
the.
whole
I
rift
was
between me and Kala. I'm saying we should build our nation here. He's saying we should go back to Africa to build our nation. That's
I
our
was
whole
listening to a Latino guy who was saying that these blacks they're crazy. He said they're crazy. They claim everything. They want to claim India. They want to claim all kind of stuff. So they're crazy. I was like, whoa. So you fight for where you are, occupy a space. If only that you put billionaires and millionaires, they don't think like that. That's just the truth. You have a lot of multimillionaires who could buy a whole state if they have to put their money together, like what the Jewish are doing.
Right here
You
in
know,
America.
they could buy 2 states.
Like we were saying, they're gonna buy a state for like 200 years. Ain't nothing happened, man.
All your basketball players.
Okay, but we've been saying we've been going back to Africa since Martin the Late. That was before
hold
the Civil War.
Hold up. We actually have a marker. You got Republic of Liberia still there. You know,
that was started with the help of who?
Hold up. It started with, but it started with black people.
No, white people.
No,
if white people helped us build a nation in America, we'd have it now too.
Hold up. Do you want an education in Liberia, bro?
No, bro. Kala, did the American Colonization Society exist?
See, that's another thing. See, you guys blow the American Colonization Society up like it was important. It was just a charity group.
No, brother.
A self-funded charity group, right? The first 20 years, right? The American Colonization Society was to convince some black people that already, let me tell you something. The idea of resettling in Africa was already underway for almost 200 years before the American Colonization Society came.
Yes, you conflating things. We're not talking about resettling in Africa. We're talking about Liberia.
Hold up. The idea that we should return to Africa and build a civilization, is probably the oldest ideology in America.
That's not Liberia, brother. That's not the same thing.
Hold up. The bottom line is before Liberia, there was Sierra Leone. You know,
Sierra Leone is not Liberia.
Liberia, there was also black settlements in South Africa. If you don't know that, right? There were also black American settlements in the Congo. You know, all throughout Africa, there was African American settlements.
Moving the goalposts now. You moving the goalposts.
No, I'm saying you said.
Did Liberia have white help or not, brother?
It's like that. This is what it is, right? Yeah, hold on. Let's put the time period. The Atlantic Ocean was crawling with slave traders, pirates, and stuff like that. The only way that that plan that was already on the books, people wanted to do it, could it work, was they had to get support from President
The
James Monroe
Caucasian.
and the white people who said we're going to use the U.S. Navy to escort those slave ships. Other than that, because you know what happened just 60 years before that, right there in the coast of Boston, which I was at one time, two African American businessmen, right, from Nantucket, they were ship traders, whatever, they had their own vessel. They sold their vessel over there, right around the 1880s, right? The Constitution was written when they said we're going to colonize Africa.
Not all.
Hold on, let me finish, kiddo. They went over there, right, unescorted. They sat there, met with Bassa chiefs on the coast, whatever like that. And then what happened was the Portuguese traders heard about these two American men that were educated and everything like that. And guess what happened to them? They were kidnapped, right, and sold into slavery. So after that, the people like Paul Coffey went to Freetown. They knew that they could not make this voyage, or they had some assistance. The American Colonization Society, yes, the initial settlements of Liberia was only like there for 20 years. In 1847, Liberia declared itself an independent republic. You know, they wrote their own constitution. You know, wrote they had the Susanna Lewis. Liberia went sold their own flag. Got recognition from the powers of the world that they were now a new republic. They got Britain, Portugal, France as an independent nation.
Kala, that was way back, Kala. We talk about most Black Americans are not going to Africa.
Well, I know that. But I'm saying, my point I'm trying to make, Kidola, is
what we suggest is this, right? What we suggest is this.
What I'm saying is this.
Because
right now,
because we have similar Kala.
Kidola, Black America is going to make a future thing. Like now, to be perfectly honest with you, right? As we start talking about Black nationalism and Black American nationalism, right? That could be an opportunity for you Black immigrants. You know?
Kala,
over here.
Kala, you came to United States just at the same time like the white man, right?
Yeah.
You see, the white man don't play with their space. You
I
see,
know that. And also, we don't have any space of our own.
Yeah, because hold on, Kara. You see, in Canada, the Indians are occupying those places now. The Indians, once they come, they don't want to move, right? What the Canadians are doing, they want to deport a lot of them by implementing the illegal sources, right? You can see what Trump is not doing it to please Black America. Trump is doing it to save the white people to be a super dominant force in the United States. Trump is not deporting immigrants or whatever because do we want to flame it? Oh yeah, the Black Americans, they built this country. No. It's just deceiving. Once you play that game and allow your multimillionaires and your multi-billionaires, they have to understand if you don't have a space of yourself, you have no voice. You know what I'm saying? Okay, you people have Atlanta. I heard about that a lot. Why don't you just buy all the real estate of
buy something up? Atlanta is a part of the United States, a part of state.
Yeah, I understand. What I mean, buy it.
Buy a city in America. It don't work like that, bro.
Tyler, you buy it, you control the real estate there, you control the mayor there.
It does not work like that in the state, bro.
Kala,
you can. This is not Africa. You can't buy it for a city.
No, Kala, what I mean, how can you buy it? You control what called the real estate.
You could definitely buy a city. It's Muslims building a city in Texas, right?
You buy all the you buy.
You can get a patch of land and build a city. Yeah.
Yeah, what I mean, that's what I'm trying to make. You buy the real estate there, nearly all the buildings. You bring Black people in there.
The real estate, the infrastructure. Look, this is how it works, Kinola.
You bring the Black people there to start paying rent to you, make sure they don't. make sure they don't move. From there, you have your own mayor, you have your own governor. Nobody coming to increase the tax to chase people out.
Let me say this. In every city in America is highly developed. I don't think you even have any scope of what I'm talking about, right? I'm talking about highways, freeways, underground systems, tunnels.
Every city in America is not highly developed.
Took trillions of dollars over 50 years to develop.
It's barren land all throughout the South.
Yeah, I know. Hold up. Yeah, but the thing is, that area never gets developed because they don't have no money.
That's what I'm saying.
My point I'm trying to make is this. When you got a city like Atlanta, right? All that stuff, right? Did you see the infrastructure, the roads, the bridges, the subway system has to be paid for. People are paying for that in their taxes. They build, operate, transfer. The city is going to be paying for all that infrastructure for the next 1,000 years. You can't just go buy a city.
Carla, I saw LeBron James is sorting somewhere the basketball team is it Mavis, right? He said Mavis is this, Mavis is that, but Mavis is heavily dominated by black people, right?
Yeah,
why is sorting? Hold on. Why is sorting Mavis? Why they not going there to keep the black people in there and develop there, buy all the properties there, and let the black people stay there? They will control the mayor. They will control the governor.
That's not
then there's no property tax. There will no property tax that will increase. They will not able to chase them, right? Look at Galagichi land. Look at Galagichi land right now, right? You said you can't buy it. Look at I'm watching Galagichi land, right? The white people coming in there, buying the land there, setting up a golf course. They buy in, at the end of the day, they will chase those. They will chase those Africans away from there. Those descendants, those descendants for Africa.
Hold on, you got black men in California that's doing that. In certain spaces, you got this one was a basketball player bought up a whole bunch of properties and whatnot. It's not easy, but he does. We got people doing that. We got places like Sag Harbor. We got whole subdivisions of black people. Houses all throughout America. We got nice black subdivisions.
Yeah. When I see here is this. The profit comes first before permanent settlement. All your multimillionaires, they buy property whereby they can sell it. It doesn't go like that.
Let me tell you something. We got plenty of areas where rich black people congregate and live, like Sag Harbor, Long Island. We got places like that. They've always been there,
That's like you talk like a street or neighborhood, Carla. I'm talking about a whole city, occupy it, control it, turn it to be yours. That you have more voice
this
there.
Is what we saying, Carla. If you scared to build in America,
I'm not.
Opinions about fear be applied to you.
Hold on. Listen to what I'm saying. I said we're already doing that.
No, I'm talking about way before this and last night's show, and you just in general.
Hold on.
You say the Captain American Negro is scared to leave America. You want to leave America, so can't people say you scared of America?
I support black people owning businesses and building communities in America. That's part of the African.
So you support us owning communities in America, but you don't support us building a nation in America?
You will. I don't want to hurt anybody's feelings, right?
You can't hurt my feelings.
No. Let me say this, right? There are black people that are doing very well. They're educated. They got money and stuff like that. They're building nice communities. I got them right out in Virginia, right? They're doing really well, right? The problem is your crowd tends to be the black people in the underclass.
No, brother. The founders of Republican New Africa were lawyers
these are people,
PhDs, brother.
PhDs.
Yes, bro. Amari Obadeli had a PhD. Chokwe Lumumba was a lawyer, bro.
These dudes are dusty, man. Come on.
No,
the dusty niggas with a PhD.
Carla,
let me tell you something, kiddo. Hold on, kiddo. Please don't interrupt me when I'm talking. Now, look, the bottom line is this. This is what a lot of these guys do. They'll get that free education, spend 30 years to get a degree, and you think, oh, I got a PhD and whatnot. But it took them 40 years to get it. And they use that degree to abuse and mislead their own people. But you think, oh, he got a degree and whatnot, you know?
Who in Republic of New Africa abused and misled their people?
All of the whole movement is misleading.
How? In what way?
Because they've been around for 60 years, you know, and they got nothing to show for it.
Colin, you've been around for 60 years.
Yeah, I know, but I got something to show for it. I got a house, I got cars, I got a business.
You think nobody in Republic of New Africa got a house, bro?
No, them dudes are fucking dusty, man. Come on.
Oh, get out of here.
Kala, you don't think collectively, Kala. You talk you by yourself, you have a house and everything. You don't think collectively. If you don't think collectively, you'll be put out.
These guys
and look,
these guys that
Kala, Black Americans cannot survive in Africa.
Look, let me tell you something. That's why I said the only way it's gonna work is in Africa, right? Because these guys that they get money from, they get a job at the college, whatever like that. They got this is how it works. They got their baby mama or their wife. They got that good job with the city, right? While they get to run around with that shiki playing Black Nationalists. You know, I've been around. The Polites, the Sinettas.
That ain't us, though, bro. You know? That ain't us. That's just that is y'all. No, it's not. Polite or Polite no Sinetta are talking about the Republic of New Africa.
You know, and y'all come from that same dusty crowd. You know,
Kala, I see them talking about hip hop. Hip hop is not going to save your community.
Whoever said
these are music that will be gone. What I'm talking about, Black America, they cannot live in Africa. They cannot survive. You probably gone for a long time. You understand me? The best place you have to occupy. What I mean occupy? Anybody go give you for free. If you're billionaires, if you're billionaires are multi-millionaires, right? Are taking collectively, right? If they take collectively, they have enough money to buy a whole city and become the mayor of that place and the governor of that state. You have to buy places and put your people there, right? And tell them, I want to see 1 year from now this place being maintained, right? They're going to look for a job. They'll be paid house rent in that place. Since you keep them there, you just keep them there. That these people will not make money, they'll buy other places. They'll buy that places. They'll buy that places. They'll buy that places. Just like what the Latinos are doing. The Latinos, you can laugh at them. Oh, 10 people are living in one house. After 2 years, they start spreading. They start buying properties. They start doing this.
You're singing to the choir. Let me get Mike Olawale on, your fellow Nigerian. They got Elvis. They got 3 Africans on one time. How's Smart say I should never do that? Have 3 Africans on at one time, but
what do you mean by 3 Africans?
I mean, all right, never mind, Mike. Just go ahead.
Continental Africans.
Now I'm trying to understand this thing called Africans. I don't understand it. There's no single identity.
Somebody born on the continent, you know. I mean, come on, you know.
Well, there's no. It's not an identity. Africans not an identity.
That's right. There's such thing.
You are African.
No. Africa's not an identity. I think it's high time we get to. No. I'm not an African. Hold on.
Elvis African.
Then you're an African too.
Yeah, but I'm a diasporic African. You a continental African.
Okay, so what doesn't mean identity? So does it mean me and you are the same?
No.
Why you calling them Black Americans? Black Americans are not Africans. They be gone. Stop calling them Africans. They're not.
No. The point I'm trying to make is they always say these things like Black American versus Africans. I see it's one group versus another.
No, kiddo. Yo, Mike.
Africa is not a group of people.
Mike, I was just kidding. Go ahead, bro.
Whatever kidding you are.
Mike, I was just saying. I was just joking.
But I don't know what you're talking about tonight. Because
Mike, I was just trying to lighten the mood. I was just joking. Go ahead, bro.
You were not joking. That's what you talk. I know you saying the same thing for thousands of years.
I only said that because Elvis came up, you know. I busted Elvis's balls, you know.
Me and Elvis don't have anything in common. We're not from the same place. I don't know anything about where he's from. I don't know his language. I don't understand his language, his ethnic language. I don't know his culture. I know nothing about Elvis' culture. I know nothing about Elvis. So the idea of putting me and him in the same box and saying, oh, 2 group of people, they are the same. We're not the same.
Calm down, son of Oduduwa.
Elvis is as strange to me as you, Kala, as ridiculous and strange as me. To me.
Calm down,
Mike,
Babatunde.
Mike, but go ahead, bro. What was on your mind, bro?
There's nothing on my mind. I'm trying to understand the
We
blah
know.
blah blah that you guys have been saying all night. I don't understand
Now,
you.
let me ask you a question.
Mike, go drink some water. It's gonna dilute the alcohol you drink tonight, man.
Elvis, do you and I have anything in common?
Yeah, we're both Africans. My
No,
brother,
no.
Mike.
What do no? Don't you
But you're
stop using
slurring
that
your
shit.
words, man. Don't
Stop
come on the
using the word
platform with this
African. There's no
nonsense.
such what the fuck this European word. African is
We're
a European word.
Africans. We come from the
What
continent
do
of
me and you
Africa.
have in common, Elvis?
We're
Tell
also
me.
we're also West Africans.
No, forget West, all these location shit. What do me and you have in common?
We
We're
just told
Africans. We're
you.
Black African men. We're Negro
Give
men.
me something
Ignoramus.
specific, anything
You're
like
from the location of
culturally,
West
language,
Yeah,
Africa.
linguistic.
we're from a geographical location that is similar
Do
in
you understand
culture.
my language? Do I understand your
We're all
language?
sub-Saharan Africans.
Elvis, do I
Yes, I'm just
Elvis,
telling you,
Elvis, Elvis, do I understand your language?
we're not the same in every way, but we are similar, Mike.
No. Similar in
Phenotypically,
what?
we're similar. Racially, we're
Skin
similar.
color. Skin
Geographically,
color, right? Just skin color, that's it.
geographically, we come
No.
from similar region.
Forget geographic.
Okay,
What do you
Mike,
mean?
we're not similar. You're different than us. I like the Yoruba, so usually I don't try to
No.
go
Check this
against
out.
them.
Check this out. Do you know United States closer to
Well, no,
Liberia?
hold on.
No, hold on. Let me
The
land this.
Yoruba say that they're from a
No,
different
forget all
race.
that crap you're
No,
talking about.
that's because that's where you're trying to
Don't
go.
give me pseudo crap.
You think you guys are from a different race. You guys say the
I
Yoruba
didn't say
race.
nothing. I don't know what you're talking about.
No, don't say you said. No, I'm exposing it now. You didn't say it, but I'm saying it. You think you guys are from a
Let's
different
go to
race.
the
You said,
topic. Let's go to the topic. Let's
yeah,
go to the topic.
we're from the
Elvis,
Excuse
go
us.
and start
Yoruba
licking me. I
race.
don't want to hear you.
And you're coming here to bring that nonsense. Kadola and
Now
myself,
I'm not
we
giving
get
you
along.
nothing. I'm just trying to let Carla
No,
know
because
because
what are
all
you
this
saying? What does that even mean?
Elvis, don't get offended. You and I are not the same. Just so
No,
you know.
Calm down, brother.
you're
I
trying
don't
to
know
We the
anything
stretch
sons
about
of
something.
social tribe in
Oduduwa.
Liberia. I know nothing about
Calm
your
down, my
Yeah,
learned
nobody said we're
cousin.
the same. I'm
thank
telling you
you.
the
So tell
similarities we
Carla
have.
to start bringing me and you in the same goddamn box.
Y'all can't be
Saying,
Boy,
friends,
oh, these
no?
two Africans. I
Oh,
don't
you're
like
calm
that
African.
shit.
down.
I'm an African, bro. If an American
Dude,
is here on the panel and another
dude.
American is
You and
here,
Carla are more brothers than you
I hear
cousin
you,
and me and
Mike.
her.
You think your Yorubas are
Thank
so
you.
different, and you're
No,
not.
I never mentioned my ethnic group.
You
I'm just
you
telling
never
you.
mentioned it, but that's
You
what you're
got a Yoruba
projecting.
No,
last name, genius.
I'm just telling you. Tell
Carla, you take
Carla
over your
that
channel,
me and
man.
you
There's topics
are
on the
not.
ground.
We're not the same. We're not the same.
Yeah, we
Sorry.
get it, Mike. We're
Okay,
not the
thank you.
same.
Thank you. Let's move on. Carla, what was your question?
I mean, this
No,
guy,
I was
Carla, you just got to pass the mic from him, man. I think he's drunk tonight.
okay. Well, I'll say. Let me ask him one thing, then we move on. Now, I was just saying, Mike. Your
What?
opinion on, like I said for tonight's show, is that black people in America, the most American thing you can do is become a black nationalist or black African nationalist, because the same spirit that built America is the spirit that I'm talking about in Afghanistan. Now you
That's
said
not
earlier
good.
that I represent 2%. Maybe I do. I'm only looking for like 10%. If I get that 2% to 10%, I won. See how easy it is?
You don't want the same spirit that built America.
Oh, yes, I do. Yes, I do.
No, you don't.
Yes, I do. So, in other words, King Good, right? So I'm glad you called in tonight. I'm glad you called in tonight. Because I did this topic because I knew you would call in, right? And I
Look,
always
I'm the number one draft pick when it comes to black
hold up,
nationalism. Everybody want me on their team.
hold up. My whole thing is this: I do titles to bait people. People don't know they're being baited.
Nah, you can't bait me, brother.
Hold up.
I'm the candy man. When you say my name, I appear. I don't duck no smoke.
King Good, right? Do you know what nationalism means?
Nationalism, when you're an advocate of your nation.
Okay,
Black nationalism
what
is
is a
about
nation?
separatism because we don't have a
Hold
nation.
up. A nation is we the people. You have to have some sort of sovereignty, autonomy.
And when they said we the people, we were enslaved.
Hold up. You could be in bondage together. That don't mean you're together. That's a problem in Black America.
I'm talking about the ethics and the morals of America.
We
what
never
it was
had
built on.
Hold up. I'm saying like this. America had enough sense to say, as corrupt as we are, racist as we are, we want a space where we can practice liberty. the pursuit of happiness. Now, all of that. Now, I say that that's what they want to do, but their happiness meant our misery, right? Can we agree on that? Their happiness meant taking land away from Native Americans, right?
Yeah. I like speaking too much grammar.
Hold on. I'm saying that the spirit of 1776 of liberty, independence, and individual rights, which I believe. Do you agree with in individual rights?
Yes.
All right, there we go, right there. So that's strike one. Do you believe in liberty?
Liberty just means freedom. So
that
coincides with individual rights.
So hold on. So how can you say that
if you don't have individual rights, you don't have freedom?
You guys are just arguing blindly, man. Come on, just get to a point, man. God damn.
Hold up. Where do you think black liberation came from? The term liberty.
Because we were in bondage in the American.
You guys are keep saying two different. Get to a point. What's the point you're making? God Lord.
Calm down, my old my cousin.
Hold on. The point I'm trying to make is the colonists in America felt they were being bonded with taxation without representation.
Yes.
All those things, right?
Gala, that's not a point.
Argument, right? Now, we have an argument that we were being enslaved and a land that we had no rights. So I say that our version should be have our own land where we can have our own exercise on liberty.
Yes, that's not a new idea, Kala.
Okay, Kala wants to have a land. That's the point. Kala wants to have his own land. That's the point. We get that.
Now,
so what is this guy's response to that?
It's plenty of people that have had that idea before.
The motto of Liberia was the love of liberty brought us here.
You gotta stop the seed.
Okay. Let me referee both of you. Let me referee both of you. Calm down.
What your movement never did was it never gave anybody any land and never was able to give anybody any liberation.
Okay. Let me referee this. What Kala just said. Hold on, before you respond. Let me break it down. What Kala just said. Kala wants a land of his own and a liberty to establish his own thing, separate himself from the white man. So, what is your response to that?
We agree on that part. The part we disagree on is he wants to build it in Africa, and I say since we already in America,
can you tell him?
Okay, Kala, wait. Kala, now let me break it out what you just said. He said he agree with you that you should have your own land and your own freedom.
No, but he doesn't want.
Oh wait, Kala, hold on. Don't wait. Before you will respond. Let me just like my statement. What he said, but the difference is that he wants it in America. He doesn't want it in Africa. So, what is your response to that?
My point is this. You're not going to have liberty if somebody else has autonomy or rulership.
And that's the same thing that they were telling the Americans that you were talking about.
Hold on. America went to war.
Well, Kala, wait. You can have autonomy if you have your own space.
Yeah,
Kala, the Chinese in America are Chinatown.
They don't have their autonomy.
No. Kala,
they can't have a military. They can't have weapons. They can't have.
So Kala, what you want is to have military and guns.
Yes, a nation, a nation of our own.
Mike, I'm saying like this.
You need a country.
Oh, Chris. I mean, sorry, I was thinking somebody else. I'm thinking my boy Chris Brazen. The idea of the fact that in America, Black people don't have a deterrent factor. That means a lot. That means you have a means like Black Wall Street. We tried to build a Black Wall Street, a thriving Black community.
Well, that's when racism was going on 80 years ago. 2026, no one is being racist.
Hold up. My thing is this. It doesn't matter, right?
Kala 2026, no one is doing that stuff. Burning down Wall Street anymore.
Fortified, right?
Kala, if you're a white man go born on his district, they'll put you in jail.
The fact that we settled, right, for a situation which we could not protect what we built. Rosa was taken.
Well, Kala, that was back then. But we're in different time now.
No, we're not in different times.
We are in different time, Kala. No white man can just go burn down a goddamn shopping mall.
I'll never believe that.
Kala, can a white boy just go burn down a shopping mall in 2026?
Look, a few years
ago. Kala. If you go to Dallas and Houston, all these Kala. There are Africans, Nigerians building goddamn malls and bigger Black Wall Street. If a white man go burn it down, insurance company will pay for it. You got insurance in 2026, Kala. You didn't have insurance back then.
30 years ago, the federal government went into the Branch Davidians and burned their fucking compound out, killed
There
black
was no
people.
insurance. Kala.
So,
Insurance will pay for it this time.
and also, not only that, but you're talking nonsense. Let me go on to Elvis. Go ahead, bro.
What do you mean is nonsense?
Yeah, you're talking a bunch of nonsense, man.
Insurance will pay for it. If you go burn my business, insurance will pay for it.
So
Kala, I have a business. I have insurance on my property. If you burn it down, insurance will pay for it.
Get out of here, man. Get out of here with that shit.
Am I lying?
Hey,
Don't say get out of here. Just tell me if I'm lying.
That ain't not
Elvis, tell him.
Mike, stay off the sauce, Mike. We like to talk to
Kala
you, but
just want to
sometimes
stay perpetual victimhood.
when you're charged with Mike, you don't make a lot of sense. But look, hello, Carla. I hope you're doing better, man.
Because I said we're not the same earlier, right?
No, it's not that. It's just that when you
You just
come
want
on
to be
the
Nigerian, right?
no, when you come on the platform, you don't have a social awareness to know when to be quiet, when to listen, when to engage. You're just kind of on go the whole time, and it's disruptive
Related to what? Specifically to what?
to the conversation. Once you just came in the conversation, you
No,
couldn't even let
specifically
Carla
to what
speak.
I said. You have to put it. You have to put
Yeah,
context to it.
there you go. That's exactly what I said is what you're doing. But let me
You're
just
not
get to the
saying
point.
anything. You're not saying anything.
Okay, fine. Let me get to the point. Look,
Okay, make no points. Go ahead.
yeah. I hear you, Mike.
Talking a circle.
What I say, you're just proving it. But let me just get to the point.
You're just gonna
So,
talk in a circle and make no point, no sense
uh,
at all. Go ahead.
okay, I hear you, Mike. So, as regards to what Carla was talking about, you know, to
Mm,
black nationalism
mm-hmm.
and stop doing that, man. This I'm addressing
You're not
Carla.
gonna make any sense. Trust me. You're just gonna
You
talk for
just
like
want to
3
interrupt,
minutes
Mike.
and no
Stop,
sense.
stop ad-libbing. Just be quiet for a second, man. So, what's different about Kyla and what's different about you know King, good King Justice? I heard him on Dynasty's platform, and he impressed me a little bit on that show. You remember the show with the girl, with the lady that came on, and that was a really good conversation. I enjoy that, and I enjoy his submission. But the point here is, he's telling Kyla that what happened in Liberia, was an opportunity that unfortunately failed. And for Kyla idea, I just want to hear what he would do differently because, of course, he's not probably going to live amongst the native. He wants his own plot of land that's exclusive for African Americans who's going to be there.
My point I'm trying to make is
Kyla, I'm getting to the point. Let me get there, and you can take over. The point is that Justice, I think he has a different approach, and perhaps he doesn't think it's feasible on the continent because he's well established here. African Americans are well established in this country,
what's the
so he
point of
probably,
anything in America?
yeah, he probably doesn't want to.
We
He
already
probably
got
doesn't want to go. Kyla, let me finish it, Kyla. Just hold on. You get it. And I'm saying that when Kyla say things like "I gave up on Liberia" and this and that, and Kyla, to be honest with you, we've been listening to you now for maybe going on 3 years, man. You haven't made any. You might think this is an attack. You haven't made any tangible approach to get the Afghanistan established. You are exclusive of Africans when it comes to those of us who listen to you and engage with you. So that's why we don't even try to help you because you blatantly say that we're not part of it. Fine. So we don't engage you. But outside of us, we haven't seen any tangible action. So what makes you better than King Justice in regards to having your own place to be?
First of all, when I say that, right, I'm not talking about individual Africans, whatever like that. I'm like this. Let me tell you something, Elvis, right? If you ever listen to what I have to say, right, you understand, right? Most of my philosophy comes from Taoism. You know what Taoism is?
Forget what Taoism is, Kala.
We don't practice Chinese
Taoism.
religion.
What you
Tyler.
want is you want black people to be one
You're a
white
black
people.
man.
A lot of my
Do you
philosophy,
really even understand Taoism, Kyle?
hold on. A lot of my philosophy comes from, and the way I approach the world comes from Taoism, right? It means
In the East, that's why we call it Afrikstan.
Hold on. But the thing is, we've been taking Islam, Christianity, Arabic, also like that. And I have a different approach. I studied martial arts for years and whatnot. So I said to myself, let's try a different approach, right? And I said to myself, everything is about
You
balance.
the Samurai Jack Negro.
Hold up. Everything's about balance in the world. Right? And so listen to this very carefully.
That's mystery school teaching. You can't teach me about
Hold on.
mystery school teaching. I'm an expert on that.
Why don't you listen to what I'm saying first before you talk? right? Now, when you made a comment that I don't want Africans involved, no, I never said that, right? I'm saying my Africanness is my yin. My African Americanness is my yang. Inside of my yang is a strong sense of yin. That means I still have an affection for Africa, a love and affection for Africa. That's part of my yin inside my yang. In my yang,
you mean like Africa, like Libya or Tunisia?
I say, I'm trying to have a serious conversation, and you saying stupid stuff, you know?
It's not stupid. Tunisia is part of Africa.
My ancestors come from.
You don't understand the concept of yin yang, Mike. Let him explain it. Just listen.
Okay,
You learn.
so the bottom line is this: I'm saying that yes, when you look at me, the Tower of Kala and the Tower, I did a show on this, right? My yang, right? Some people don't get it, right? I'm African American. That comes first. That's my yang. That's my forward energy, right? The yin energy is my Africanist. You know,
That's his ori. Mike, you understand that, Mr. Babalawo?
That's not. You dumb dummy.
What I'm saying is
how does that mean the ori?
My approach to an Afghanistan is from my yang energy, right?
That's why I say you're from Liberia.
I'm saying that, of course, I would not be a real African or black man if I excluded Africans from what I'm doing. But they can't be the yang. That's a difference.
Well, Kala, who cares? What is your point, Kala?
I don't know, but you don't care. I'm not looking for people like you anyway.
What is your point? What is your point?
My point I'm trying to make is Elvis made the that Kala, what would Kala do different in Liberia, right? Like Liberia. I'm saying like this. This is a problem with Liberia and America, right?
You can't compare Liberia and America. America is the number one country in the world. Liberia is a shit old country. It's like the number bottom in the world. You can't be comparing two.
I'm answering what Elvis asked.
Jeez, Mike. You're slurring a lot, bro.
Every single in a million years ask you to compare Liberia with America.
I'm not comparing two. Please let me finish what I'm saying. Don't put words in my mouth. What I'm saying is the problem with both Liberia and America. Both was talking about liberty, right? But the thing is, it got lost in translation, right? The liberty that America was talking about was for Anglo-Saxons, Europeans, and white people. Somewhere along the line, we read those words of Patrick Henry, liberty, give me that, and we thought this included us, which was a mistake, right?
Who thought? You or everybody?
My fucking page is talking. In Liberia, right? You had people said, "But my God, I was in." Look at my last video where I did the monuments, J.J. Roberts Monument in Liberia a couple months ago when I was there. The people on the ground, thank God I'm here, I'm free and whatnot. Well, the native.
That's not true, Kala. Most Liberians want to come to America.
Okay, whatever.
That's not what he's talking about.
Most Liberians want to flee to America.
No, he's talking about when the settlers first went to Liberia, what they were saying.
That's not what they were saying.
My point I'm trying to make is they had this thing said with the love of liberty brought us here, right? Over a time period, right? The native Liberian who already had their own establishment, right, began to believe in something that was not their story. And that's where the confusion came in. You know, the love of liberty was meant for a group of people who came here out of bondage in the West to seek liberty, agency over their life.
Kala, those people that came to Liberia where they were working for U.S. governments, they kept the American citizenship.
Kala, let me add to what you said, right? To put this in context. Take the 14th Amendment, for example, that a lot of African Americans say is their amendment, right?
Yeah, right.
And it gives them inclusion in the United States, and they can see themselves being a part of it.
Let me get out of here. It's like a Liberian conversation, man. I'm not interested in Liberia, man.
I hear you, Mike. So if
Liberia today is
Mike, come on, you're being disruptive, man. Let me speak. So if you look
I believe you on Cal.
Oh my.
Now he's being fucking drunk and
he's drunk tonight.
And shit like that.
So if you look at Liberia, like you said, initially they made the country in their image, but as they brought in more people, like what happened with the 14th Amendment, for example, they should have included others in that constitution that they too can see their reflection within the nation. So that's what I'm saying to you. What would you do different? I don't know if King Justice is here because I'm trying to see the dichotomy between you two, or maybe the synthesis. in terms of your approach. Because you'll probably do things different for sure, Carla, if you had your own chance to start your own place. But my disappointment here is that you're not doing enough. Respectfully, this is your thing.
My whole thing is this. I'm like this, like I say, I just basically like the countries I'm talking about. Whatnot, I have to go there. And I tried to rely on people for years. You know how many people I've sent to different parts of Africa. Nothing came out. I figured I'm like Thanos. Fine, I'll do it myself. That's what I figured. I get to the point where by the end of the year, early next year, I'm going to be on the continent. And I'll probably be on the continent more than I do. I'm probably be on the continent for a few months next year. I'm coming back with something.
All right, Carla, let me go for like 2 minutes to answer what Elvis was saying. Because really, this is based on logistics. I used to say the best place for our nation was Africa, but then I thought about it. First of all, I looked at what was going on with like the Fulani situation, what we got going on in South Africa. And I said, if we do build something, we're going to have invasion for day one. But let's just look at it logistics wise. To build an actual nation, you first got to build a movement. To build a proper movement, you're going to need about 1,000 people bare minimum that's working hard for this idea. To get 1,000 people hold on. To get 1,000 people to Africa versus getting 1,000 people to Mississippi, Louisiana.
You guys have been around for
Carla, he asked you to speak, Carla. I really want to hear him too.
You bet, you guys been around for 60 years. I've been following you guys for 60 years.
Carla, and the idea for us to build a nation in Africa has been around longer than that. Martin Delaney was talking about that before the Civil War.
You think these people, based on what you just saw with the gerrymandering, these people are going to uproot white people out of the South 4 or 5 states and make them move? So
Carla, can you give him extended time to make his point?
The same critique has to be sent to you because you have to get your land from
the land I'm looking at is unoccupied.
Carla, let me just
look. You still have to go to an existing country to get land.
Guys, can we let Justice speak, man? I'm really interested in hearing the dude speak, and we can't even give him a chance, man. Damn.
No, what I see here, Elvis, right?
Let him speak, please.
Elvis, we should not be beating the drum of what Carla think in his mind and what is the reality. In Africa, you see what happened to the Igbo man who will try to maybe crown himself in South Africa. You see what happened?
Kodola, I've been disappointed in you the last couple of times I've heard you. You're my big bro, but you've been saying some things that's really ruffled my feathers. For example, you've been spewing a lot of hatred and derogatory statement against the Igbo people. I don't know what you have against Igbo.
No. We just have to be honest.
You did our own Dynasty show the last two successive shows. Yeah, I don't know why you keep doing that. What's the problem with the Igbo?
Got the $100 bills and they be tricking with the ladies.
Elvis, let's just be honest. You go to establish a kingdom somewhere, right? Which is fake. It will never happen, right? It costs a lot of death, a lot of destruction, a lot of looting. If we don't say it now, if you start migrating to somewhere else territory, you start misbehaving over there, they start blaming everybody in Nigeria, then we have to say who's doing it. Not all of us have such a mind.
So you think all the bad people in Nigeria comes from the Igbo stock?
Lately, they've been giving us bad names a lot.
Oh, you see, that's what I'm saying. How can you say that, man?
The Fulani band.
I never thought you was a bigot. You like the Fulani. You like those Fulani ruling you, and you dislike your brothers.
No, Elvis, I'm not a big. See, Elvis, we be having a lot of this problem. If you check in Ghana, they mentioned the Igbo king, right? Okay, South Africa, they went over there, even when it's fake or not. We still got problem, but we bear the whole load. Most of us don't go to places try to be, doing some serities that is bad. When we know you're just there temporarily. Let me come to this topic. I told Carla, gone are those days. Africa is far ahead. You can't come to start establishing no damn land or country. You live in the United States.
Kidola. I don't care what you think. I'm gonna do it.
You live in the United States, right?
Kidola,
majority of your people.
Kidola, all you need to know is don't be there standing in the way. That's all you need.
I know I'm not standing no way, but I'm gonna look at you from far. But there's nobody. But there's nobody. There's majority of your people are not coming. to majority of Kala, that's your own topic, Kala. That's your own mind, Kala. You want to move to Africa and get your own country.
And I'm gathering more people, more support every day. You know what I mean? Also, a lot of my support coming from Black Americans who live already on the continent. Because they see all the shit they don't like. And they're like, man, Kyle, I like your idea. So I already got a good number of Black people. I got Chris Praise in the chat room.
Kala, you ready to? Okay, Kala, you ready to?
There's a difference between ideas and materials on the ground.
Kala, are you ready to fight? Are you ready to fight?
We already own land in the South right now.
Are you ready to fight? Are you ready to fight a war?
Yes.
How?
With what army?
Are you ready to die for a land? Are you ready to die for?
And what armies?
I'm saying we're
Kala, are you ready to die for a land? Are you ready to die for a land? It's not for your ancestors. I'm asking you that, Kala.
If you're gonna start that scary ass shit, I'm gonna drop you.
No, that's not scary. Those are
I don't want that scary talk.
That's a simple question, Kala. You won't answer.
Hold on. Do not talk scary on my platform.
Drop it, Kala. I'm telling you, South Africa, I would die for my land.
I don't give a damn about South Africa. I know what
I would put my chest on AK-47 for my father's land.
So
I would die for my father's land. You're not going to die for you. You're not going to die for African land.
You just
better die for my tribe.
You just better be lucky.
I'm telling you this. You're telling me what?
You just better be lucky.
Go attack my tribe. So I will ask you what happened. I would take a bullet for my tribe.
Calm down. Break it down.
You just better be lucky. We're not trying.
No, I'm telling Carla. You see South Africa. What is going on in South Africa? Those guys want to cut off the head of that Igbo man because of their father's land.
Yeah, Kidola, you might have to.
Kidola, it's not just about the evil man. It's greater than just the one evil man. Why you keep harping on that, man? Come on, Kidola. I thought you were better than that, man.
You're gonna have to eat those words, Kidola, with those Fulani coming up in Benin State. So
we're fighting them. Do you know what
you were praising them on Dynasty's platform. You had nothing negative to say about them when you're attacking your people.
No, but they're not the one. But they're not the one. It's our local people involving with them. We have to also say the truth. It's all about business.
You're scared to fault.
Is your boss a Fulani in Nigeria, Kidola? So you don't want to speak against the Fulani?
Did they threaten
Elvis, it's not the Fulani that is doing all the bad things. Our local men.
Really, Kidola, when we hear about what's going on with the banditry in the northern part of the country, that's not the Fulanis?
Yeah, but there's no Fulani taking my father's. There's no Fulani taking my father's land.
Don't pay for the Fulanis, man.
Have you, Kidola, have you been abducted by a Fulani? Cough 3 times if you're okay. Or something.
I think Kidola got some business partners who are, how do you call them? Aboki, the Aboki. Maybe you got a Aboki godfather, and he doesn't want to,
What's going on in Benue State? Who's responsible?
Okay, to this topic. Black Americans are billionaires and millionaires. Buy Georgia, buy Tennessee.
Oh yeah.
Buy all these places. They're turning to be yours.
All right, yeah, okay.
No, Kyla, let's look. Realistically, you saying
you got look.
No, let me just finish, bro, and you can respond to what I'm saying. You don't even know what I'm saying, and you trying to respond.
Do you guys got one county?
Come on, look. Do you have one county in Africa?
No. You guys been around for 60 years.
That's what I'm saying. Every critique that you levy to the Republic of Africa can be levied to the African.
You guys been around.
My family has 120 acres in Mississippi right now.
That don't mean that we're gonna do it 100 acres.
That means a lot. How many acres you got in Africa? How many acres you got in Africa, Colin?
You got plenty of acres of land. My family
don't have no acres in no country. Let's be real.
What are we gonna do with it? We leased it out to the damn white man. We all live in New York, and we leased it out to the damn white man. Come on.
No, I'm talking about in Africa. What land do you have?
Well, Colin, you're trying to disparage the Republic of Africa. Those guys did something tangible. Respect in regards to you, respectfully. What have you done with your movement that anybody can see? What is a building? What is a headquarters?
Hold on. No, I don't want to see the money. King, put a video up in the chat room about the Republic of New Africa, what they did. I'll play it right now, and there will be a judge. Find the video.
No problem. I got you. But this is what I'm saying. You saying that look.
You're right. I'll say
you saying that the American. I'm getting the video right now, but just reply to this. You're saying that the American government not going to allow us to do anything. Listen, bro. You got to stop that, Colin. You got to reply to what people are saying instead of what you think they're saying.
Okay, go ahead. I know where you're going with this.
You're saying that the American government is not going to allow us to do anything, bro. Once you live in Africa, the same thing could be levied to you in Africa. So either way, a war is inevitable. Let me finish what I'm not done, bro. Either way, if you want to build a nation in Africa, you want to build a nation in America. Either way, a war is inevitable, bro. So why would you choose to fight your own people instead of the white man that enslaves you?
So what? We've been in a war for 500 years there. So what the hell do I care?
Yes, that's what I'm saying. Why won't we just finish it off and build our land here instead of going to Africa? You're going to have to fight them to do that.
Hold on, let me point I'm trying to make is this. I don't believe in COINTELPRO. I don't believe the federal government is trying to stop you.
You don't got to believe it. It's a fact.
I don't believe it. I just
do. I don't believe in COINTELPRO.
Floyd McKenzie, he was affiliated with you guys. He tried to build Soul City.
Floyd McKenzie was building Soul City. He was not about the Republican New Africa.
He got federal funds, like $30 million.
Yes, that wasn't the Republican New Africa.
And it still failed.
Okay, so if Floyd McKenzie was a world-renowned economist, what makes you more qualified than him?
The government got the blessings of the Nixon administration and whatnot, and they failed, right? Because Nixon was like, y'all want to build your own communities there? They'll go right ahead. We'll give you the money. And y'all still failed.
Floyd McKenzie wasn't.
So, Kyla, are you saying you're more capable of starting a city or a town than those people were?
Elvis. The bottom line is this, right? The country I'm looking at, let's say I'm talking about Angola, and I know a lot of Angolans, right? They got like $100 billion sovereign wealth fund. And my handler Celeste said, I put the proposal for an African or city state, whatever like that. But who picked it up? That Dr. Arikana. She picked it up and ran with it, because she was over at the same time when it got introduced in Angola. So the bottom, she calls it Wakanda.
So Tyler, I want Good Justice to flesh out his idea because I'm not familiar with it. Because a lot of people think it's impossible and improbable.
My thing is this. So the country in Angola was like telling me, and Zambia, right? They were telling me, what the hell are you guys waiting for? Zambia came to America in 2019, right? The western part of Zambia called Barotse land. If you look at Barotse land over there, it's Southern Africa is so developed, right? Barotse land got abandoned towns and cities, right? They're already built. They got sewer systems, highways, light poles, everything like that. But it was abandoned because they tried to become an independent and they ended up joining the Republic of Zambia. But the Barotse land people got wind that some African Americans wanted to build a homeland in Africa, and they came to the University of Virginia in 2019, and there was a Barotse celebrate. Look it up. There was a Barotse independence movement that my boy Poopoy said I shouldn't get involved with it because that place is volatile. But they invited all of us over and said, look at this as a place that you guys could build a state, homeland. But,
so why haven't you been engaging them, Kyla, if that's a possibility?
I have been engaging them, right? Look, in 2020, right? I sent the team that was supposed to go to Angola and Zambia. Then COVID comes along, right? So that got delayed, right? So I said, look, the first mission in Africa, I said, something, I'm going to go to Liberia. So 2021, I went to Liberia, right? I must go to Liberia a few times before I get to Zambia and Angola because it's so far away. Now I'm in a position now where I can start dealing with those two countries. I got my feet wet and go to Africa, right? Going to Africa is nothing to me now. I can go to
who's backing you up? Who's backing you up?
Look, dude, when the time comes, I got plenty of people backing up. You don't worry about it, Kidola. I don't have no dusty, dirty Nigerians. That's all you need to know.
See, and that's another reason why, Kyla, look, when you're talking about building a movement, you can't be saying shit like that.
I do say it because I want them away from me.
You've isolated everybody and you're not bringing together cohorts of people who really want to help you, Colin.
People need to stay away from me. You know,
Mm.
if you're against what I'm saying, stay the fuck away. That's it. All I'm saying.
You only think people are against you because you antagonize everybody. You antagonize everybody, Colin.
If you could look at Black America, 500 years of a group of people that have no power, no deterrent, no nothing, no decision making, whatnot, and think that's okay, shut your mouth about what I do.
Now, none of us agree that it's okay. We just agree on the message to remedy the situation.
You're telling me it's okay. The bottom line is, I believe we need to part ways with white America.
Colin, you a bit of a contrarian.
Look, I believe that we should part ways with white America altogether.
Yes, I agree with that too.
No, trying to build something in America where you know that they got to still run the power grid, they got to run the water systems. They got to still.
But who says that? You're saying that.
Hold on. Okay, Louisiana, that long bridge that goes across that lake right there from one side to another. Who's going to control that?
If we talking about an independence movement, we talking about separation.
I like your plan. I like your plan, but you were telling us now you want to leave the white man, but you were telling us you can't leave the white man.
Do you think the Tuaregs want to leave Timbuktu and control Mali, or do you think they have plans of taking
a new suspension bridge in Charleston, South Carolina? Who's going to control that?
Answer this question: the Tuaregs in Mali. Do you think they're going to leave Timbuktu control of Mali, or are they trying to take control of that?
I don't care.
We're talking about a separation movement, Carla.
Look, so how and whatnot, that's not me, but they're all black though, you know?
You're not understanding what I'm saying, bro.
So look, there's 3.5 million people in Mississippi, right? Out of 3.5 million, Mississippi is one of the smallest populated states, right? There's only 1 million black people in there. How you gonna get black people to get the majority of white people to leave the state and you replace them with black people?
2 more million black people move down and build infrastructure and like all the way. Colin, you can't ask a question and then talk when somebody answering.
This is what I'm talking about. When your movement are a bunch of people hanging on a bunch of idiots, right? Who's going to control the grid and the critical infrastructure?
Carla, if we're talking about an independence movement,
you guys don't have the means. Currently, right now in Mississippi, you guys control nothing. Show me one district you control.
What do we control in Africa right now, bro? We move at ground zero.
We got black countries in Africa.
What does Africa stand control in Africa?
The worst. We can just simply build communities in Africa. We don't need
what does Africa? We're not talking about that. We're talking about building a nation.
We couldn't even build independent communities.
We're talking about building a nation.
Justice.
Hold up. This is another thing. Okay, I'm gonna say it once. I'm gonna say it for all. If you look at what I'm saying, I never said the country had to be a republic or a nation. I said Africa it could be a semi-autonomous territory, so long as it has self-governance. You know, some sort of autonomy.
You don't have self-governance if you're not independent, and you're not a nation without that.
Hold up.
See, once again, you're moving the goalpost.
You incorporate a town or a city, you got a municipality. I'm looking at municipality.
You can do that in America, brother. That's not independence.
Hold up. You guys had 60 years. Have you guys built one municipality?
Carla, you're 60 years old. You've been around just as long as Republican America.
Hold up. You guys had 60 years. Right,
you had 60. Okay, you had 30 years. What did you get done in 30 years?
You're being disingenuous.
No, I'm not.
You're following people that were grown when I was born.
Brother.
Like somebody want to tell you the truth, you saw the person, you want to take the person out of your panel. Carla, I'll tell you this, Carla. You're not too far from my age, Carla. If you come and sell me this kind of product, I will hold your shoulder. I will put my hand on your shoulder and talk to you if you're ready to die.
Oh, boy.
I will take a walk with you on the valley of death and show you a lot of things that will happen if you go on this path. If you're not ready to die, you're not ready to fight, don't go there.
Kiddo, I was born ready.
Okay, let's
don't go there.
We haven't seen the evidence, Carla. I'm saying this out of love and respect. Don't think I'm trying to or trying to disrespect you. You haven't seen that extra step, that extra effort, Colin.
To prove nothing to anybody when the time comes.
It ain't about that, Colin. If you're talking about fighting,
You know?
what militia do you have control of right now, bro?
Not even going to the extreme of fighting, but just taking tangible actions to see your efforts coming to fruition, or even setting the foundation for it. I haven't seen that from you, Colin.
Right? When people come around, and I'm the architect, right? I say in Africa it could be a collection of small municipalities merged into one federation. We don't know how it's going to end up.
So you haven't formulated a concrete plan yet, Colin. All the years you've been having this idea, you haven't come up with a concrete plan.
You understand something? I'm the architect, right?
Of what?
People are going to come after me, right? And bring their own ideas to this. I'm not going to be like, I'm a dictator when that.
And that's exactly what Republic of New Africa is. People coming after the people that laid down the foundation. The difference is we actually have a foundation.
Hold on. You guys basically, you talk about the South of the United States, you guys have nothing. Now,
I think if you had a different personality, you know, you probably would have had more success. If you had a more endearing personality, more people would have gravitated towards you and really helped you out.
I don't believe in a million years that the federal government tried to sabotage you. I don't believe it.
All you got to do is Google the COINTELPRO files and they'll tell you themselves. Okay, who wrote them? Who wrote them?
Use COINTELPRO as an excuse. You know what you call Eldridge Cleaver said? He said COINTELPRO was bullshit. It was made.
You know what? He was also a rapist, a self-admitted. What are you talking about, Colin?
Y'all want to discredit him because he exposed her. He said, "Man, that was bullshit."
No, he turned into a Republican after being a Black Panther.
We weren't serious. We were out there trying to.
Your heroes are a crazy group of people,
like,
bro.
You know, he said,
you look up to some of the weirdest people, dog.
He said he goes. Nobody was serious back then. You guys,
you always protect these and defend these, rapists and.
I don't know nothing about that.
Protect Bill Cosby, and now we're protecting this guy.
Went to a protracted war in the United States of America wasn't serious, but you serious?
Hold up, you guys always say when you ask them.
Next year, going to protect Malika Z. York. He's also a rapist. Yahweh Ben Yahweh, a rapist.
You ask Farrakhan, why didn't you get that? What happened to that $1 billion from Gaddafi? Well, see, the federal government stepped in and get the fuck out of here. Negroes got every damn excuse,
Okay, what excuse do you have then, bro?
Look, I don't have
just as old as some of these people.
I have not collected nobody's money. I have not gotten on public TV. I have not. The Republic of New Africa was interviewed by one of the biggest journalists in history. The Republic of New Africa was interviewed by Bill Buckley. They had that experience.
What does that mean?
Show. Now he's a top conservative in America. He had one of the largest television broadcasts in history. Bill Buckley. He was on that show. So they were out there. Their name was out there.
We still out here. We still gonna build this nation.
And after 60 years, you got nothing to show for it. After all that exposure, you have nothing. But I'm nobody. I just got a YouTube channel.
Republic of New Africa is way more suppressed than the civil rights movement and a lot of other things that they teach us about. Nobody is talking about the Republic of New Africa in school. Let's be real, bro.
Yeah, Colin, they put them in a group. The FBI classified that group, so they watch them, they monitor them, they try to infiltrate them.
Yeah, they're gonna do something, man. When it really comes down to it, man, the FBI used to get bored watching you do, so they ain't doing nothing.
Colin, respectfully, they've done more than your
crazy.
They haven't done nothing because I'm just now out there getting started, right? These guys been out there. You should be telling me something.
Okay, when did you start your African movement, Colin? What year?
Look, I've been a student for 30-some years, right? I'm not a leader. I never had a following. The only following I have is people listen to me online. That's it. So I never had an organization. I never had
the BAIO.
You had a BAIO, and that fell apart. Those are the things you should have been doing, Colin. Leaders bring people together. They don't divide people.
Right? That's not a brick and mortar organization.
No, just because you didn't buy a building don't mean it ain't an organization.
These guys had exposure. They were on TV. They were part of down with Cobra. They was down with the Black Liberation Army. They was
that was the same groups of people, bro. That's what you don't understand.
Republic of New Africa had a major seat at the Gary Convention of 1971. They had a major seat in a delegation. They had all that.
I like Black America. I like Black America way of fantasy. I do really respect people way of the way people see things. You know, people have a lot of dreams, and that dreams, and that's what, yeah, that's what Martin Luther King followed. You know, a lot of dreams, and dreams is hard to. Sometimes dreams is very hard to accomplish.
Yeah, Carla, you
You
did a
know,
show on fear yesterday, right, or the day before.
Shit.
I do think you are fearful of actually
Yeah, you
getting on the
scared of
ground and
America.
engaging people about getting land in Africa to
You
start your
scared of the
African.
white man army. You know he gonna kick you in the ass, and you ain't gonna do nothing about it.
Color need to have.
You always find excuses of why it won't happen instead of going and doing it.
If I'm responding,
Color need to buy. Color need to buy about 20 acres of land to start first. Need a lot of money to start that business.
I'm talking. Let me talk, right? If I was fearful, I'd shut this platform down and do something else because I'm taking a risk doing this. I'm in high level business connections, you know? I'm taking a chance doing this. So the fuck I want to be fearful for? What?
So why haven't you engaged anybody on the continent by getting the land that you want?
I go to the continent every year. What are you talking
That's
about?
what I'm saying. You're there. Why not engage people on it?
Elvis, I got fucking chapters and people all over the damn continent. What are you talking about? I got people in Kenya, Tanzania.
Colin, is it 100 people in the BAIO? Let's be real.
Yeah, I got a few thousand people.
No, you don't, bro.
Yes, I do.
No, you don't. You don't even have 1,000 people watching this show.
You know what I'm saying? So the bottom line is my people out there doing shit,
you know, if I talk that Elvis will tell me why am I against the Igbo man?
Don't mention the evil people on this show, Kadola. You have a
don't mention
you
us.
see what you see what Igbo man wanted to do in Ghana? He wanted to
Oh my God! Why you keep going back to that, Kadola? What's wrong with you, man? What are you
No, Elvis, what I mean is, Kala be saying these things, right? You need almost about 20 acres of land to bring 500 Black Americans to come to Africa to build a house. Kala, I like your show. I do like you a lot. I like your passion. Kala, just, it's okay. I'll continue listening to you.
What are you babbling
about? You know what you think, Kala.
Kala takes criticism as hatred, right?
Look. Well, first of all, Elvis, you're not gonna sit here and argue with me. I'm gonna kick you off. All right, choose your words very carefully. I'm not gonna argue with you. I don't need you critiquing me. You don't have a show. You don't have a following. You ain't doing shit.
My Kala, that's what you think of it? This whole thing?
I don't want to hear about you critiquing me. You're not on my level. And that's the fucking truth.
Well, Kala, can I ask Kala,
on my level?
Kala, what do you think? I mean, the good King Justice, what he's saying is not that far-fetched because Black people already live there in those regions.
Look, kid,
it's not that far.
Check us out, DK. I'm saying like this. You go to Mississippi, the Delta region, Mount Value, whatnot, you got Black folks that have built communities in Delta area. You got people who have built places in parts of Florida, Black Americas, parts of Florida, northern part of Atlanta, Stone Mountain. You got Black people that built up. My family's in Macon, Georgia. And whatnot. You got Black communities that are really vast and large here in the Carolinas, Virginia. And we've been doing that. But they don't follow these guys. We got thriving Black communities in America already. So what do we need them for?
We're talking about independence and nationhood, brother.
Independence outside of America. We already got that in America. We got thriving Black communities. And
we're not talking about thriving Black communities. We're talking about nations. We got thriving. It's Black American communities in Africa right now.
I'm talking about. I know for a fact of the matter is when I talk about an African, it's a stand. I would never go to Africa and tell them I'm building a nation in their country. I would never say
because they're gonna tell you it ain't happening.
Because I don't want that. whatever I'm building is going to be part.
Then why do you have black nationalism? It ain't black municipalityism.
You could say I'm a nation. Which one? When we say you're a nation state, that's a different thing.
No,
I
this
never
is why I tell you, you're just gonna end up being a Liberian nationalist, bro.
Building a nation
You
state.
don't even know how to stick to your own ideas. You don't know if you want a nation, a city, or what.
I'm gonna say, look, I want autonomous territory. We don't have nothing in the world. In other words, there's not one place. Can I point to where you at on the map and say that's where King Justice's city is?
No.
Can I point to your city dotted on the map?
And I can't point to Collar City.
Do you got a zip code?
You don't have one either, Collar.
I'm saying that I'm going to establish that. First things first. I want to say, and I can do that. You know? And I could do that in a sovereign country that says, yes, go do it, because I've been told that. Yeah, go ahead and build your own towns, your own cities. Let's see how it goes. I'm not telling them I'm going to build a whole new nation in your country and whatnot. They say, yeah, that idea was good because, you know, that's more.
And that's a completely different conversation.
And so the bottom line is this, but take time to know what I'm talking about before you start arguing me.
No, Collar, you drifting or fluid with what you're talking about. You're talking about nationalism. You're talking about nationhood. Your title says Black African Nationalist. It don't say build a municipality.
Let me get somebody your age that actually got smarts and sense. Let's get Dave on here. Dave.
Yeah, Carla, what's good?
What did we talk about when you proposed us looking at Sino County?
Yeah, like a state, like a city state,
and stuff like that, right?
Yeah, city
That's
state.
Anything about seceding Sino and becoming a nation?
No.
Bro, Colin, you talking about having military, you talking about having stock market. Those are all things that nations have, bro. Now you're saying it's going to be a city because you get back in your idea has been berated. That's why you're changing.
He talks to me on a regular basis. He understands where I'm coming from. You don't know shit about me.
You know, a stock market is a corporation, right? It's like a company, just like anything else.
How many stock markets are in America?
You got several.
It's a private company. It's not government owned.
Yeah. I was part.
The New York Stock Exchange is not owned.
I was part of a black-owned stock exchange 12 years ago called the Onyx Stock Exchange out of California.
You hear me, bro? The New York Stock Exchange is not owned by the state.
He's been talking about military and currency, bro. Yesterday, hold on, minting a gold coin. That's what nations do.
Whoa. A military, you can have a private.
No, you can have militias. He was talking about military. The United States military. It ain't the United States militia.
Hold up. You can have a private military.
And you can not talk about no private military, bro.
Yes, you could.
Kala has been talking about having government, currency, military, things that nations have. Now he's saying he don't want a nation.
I just named a private.
So let's be real. So if you're gonna have a municipality, you're gonna be a citizen of somebody else's nation.
Yeah. So
Wagner Group.
Okay, then. So you just talking about repatriation then. That ain't nationalism.
But those are two private military groups.
You're talking about repatriation. That's not nationalism. Cambone doing that right now. He's in Ghana. He's a citizen.
A citizen of America. So what?
Okay, so you're not talking about nationalism.
So yeah, nation is spirit, right? That's it.
No, nation ain't spirit, bro. That's why nobody gonna follow you.
Hold on. I am the principal architect. That's my vision.
Of nothing. You're the principal architect of nothing.
Dave could come after me, right? And he could say, Alcala, I want to take a little step further. You know, my job is to get the thing started. You know, that's all I want to do. This is going to be turned over to people like Dave, younger guys. You know,
Minister Farrakhan can say that when we say he hasn't built nothing, bro. Like that's a cop out.
Capable younger guys I know that's brave that could do this. You know, you dudes like Dark Migo, Dave. You know, I got soldiers out here. You know, so the bottom line is this: you
want to build a nation here in America, bro?
Yeah, he wants.
Georgia, South Carolina, Georgia, Mississippi.
Dave, I just wanted to say, Sinai County is off limits. That's the crew land we're gonna develop. It's gonna be
all you guys,
gonna do shit with
it's gonna be a flagship city of the crew people.
Yeah, ain't do shit with it, bro. He ain't doing shit with it.
So it's off limit, Dave. Don't even put your mind on it.
Niggas ain't even doing shit with it.
And we'll take Grand Crew too. You ain't gonna do
it. Sino, not even a lot of people live in Sino.
That's what I'm saying. That's a place that's just waiting for
50,000 people.
Yeah, just waiting for development. So it's off limits.
You give 50,000 people a township, they good.
It's over with.
Yeah, so it's off limits, Dave. Don't give Colin the idea.
I mean, look, it's once we have numbers, it's all good.
It's small.
Once we get our numbers up, it's all good.
I know Liberian man too, Elvis.
So, I'm just telling you, Dave. I mean, for me, I'm just disillusioned by everything, man. I mean,
I know Liberian man too, Elvis.
You, Dave, that already
you keep saying the same thing. I heard you, Dave.
Man.
You said it like 4 times. I heard you. I don't know what it means.
I had a guy, my boy Bobby William, right? He's in Rhode Island one night. I hung out with him a few years ago. He got mad at me one time because he thought I was a Trump supporter when I go, Colin, man, you disappoint me. I'm gonna beat you up when I see you. And we saw
right now, Elvis, it's a group of Black Americans, right, in New York, right, who want to take Liberia. They want to go to Trump, and they want to go to the military, and they want Liberia back by force. They want a country. They like Kala, but they're more radical.
Let them go take it.
You got people out here that's talking about Liberia.
Yeah, let them go. Let them go take it, Dave. It's there. It's there for the taking. They can take it.
I mean, look, if the American government comes in and say, "Okay, we're going to give this country,"
and I'm going to tell you right now,
let them go and take it.
Dave, I'm going to tell you right now, that ain't too far rebellion. You said embassy over there.
What are you going to do if they say, "Okay, we're going to get some"?
Dave, I already gave the green light. Let them go and take it. Yeah, we're not gonna fight them, Dave. If they want to take it, they can have it. It's there for the taking.
I'm gonna tell you right now, Elvis. You'll listen to what I'm saying. Elvis. The United States government, right?
So let's do it the organized way where everybody can eat.
Hey, look, check us out. Dave, I was over there last time this year. That motherfucking embassy is no joke. There's something else going on over there.
It's a military base, Carla. Come on, man.
They're not gonna let that country fall. Yeka Kolaba and no fucking. It's not gonna happen, Elvis.
What did I say, Carla? What are you attacking me for? I didn't say nothing. Don't attack me. You always want to fight with me. When I give you a good little argument, you get mad. You threaten to kick me up. It's pathetic, man. It's just like a merry-go-round with you. At your age, Carla, you should have tangibles, and you don't.
If you got what I'm saying and what King is saying, if you believe in that, fine. If you want to go with him, that's fine. You say, Kyle, I agree with him, right? But don't try to act like.
No, it's not what I said.
We're not saying the same thing.
You talking about I'm not yet. You think this is a competition, Kyle?
Because you know why? The number of African Americans that are in Liberia right now is growing. I mean,
but people are talking about it, Kyle.
What does that mean? What does that mean, Kyle?
No, what I mean is this.
What do you mean what it means? It takes any one of these slick guys. You want an FBA to go do it? Elvis?
What do you say? Is this a threat, Dave? Is this are you guys making a threat that people are going there and they're going to take over the country, Dave?
No, people are crazy. People think like that.
Cancels out the argument that Black people don't leave America.
Liberia's there, Dave. They can go take it. It's easy. It's like taking candy for a baby. They can go and take it, man.
4 or 5 states in America. You got people over there from the South Carolina, Georgia, Florida, Black Americans, in Liberia right now.
So that's what I'm saying. What does that mean? What's the importance of it?
In a Republic of New Africa that's in Africa right now.
Nobody, basically, the people that's living in those states that King Justice talking about, they ain't part of no friggin' Republic of New Africa. I know those type of
They're
people.
not part of African either, bro. No millionaires are part of African.
Liberia is part of African.
Okay, let me ask King Justice a question. Let me ask him a question. King Justice, let me ask you a question.
Yes, it is.
Go ahead.
Tyler, let me ask you a question, please. King Justice, what are
African?
Can you guys hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you, bro.
Yeah, what are some of the tangible things that the Republic of New Africa have done since you follow them?
So you're part of them. They formed the actual provisional government, something that Kyle's never gonna be able to do because he has no unifying factors about himself. They laid a blueprint, gave us a constitution and a declaration of independence, everything we need to build for a nation. All we gotta build is food, clothing, and shelter, infrastructure for our people. Kyle actually has to still build the foundation of his movement.
Let me ask you a question. Do you got money to build roads?
Do you have money to build roads?
No, we're talking about me.
No,
I'm saying,
you're not building no roads with your insurance money. What you have to do to build roads, you have to build a movement. Black America has money to build roads.
Hold up, check us out. Liberia is part of the African base camp.
No, it's not.
Here we go about Liberia again.
You just got back from Liberia.
When did Liberia become a part of it, Kyla? When did they have a vote to become a part of it?
You gave up on Liberia earlier in this episode.
I said it just can't be the homeland right now.
Well, what do you say they're part of it? Who do you mean is a part of it?
You don't know what you believe.
The Liberian voted that we're a part of this organization, Kyla? Or you just making them a part of it?
I created a group called the Association of African American Liberia. Had it for 15 years now.
What's the membership population?
Done in 15 years. You took one tour to Liberia.
Hold up. I did a tour, first African American tour to Liberia. You know?
One in 15 years.
You never did anything.
In 15 years.
Yeah, but have you ever done
15 years?
No, that was my only
15 years ago, I was in my teenager, so that don't count.
Look, my third time going to Liberia, I brought 20 people with me. That's my third time.
And that makes you Black Nationalist of the Year?
No, so the bottom line is this. What I'm trying to say is this.
Dinah's doing that right now.
Interested in Liberia.
Do we look at him like a revolutionary?
No. Well, the bottom line is this. There's a lot of people. Every time you see African Americans interested in Liberia, it all started with me.
Oh, God.
Out of here, bro. What are you
about?
If you don't people been studying Liberia, some of them their whole lives, bro. We have connection to them.
How about this? I'll give you $100 the next time you go on Dinah's show and you say, Dinah, what person made Liberia known in the Pan-African space?
No, in Dinah's space. You've been there having,
What are you talking about?
In all the spaces, right? Go to Brandon. Go to Brandon. Go to anybody out there and they'll tell you who.
So, are you telling me that Black Americans didn't know about Liberia?
Right. Those are just people who are not well read, Colin. Many people who are well read who went to school. Like you think you told Dinah's about Liberia, Colin? Dinah's father visited Liberia before. So I guarantee you didn't tell him about Liberia first. His father went to Liberia before you even knew him.
Didn't know nothing about Liberia. And
his father went there. He said his father used to talk to him about Liberia, Colin.
He didn't know anything about Liberia.
Oh boy.
That's a Davis. There's a guy named Colin Genesis.
You put a 10 on a 2 every time.
Dinah's contacted me and said, I heard you know. That's how I got first introduced to Dinah's show. I heard you know about Liberia. That was in 2018.
Dinah's posted a picture of his father in Liberia.
I know that. I know that.
So how can you say he didn't know about it at all until you got there?
He didn't know the history of the country.
Yeah, he didn't know all the details, but he knew about Liberia that it existed.
Dinah's the history of a country.
Bro, it's been people traveling to Liberia way before.
No.
Yes.
Who brought Liberia.
How do you think Robert Johnson knew about Liberia, Colin, to go in there and invest?
Look. Robert Johnson basically went over there and he made mistakes, right? And
how do you think he knew about the country?
You know, but the bottom line is this. It was me on the social media end right here and whatnot. You know, the Pan-African spaces. I was the one who brought the Pan-African spaces, Liberia.
Okay.
That's the truth.
Those guys that have those little like Egypt, those mob dudes that you saw in Liberia, you think they'll win there because of you?
No. Those guys basically came there later when I know them. I met them.
But do you think they win there because of you, Kyle?
I met them because they know who I was. They know Dinah's. They knew who I was. and whatnot.
They didn't go there because of you, Colin.
I didn't say they go there. Did I say that?
No, but you said everybody that goes to Liberia and the Pan African space is because of you.
People who don't know anything about Africa, right? Most people were going to Ghana, Kenya, and so like that. Now, Liberia is experiencing a surge. And
most of those people that go to Ghana, they know about Liberia. They just choose Ghana because it's more developed.
It's Bomani. I had to convince Bomani to put Liberia on his itinerary tours.
You know? Yeah, because a lot of African Americans are apprehensive about Liberia because of the coup or what happened in the country. So they choose to go to Ghana.
Those people. You know how hard it is to get 20 people to go on one tour?
Yeah, I'm sure it's hard if it's Liberia.
Yeah, but hold on. Bomani's tours, his biggest tours in Kenya is only like 25 people. That's it.
Yeah, people want to go to Kenya. They want to see safari. They got a lot of, excursion you can do in Kenya. Liberia is not a big tourist country.
When I brought the product,
so yeah, Colin, it was impressive. You brought 20 people. I'll give you credit for that. That was impressive.
Bottom line is this. Bottom line is, so when people say, "Oh, you just brought 2 minutes," so you try convincing. It took me 2 years of convincing, 2 years of shows, everything, talking passionately about the country and the history, and people said, "You know something? I want to give this country a chance." That's not something easy to do. So people sit there and say, "Oh,
you deserve credit for that," but also big credit go to Bomani because he really was the one that really put that together.
Well, the bottom line, I was the host, right? He was the organizer. I was the host. The people when they got off the plane, me and that girl Wayne, she was useless. But when they got off the plane, I greeted everybody at the airport. I put them on the bus and took them to the first hotel. That was me. I was the host. Everywhere we went, I was the guide. And I introduced.
Yeah, but the real logistics, putting it together, getting the hotels, doing all the things that tour guards do, that was from Bomani. He's the expert in that field.
The thing, I was the host every day, the day-to-day tour.
Did you plan the excursions?
Excuse me?
Did you plan the excursions?
Yes.
Okay. I thought you said that was Bomani's doing. Booking the hotels, the itinerary.
Hold on. Bomani didn't know where to go. I told him all the hotels to go to, and he had to check them all out, and arrange them. I said, let's go to Robertsport, Nuns Lodge. I said, let's go to the boulevard,
So you man booked it and arranged,
It wasn't as easy. He had to get the prices, all that. I said, let's, in honor of Robert Johnson, right? First African American in the modern times of building Liberia, we're going to stay, the main hotel we're staying at is the Kendija. And we did that. We stayed at Kendra for 3 nights. I said, we got to go down to Edina. It's a historic city, President
Joseph. It's good, Tyler. I'm saying you get credit for it. But you could have done it without Bomani. So credit goes to him.
The bottom line is this. And not only that, a couple of girls that were on the tour with us, didn't kind of work out, but a couple of our tour members, they basically paid for their school fees, and they're in Ghana. We gathered books. We bought books and stuff like that for the kids, pencils, backpacks for the kids' school. We adopted a couple of schools. Said we're going to be funding. The lady said we're going to be funding throughout the year, stuff like that. We made partnerships like that. So a lot of beautiful stuff came out of that tour.
No, that's all. But we're talking about your Afristan. What's the movement on your Afristan?
So look, I'm saying it's the same way that I did that, right? It's gonna be the same way when we start doing other things, bring people over.
The Afristan?
It's load of people who consider themselves conscious New Africans, citizens of the Republic of New Africa that are one in Africa now, and that are two building schools in America right now. So that don't really count.
Do you got a passport?
Yes, I have a passport, genius.
Do you got a Republic of New Africa passport?
Do you have an African passport?
No, I'm saying it don't exist. You keep saying apples and oranges. I'm telling you, it does not exist.
Neither does African.
I'm saying? So, I'm saying? It does not exist. But
neither does African.
You guys had 60-something years,
Okay, and you had 15 years and you took a tour to Liberia. So you've had no grounds broken on African. You don't own one piece of grass in Africa.
You say I didn't do nothing,
You didn't do anything in concerns of building a nation, which you're not saying ain't gonna be a nation.
Why you keep talking about building a nation? You ain't building a nation, and I'm not.
You didn't either, and I'm younger than you.
All I'm saying is,
I'm half your age.
I'd rather build municipalities, towns, districts.
Yeah, now you're saying that because you've been challenged on your idea. You know that don't make no sense because nobody's gonna let you build a nation in Africa. So now you're saying it's gonna be a municipality.
The freedom to build anything I want on the African continent because, like we told you,
no, you're not. You're gonna be subject to the laws of the nation that chooses.
Tyler, he's right. You're gonna be ruled by the Africans, and you said you would never allow that to happen.
You're gonna have you're gonna have an African passport, Colin.
You know what I'm saying? Look. The bottom line is this, I can live in any country in Africa with a U.S. passport, if I have to.
Oh, so you want to keep your U.S. passport after talking about this African
nationalism, bro?
The day comes where we can make that decision, but that won't be in my lifetime.
Oh, wow. So 1776 is right all along. You still tether to this country, and you don't want to give it up for an inch.
No. The bottom line is
sabotage the younger generation.
Let me tell you a little parable, right? I said the man who plants the tree and keeps planting that tree, knowing that he won't be allowed to benefit from the shade from it.
You're not planting no trees.
Well, Kyle, is the tree planted?
So the bottom line is this. So that's what I'm doing. I'm planting the seeds.
Is the tree planted?
I'm planting the seeds.
Oh, you just planting the seeds. Okay.
Elvis, you got one more time, make a stupid comment, and you're gone. We're good. You think I'm joking? If you like being on my panel talking to me, talk to me with respect.
You don't like pushback, Colin.
No, I like pushback. I don't mind people pushing back, but I don't like disrespectful tones. And I get people tell me all the time. They say, why the fuck you let Elvis talk to you like that? And right now what I'm doing is I'm checking it because people are getting on me. They're like, we see you as a leader, Colin. Why do you like this? Ahmed said the same thing. Why the fuck you have Elvis on your show? I said, I give everybody a chance. But time and time again, this motherfucker keeps coming up here disrespecting me.
You think I'm disrespecting you, Kyle?
Look, Elvis, I'm warning you. If you don't like being on my show, you can drop down and don't come back. If you're a grown-ass man, there's certain things. If I go on Dinah's show, you ever think I would talk to Dinah and probe him like that on his show? I'm the fucking host of the show. You talk to him with fucking respect.
Dinus really ain't as opinionated as you. Dinus just let people say
whatever. You can give me your opinion back. I'll let everybody talk. But being disrespectful, that's another thing. And that's what the problem with a lot of these movements are. You motherfuckers don't have no respect. That's why your movements will never go no place. You never do nothing.
Tyler, listen to my tone carefully, right? Yeah, my tone. My tone is not disrespectful. I think the conversation you just had with the brother.
You're trying to mock me.
No, you see, you're inferring things that I'm not even saying.
I know I'm not a fool.
Good Justice was arguing with you more intensely than I was, but you think I'm disrespecting you.
Somebody's trying to mock me. I know when somebody's giving me honest pushback and debate. I know the difference.
That's what I said. You get mad about it when I say you think I'm your enemy. You always have this thing in your mind that I'm against you.
Why'd you ask me? Why the fuck would you?
I come on your show all the time. I engage your panel, but you think I'm your enemy.
Why don't you ask me something like, why would have you planting the trees? What the fuck I've been going to fucking Liberia for these years, lecturing and doing all kinds of shit. I'm building for years. Liberia just
earlier in the show, you literally said you gave up on Liberia, Colin.
I never said that. I said I did not give up on Liberia as a point of like I'm quitting it. What I'm saying is that I have thought that one time Liberia could be part of the place where we build the Africans, and I said no, I can't do that.
Okay, and then you just said Liberia was part of the African state.
No. I said Liberia is part of the base camp. You could do like I said, Liberia is close to the United States. It's an excellent place. We got a large African American presence there. That's a good place. But as far as like trying to build municipalities, now Dave had the idea of Sino County. I don't know how that would work, and I was interested in it. Dave will tell you. I told him, nah, not really. Liberia's too volatile, whatever like that.
Over there, man. Nobody doing that with them counties, man.
Yeah. So Dave insisted that we could do it in Liberia. I'm like, no, I'd rather take my chance down.
We're gonna be watching you, Dave. You offering our land for usurpation.
So the bottom
watching you, Dave.
When you got hostility like Elvis, this that Liberia's open for a thing. Anybody Black American go there and take any county he wants. You know, that's what it is, man.
But you do want, but Kyle, you haven't gone there and taken it.
Look, there's people that want to do that. They see Liberia's a homeland.
You go to Sino County with about 2,000 jobs. You got Sino County.
Yeah.
So Kala, with all that hostility, the Africans aren't just going to give up. Africans aren't just going to give up land like that.
DK,
wouldn't it be easier for
DK,
just trying to build in America?
Let me say this: if you ever went to Liberia, right, the Liberians on the ground would worship if Black Americans came there. They want that there. There's a thing now where Liberians are telling me that Black Americans come to Liberia is like the children of Israel. You know, they really believe that, you know? And they see Black
what's going on? Word on the street, Tariq is talking about Liberians, man.
Yeah,
what's going on over there, man?
The progress, that's why. He's worried.
What's going on, man?
Liberians on the minds of a lot of people.
Trying to do something. It's a
hey, good King Justice. And again, my tone is not disrespectful, because I'm just asking this brother a question. You may say it's disrespectful, but it's not intended to be. Do you think somebody like Tariq, with the following that he has, with all of his negativity and whatsoever, you think if he wanted to get something started in Africa, he can get it done with his influence?
Yes, and it's because that we as Black and African people are too damn forgiving. We'll look past everything he said and let him go build over there. But he got the following to do a lot of stuff. He just ain't doing it.
These people are not going to be able to live that life. You know, I'm telling you.
No, he's not saying that. He's saying if he did have an idea, could he get it done? With the following that he has, he could build a damn city right now.
No, that's, you know, he probably could, but the bottom line is this. There was this one girl who had a Instagram following of like 4 million people, 5 million people a couple of years ago. And she had this big thing. It was like this big rollout thing in New York, whatever like that. And she said, oh, we're going to be giving this one. She was a cute white girl, whatever. And even though she had a big following online for years, whatever like that, nobody showed up. So just having a following don't mean
look, Kyla, this is what you don't understand. The fact that Umar Johnson actually got all that money and Tariq was able to get the money to build that fake.
Well, let me say this.
These fake DVDs,
let me say
his following is contributing to his ideas.
The thing is, let me tell you how it is, right? When Tariq was doing that, right? That was at a time where Black people were hurt, disappointed.
No, brother, you just don't understand. He has a dumb group of people that like him, bro. It's that
they were basically like this. He tapped into a thing where at the time you had these Africans insulting Black Americans. And he said we're going to delineate and all stuff like that. And there nobody paid attention to it. But there were people willing to give him money to make his movement grow. Right now, since there's so many Tariqs out there, there's so many of them out there, I seriously doubt. Like, I think he had trouble raising the money for his last film, you know?
He on Ism now. You know, he's not on Tariq Radio no more. He on Ism
so
now.
It's not
Ism appears that hasn't been active for over 8 years. Come on, man. This guy, man.
Yeah, I don't pay attention to him like that.
No, he's on Ism now.
He built enough of a him and Umar.
You know why? Because I'm a former Tariq. I'm a former Tariq follower.
Okay, I wouldn't tell nobody else that.
This supports me to see where he's at. I'm a former supporter. I know I've been knowing following Tariq since he's been out since like '96, man.
When he was doing the Pan-Africanism, that's when he followed him.
Be on Jenny Jones. He used to be on Jenny Jones. Listen.
How old are you, Dave?
I was young. I was a kid, man. I used to watch Tariq on Jenny Jones. He used to be a pimp on the pimping shit. He used to be with.
That's what I'm saying. What was you a fan of his from his pimping days or from his Pan-Africanist days?
He used to be pimping, talking to.
So that's when you became a fan of him, Dave, or when he was a Pan-African?
To see him on Jenny Jones, my nigga, come on. We watch it. We like, oh, he's talking about pimping and she used to be funny and shit. You know what I mean?
So you're a fan of pimping, Dave?
It's funny.
That's what I'm talking about, right? And right there, what I'm talking about, right? All he did was say he watched the show with pimping. Now you're trying to smear him.
No, he said he was a fan of Tariq. I'm trying to understand where he started being a
When he
fan
was on
from.
the Pan Africans wave, when he was
There
on
you
the
go.
Pan,
David, just answer my
when he
question.
came, when he came out with the
He
hidden
told you
colors
that.
and shit like that.
No,
That's
he
what
told you
I'm
that
talking
he
about.
was sent him since '96 when he. I remember when he was K-Flex.
Yeah,
You know, how to be Mac.
bro.
I seen that.
He used to,
Tariq he's had many different stages, some more positive than others.
yeah,
That's
you know
why I'm
what I mean?
asking
Like,
Dave,
and I like the
where
scenes
did he
where he
start
was
being a
at,
fan of his?
really at the hidden
No, he
colors.
was
Most people started following Tariq on his Pan Africanist wave when he was more
That's the
positive about the
time. But
blackness of people.
I knew him before that, my nigga. That's what I'm trying to explain to you.
No, and that's what I'm saying.
Before
College
that,
taking it to mean something else, and you answered
yeah,
my question already.
told
we
you
seen him.
that he
We
was
seen him
listening to
change.
Time One, and he watched
So
him
you
evolve.
know,
That's all.
Kyler, I have a brain, Kyler. I can process what people are saying and probe.
Like you're
No,
trying to.
I asked to
trying to
understand.
make it seem like I'm following a pimp and shit.
Yeah,
Like,
that's what I'm saying.
No,
That's
and you clarified. That's why. That's not what I made it
yeah,
say.
you
but
knew
I
what
knew
the
he
fuck
was.
you were doing. You know,
Yeah,
you're making it
Kyler.
seem
I mean,
they was
you
following
act like I'm some
Ain't
kind of
following that.
genius, and you gotta
no,
dissect everything that I do. I asked him a simple question. He
Fuck
answered me.
that and
trying to be
shit.
slick all the
Know what
time.
you doing, bro?
It's not being slick. I'm probing for understanding.
What you doing?
Most people were not a fan of Tariq when he was a pimp. Most people became fans of him when he became a Pan Africanist.
Yeah, but
I
some
watched so much
Jones in
Tariq stuff.
'96.
I thought he was
You
a
watching
cool
Ricky
guy
Jones,
then.
I didn't
Ricky
know who he
Lake.
was.
You
When
know
he
about
went
Ricky
on
Lake?
Jesse Lee Peterson and defended black
You
people,
know
I was a
about
fan of
Ricky
that.
Lake?
But
You
I'm
know
not a
about
fan of him
Ricky
being a
Lake?
pimp. So when somebody said
Gotta
they're a
be
fan of
old
Tariq, I
school
want
to
to know
know
when
that.
they started being a fan of
You
his.
gotta be old
Heard
school to
about
know that, my nigga. Montel Jones, you know about those
Montel
shows?
Williams.
You got, yeah, I mean Montel Williams, yeah. Come on, you gotta
Yeah,
be
that's what I'm
old
saying.
school to know
So
that, bro.
that's why I'm trying to understand from you, Dave. Were you
Yeah,
a
but that's
fan
what I'm
then when he
trying
was
to
pimping, or you was a fan when he started doing Pan
You
African? That's what
trying
I
to
want
make
to
it
understand.
seem like I'm a fan when he was pimping. I'm just saying I knew him. We known about him at
That's
that
what I'm
time.
saying. That's what I'm trying to distinguish where you started admiring him and when you just started knowing him. That's why I'm asking the question to understand. I don't think I'm being slick or whatever he thinks I'm being. I mean, come on.
You are trying to be slick, my nigga.
You gotta be
You
slick.
making it look like I'm following a pimp at a young age. And
You're
I'm
not following the pimp, right?
no, because I
Exactly.
remember.
So that's why I asked the question to get that answer.
Yeah,
I can ask you questions.
He
I'm
used to
not
be with
a
Michael
robot.
Moore. I remember he did a skit with Michael Moore about pimping
Right. He
Ronnie.
was on Bill Maher. He was,
Yeah, I
doing stuff on
remember
HBO. We knew that, but I
he was a
wasn't a
funny
fan of him
shit.
then when he was doing that nonsense. That's the point
Yeah,
I'm
we just
making.
gonna start,
Most sound sensible people were not a fan of him when he was pushing pimping.
Yeah,
They initiated themselves for him when he started doing the Hidden Colors, Pan African Wave. Most people, kind
He
of
used to
can
be in
vibe with that.
Diddy videos. He used to be in Diddy, some of Puff Daddy videos. You know that? See, you don't know all of that, bro.
See, to
We
me,
know
if you
us.
following him
I used
for
to
his
work.
Pan Africanism and you knew he was a pimp, that's even more of a red flag. But it's
I'm
neither here
just
nor
no,
there.
bro. You were a young kid, and plus, let me give you a little thing too. I used to work in production, so maybe I look at things a little different. You understand me?
Like it's just all
I know
acting.
most of, I know what Tariq doing. Most of that shit is acting, and he's in Hollywood, and most people won't get it. I used to work in production,
That
so
shit, that ain't
you
no
don't know that
excuse.
background about me.
That ain't no
So I'm just
excuse.
saying, huh?
That
King
ain't no
Justice,
excuse.
did you follow him? When did you start following him heavy?
I never followed Tariq Nasheed. I've
Hmm?
never seen no Hidden Colors. I read actual books.
Yeah, and I'm just saying, like I used to like the Hidden Colors. I'm basically what I'm saying is I saw his transition. You understand me? From being a pimp to coming into the movement, because I'm somebody that's a part of the movement. You
There
know,
you go. That Davis
Yeah, I ain't
elucidating
get my
us more and
movement. I
more.
ain't get
not
becoming a part of the movement from DVDs and stuff. I'm
no,
actually from a neighborhood that practiced Pan
no. I
Africanism that
just
got
said
actual black
I'm
people that
I'm
built
just saying
infrastructure. So that's where we get it
I'm
from.
just saying it's disappointing for him to to do
It's not
but I'm
disappointing
just
if you knew he
but
was a
then I'm
pimp.
just saying
He just
looking
started
back
pimping our
at
people.
it. You're not letting me even talk, bro. I'm just saying, looking back at it, he was always a pimp. So that's just what it is.
He was always a what?
He was always a pimp. You understand me? He was
He's
always
still a pimp.
and he's still a pimp. You know what I mean? So that's how
so
he
that
saw.
okay. So knowing that, and if you knew him before he turned Pan Africanism, how in your right mind could you be a fan of somebody that was just pimping?
No, I'm just. What do you mean a fan? I admire though. Oh, you know, people change, bro. It's over the years, people change. You know what I mean? So I give especially black people, black people grace. You know what I mean? Over the years he changed. You know.
Look, one thing I'll give credit to Tariq, water his flaws. He's a sharp guy, right? I'll give him credit. He's sharp and witty. He can engage in
That's how
debate.
I
He can
first
make his
started.
points.
That's when we first
So
saw
I'll give him credit for that. But certainly, I'm not a fan of him being a pimp or pushing the Mac, all
he
that
just
nonsense.
transformed the pimpness into different things. So that's different avenues. That's it.
Yeah, I ain't rocking with it.
I don't fuck with Tariq either, bro. I feel the same way how you feel with Tariq.
Well, you just said you was a fan of his, Dave.
You see,
why are you asking him, Dave? So let me ask you a question, Elvis, right? Do you think
King Justice just asked Dave a series of questions? You didn't get offended by it. Anything I say, you get offended by it.
Had hidden colors out. You didn't like Tariq? When you was talking and going to Zimbabwe, going to Africa and stuff like that.
There's a lot of people who listen to him.
Talking Pan-Africanism.
To be honest with you, right?
People liked him at the time.
I used to watch him sometimes where some of his skits are funny, I don't really like him, but some of his stuff he does is funny. But that doesn't.
Well, I say, Colin, you be Liberian nationalist one day, FBA the next day, then the Black nationalist the next day, and then back Liberian nationalist.
That's not no FBA or not, but I just think.
Oh, you do got many FBA talking.
I mean, like I'm a FBA and whatnot.
If a guy tell you he's a fan of Bishop Don Juan, right? What do you think about that person?
Don't know. Never heard
Elvis. You see how you pay him?
No, hold on, Dave. It's not about you. I'm talking to a good King Justice.
You know what the fuck you're doing, bro. Stop painting that picture about me, bro.
No, just hold on, Dave. It's not about you. I'm just.
Dave, it ain't a picture though, Dave. It ain't a picture. It's just reality. You knew he was a pimp, and then when he turned Pan African, you kept supporting him, bro. You don't see nothing wrong with that.
Supporting how can you support Tariq Nasheed in 1996?
I asked Dave the question, right? Because I know it's multifaceted. And I gave him a chance to answer when. He can say, I started being a fan when he became a Pan-Africanist. That's most people,
what do you mean by
answer.
If somebody's a public figure, you're following him, you're watching him and whatnot, that don't mean necessarily you're a fan, but you're just following.
You're just an enthusiast. I'm thinking he's trying to change his life around. You know what I mean? Like, come on, people change, bro.
He was just changing the audience.
Like, I'm just a straight up fan of this nigga. I'm so.
No, I don't think I just think he was an enthusiast. You just watch him. It's like there's a lot of people I watch. I'm not a fan.
He's trying to change his life around. Oh, why?
It's like let me see. If I watch somebody like Angry Man. I watch his show.
I know. I'm not thinking, the nigga.
I mean, I'm an Angry Man fan. I just watch his stuff, right? There's a lot of people. Hold up, Dave. Let me say this. There's a lot of people who I don't agree with. I watch this stuff. I watch Yvette Carnell stuff. That don't mean I'm a fan. But that's a fan. That's a strong word you're saying.
Did I use the word fan, Colin?
Yeah, you said so.
No, Dave said he was a fan of his. I didn't put the word fan out there.
A lot of times people use the word lightly.
No, Colin, that's what I'm saying. Colin wants to attack me for not saying anything.
Bro.
Yeah, I don't get it, man.
Use the word lightly, and you tried to make it out to be more than what it actually was. I
asked Dave to clarify. I didn't even jump down his throat.
He was only saying it in passing.
And you started attacking me for trying to get him to clarify what he meant by it. And you started attacking me.
I know where you was going with it.
That's your thing. You think you know where I'm going with it?
Okay, you became a fan when he started being Pan-African, but you knew he was a pimp before. Okay, we got it. Let's move on.
Yeah, see? There you go.
So, let me ask you a question, right? If you say he's trying to be a Pan-African, nobody ever said Tariq was a Pan-African. Because we used to say Brother Plight was a Pan-African. Is he a Pan-African?
No, Dave just said he became a fan of him when he got on his Pan-African wave.
Hold up. The bottom line is this. He just said, basically, I knew him from back in the days, right? And Elvis kept saying, Oh, you was a fan of him back in the
No,
day?
I didn't say it, Kyler. What are you doing, man? Dave said I was a fan of his.
You was a fan when he was.
No, I didn't ask him. Dave said he was a fan of it.
No. You said he knew about Tariq from the Jenny Jones show.
And he became a fan when he got on his Pan-African wave. That's what he said.
You said,
Kyler, you just want to find faults with me, man. You just want to fight with me.
We're gonna clear this shit up. You was asking him, so you kept saying in the right because he was still talking, explaining himself. You kept throwing that out there, so Dave was a fan. Well, you weren't even talking to him. You were talking at us, saying Dave was a fan of him when he was a pimp. And when he was Dave, why you do that? Why you do that?
He clarified that he became a fan when he got on his Pan-African stuff.
See, so the bottom line is, hold on. And then he got more known when he was a Pan-Africanist, right? I don't think even to this day Dave's a fan of his, but people used to follow.
Are you speaking for Dave, Kyler? Let Dave speak for himself. He's a grown man.
I know Dave's a good guy.
Fuck with Tariq.
You know what I'm saying?
I don't fuck with the nigga.
Dave
said he was a fan of Tariq when he was doing the FBA stuff.
When he had the hidden colors, we bought 1 or 2 hidden colors.
Yeah, everybody. A lot of people
started seeing the nigga change.
We're like this. So, and also, if
you know what I mean? Like
if Tariq's part of the community,
he back on his bullshit.
Yeah, Tariq is part of the community.
My nigga, the nigga
people buy stuff.
We thought
you
the
have
nigga
like
was trying
Black America,
to
and you know something, Dave? I almost wish to this day that, when this whole FBA thing broke out, that I was more involved with it. I never listened to Tariq. You know what I mean? I should have been more involved in it,
That's crazy.
I should have been more involved and understand where they're coming from. You know why? Because I shut it out completely.
Kyler, you know who told me about Tariq Nasheed?
I don't know. I don't care.
You did.
Came from ADOS.
And
you did.
Well, you know something? I was telling people about Tariq stuff I didn't even know about him, and I don't think that was fair for him and fair for my audience, because had I basically, when I'm listening to him, some of the stuff he's saying now, and I'm listening to him now, and when I'm saying, I don't like this FBA stuff, right? But some of the stuff they say make a lot of sense.
FBA Friday.
You know what I'm saying?
Kyler was the one that invited me on Dynasty's platform.
You can call it FBA Friday, right? If the FBA out there, those are still my people.
No, African Americans are your people.
No. If the people who believe in FBA, those are still
a minority of African Americans.
Hold on. It does not matter, right? The only people I disagree with in the FBA are the people who deny the African roots enhancement.
That's FBA.
Tariq always says that.
No. You got 3 factions of FBA.
You got the indigenous.
You got the freemen. You got the indigenous. And then you got the guys that say they're from Africa. You got 3 factions.
And the Africans are the last group, and the minority of the FBA.
They the ones that say they from Africa. They don't have no voice. From Africa, so they don't have no voice.
I can respect that.
No, Tariq says he's indigenous, bro.
No, he doesn't. I have never heard Tariq say he's indigenous.
Go to the FBA website right now.
No, I don't
care what you say. Actually, Tariq calls those people goofballs, so he's not.
That's what I'm saying. I don't know. King Good, he's like Elvis, talks out of his ass.
No, bro.
You want to attack me every opportunity you get.
Hey, you can go to the website right now and see what they say.
I don't care what you talk about indigenous. You talk about indigenous. 3 factions.
I watch him I listen to him on TikTok when
Kyler, you against Tariq the most. You and Dynasty and Brandon. Y'all used to talk about Tariq on Dynasty's platforms from 2021 on.
But like I said, I think, to be honest with you, I think that was a mistake.
So you should have joined. You should have joined the wave and become a FBA. Is that what you meant?
I'm not saying join them. I'm saying I should have shut up, and left.
Wow. Sooner or later, Kyler will be an FBA supporter because he's been practicing on his platform.
I don't agree with FBA because the fact of the matter is, I don't believe I'm foundational to America.
All of them, and then the FBA don't like the ADOS guys. The ADOS guys don't like FBA.
And they beef with the pretendians, but they think they pretendians. This shit all
My
over.
point I'm trying to make is my whole point about Afghanistan is the only foundation you can have is on your own piece of African soil. So I'm not a foundation to America.
You just spent about 5 minutes saying it's not gonna be your own African soil, brother.
If I have a municipality,
it's not yours. You're a citizen of somebody else's nation.
Well, it doesn't matter.
Municipalities are not sovereign, Colin.
I know. I never said it was gonna be sovereign. Show me.
But Kala, wouldn't you be worse off being a citizen in Africa, even if you have your own city?
The difference is, like me and Dave said, the problem in Africa is you're being governed, like President Liberia, by people with probably not even a kindergarten education.
There you go. So any African, what's the African country you want to live in? South Africa, Colin?
The bottom line
Angola now.
They're the worst.
My point I'm trying to make is this. It's to the point where we don't even have to have an independent nation. Just an autonomous territory that's like a district, county, or something like that. We could have our own tax revenue base and stuff like that on police, fire department, and stuff like that. Schools, roads.
So like Monaco in France.
So the bottom line is that's my vision, right? And have like about 100 of those, 100 of those spread over a territory.
That's everyone was.
What would it take to get that to happen in Africa, Colin?
I don't know. I'm just doing my part, right? My part is making it started. Now, the people want to come after me. They want to do it, make it work. They're fine. If not, it'll die on the vine. But I'm going to do my part.
Has it been done before?
Oh yes, it's been done before. It's been done before.
So you know what it takes to get it done then.
White people doing it in Irania right now in South Africa. They got a completely.
Is that how you want to do yours, or you want to approach yours in a different way?
Something like that. Yeah. Something like that. Something like that.
Even if you build a fire station, you have your own streets and everything. If it's a municipality, you're still subject to the nation that you live in.
So the bottom line is this, and also, eventually your own international airport, your own airport where people come in and out. All that shit like that.
But you'll still pay taxes to the central government. You'll still be subject to the laws.
You got your local taxes, regional taxes.
And they can enact in the eminent domain on everything you build.
Oh, no. It'll be this.
Yes.
Well, look, first of all, a state has eminent domain, not a freaking national government. The state and the local government has eminent domain.
What's the difference between the state and the national government, Colin?
Well, the bottom line is the federal government can't go to the state of Virginia and take land unless it's for
but there are not a lot of African countries that have federal system. Nigeria and I think a couple of others.
A system like that where the state has the sovereignty over.
In Africa, it's worse. All they need is a tribal king to come into.
Yeah, most people have a unitary government. They don't have a federal government.
Oh, you're thinking of West Africa. Southern Africa is not like that.
Bro, it's going down.
They have states in Southern Africa, Colin.
I don't know. Look, I don't know. You guys. Do your education. I'm sick of you guys asking me questions.
Are the Zulus not trying to kick people out the land in Southern Africa right now?
I'm not talking about Zulu land. What the hell am I talking about? I'm not going to
Angola. You talking about Angola, but you said Southern Africa.
So the bottom line, look, and the bottom line is this, and I got a claim to the land because of my ancestors came from. So the bottom line is this. Like I said, if you don't agree, that's fine. You keep doing you. I'm gonna keep doing me. But what I'm not gonna do is keep answering the same stupid questions over and over again. That's what I'm not gonna do.
No, you don't have to. So that's what you do when you build a movement.
Well, if you have your own municipality, that means you wouldn't be able to control who comes in and out.
Facts.
Well, you could basically like that. You have borders, checkpoints, whatever like that. You got to go any place. You got to have paperwork. You got your ID.
If you have a municipality, everything you do has to be co-signed by the nation you're living.
Oh yeah. So what? So what?
So you don't have any control.
That's an agreement.
Hold
on. Look, I already know all that. You keep like, you got to do
a nationalist.
I look forward to working with a freaking host country. I think it'll be a beautiful win-win situation. So, because like I said, I talk to the people over there and they're like, what the hell are y'all waiting for? Yeah, we'll accept that shit, I never said I'm gonna go there and carve out a territory and become an independent nation, succeed.
No, you've said that numerous amount of times. I'm not gonna let you get away with saying that you didn't say that.
Spirit is sovereignty and stuff like that, but practicality. You understand how it works? You can have the spirit of nationhood and whatnot, but if I'm talking to you right now, you ask me specific questions, right? How it's gonna be done? I'm gonna give you more practical application. Now, what I want to do,
you crack under pressure. That's all.
What I want to do, in my heart and soul, is to just say we have a nation of our own, defend it, and succeed and whatnot. I know that's not reality.
Yeah, because you don't believe in that plan.
No, I believe
it doesn't stand up to criticism.
That's not reality because we don't have the numbers.
No, nobody in Africa is gonna let you do that. So that's the reality.
And this is gonna be
even if you did build your municipality, they might still invade.
This movement. How you gonna be invaded inside of a freaking country?
But you're part of that country. They can just take it.
You got police. Listen, like I said, the deterrent factor. You got police.
Do you think they're gonna let your municipality police be stronger than theirs, Kyler?
So look, first of all, you're asking stupid questions like
no, those are very sound questions. We're talking about security.
I don't know. I like I said, why don't you guys just drop off?
No, you can't stand up to any criticism, bro. What kind of leader are you gonna be?
You asked me,
bro, Donald Trump got to stand in front of all kind of microphones and answer questions. You talking about being a leader of a municipality, and you can't stand up to questions in a group chat.
I don't like low IQ questions.
You have a low IQ idea.
Why the fuck would somebody, if you got a municipality, do the state of New Jersey got to worry about a militia coming down from New York, police department in New York coming down to Trenton, New Jersey, taking over?
No, this is not the equivalent of that, bro.
Why
this would be the equivalent of some Germans building a municipality in the state of New Jersey and having a million fucking interviews online talking about them building a nation. That would be the equivalent of that.
Right, genius.
But Carla, let me let you know, most countries in Africa
build something in New Jersey.
Carla, may I speak? Most countries in Africa have like a unitary republic, so they don't really have like state police, like Angola doesn't.
Oh, like I said, but hold up. Yes, they do. They got provincial police.
Where?
They got provincial police. In fact, I know the mayor.
Where's the provincial police?
I know the mayor and the governor of one of the freaking provinces.
Where?
No. So
in Angola, I know they got provinces in Angola.
What? Angola's got provinces.
But Angola has a national police. They don't have like
but they got provincial police too and local police too.
No, they don't.
Yes, they do.
No,
they're all part of the same system, but some of them have responsibility. They're all in most African countries, like they'll say the National Police Force, but they'll have some people assigned to different districts. You know.
Yeah, they may be part of. They're still part of the national police.
Yeah, but I know that. But what does that got to do with anything?
That's a difference. You guys talking about nationalism and nationhood like this, and building a city.
What I'm saying is, Colin. What I'm saying, Colin, is they would still be part of that. They may be part of your district, but they would take orders from the national police.
We're going in circles.
Beholden to you.
We're going in circles. Please, if you guys please talk about something else. Or basically, I'll go ahead and just drop everybody.
We're talking about the topic.
I'm talking about the topic. I said the topic, and not one person up here responded to the topic. They're sitting there drilling me.
I addressed the topic as soon as I came on. You started talking about black nationalism being born in the same spirit of America.
You addressed the topic in an accusatory tone. Calling me FBA.
No, Kyler, bro, when I came on, you said you baited me in, bro. You can't stand up to any criticism, bro. You cower like a girl, fam, and you can't take what you dish out.
Let me read the topic to you, and then you respond to it. I said, is being black nationalist, African nationalist, the most American thing you do? My point.
No, it's not. Like I said when I first came on.
Hold up.
No, it isn't.
My point.
Being a black nationalist is the opposite of being an American.
I don't know what your definition of black nationalism is, right?
The real definition, one to separate and form your own nation, not a municipality.
Of black nationalism.
Separating from America and forming your own nation.
How
that's
you
black
separated
nationalism.
from America and you still live in America?
The same way they separated from their kingdom and they were still here.
Yeah, but
this started off as colonies owned by somebody else. Did it or did it not?
Hold on, but they kicked the British out of here and formed a republic.
Okay, and what do you think the Black Liberation Army and everybody else was doing?
The power, the means to kick anybody out.
Okay, what means do you have to build a police force in Africa? Do you have to build it, or is it gonna come out magically?
Just forget about it. You're not a man enough to answer the question.
No, you're not a man enough to answer any questions or respond to any criticism, bro.
You said
any military has to be built, whether it's in Africa or in America.
I asked you how
you're the one that's scared of America. That's why you're trying to get people to leave.
How are you going to get sovereignty and away from the white man and kick them out of the country, right? Instead of coming up with an answer, you're going to ask me.
You didn't even let nobody answer, bro. Whenever you build, white flight ensues. When we start building infrastructure, food, clothing, and shelter, white people are going to get the fuck away from us, just like they've done every time we build.
Where are you going to get the money to build? What infrastructure? Are you going to go build
from the $1.1 trillion spending power that we have? Where you going to get the money to build African?
Like I said, okay. Now I see the mentality. You know,
where you gonna get the money to build African?
$1.3 trillion.
Where are you going to get the money to build African? You and your sister insurance business? That's gonna build it.
I don't know. Let me get Afro theory on. Afro theory. Go ahead. Go ahead.
In regards to the topic, I think that Black nationalism is the most American that you can be because you have no other option. You're not going to be allowed to participate as an American fully like a white American.
Yeah. Do you think these guys could pull off building a nation inside of America?
No. Other people have tried, and yes, you talk about someone on here was mentioning about military. Well, the closest thing to a Black nationalist military we had was the Black Panther Party, and the mere presence of strong Black men and within the NOI is intimidating, and they don't. They have a ceiling as well, so it can't happen in America.
You know, I don't even carry guns. It doesn't happen because Black men don't organize around that.
But even the Black
that's the reason why it doesn't happen. We haven't decided that it's gonna happen.
But the Black Panther Party decided it would happen, and they did it, and that was compromised. Like
no, the Black Panthers in 1966 was nationalists. By 68, they started talking about Marxist communists and a rainbow coalition. They ruined themselves from the inside out.
And that also seems like a habit with Black organizations.
By 1981, Huey P. Newton was doing drugs and stealing money from Black Panther schools. So,
the bottom line is this: the new Black Panther, New Republic of New Africa, have been around since 1960. That's 60 years. 60 years. That's a long time. A long time. Same year Kwanzaa was created. All these things like that was created. Just time to let them go.
Okay, African been around since 2015.
I know, 11 years. Has not been around.
Yes, bro. Your first post on BAIO is from
we haven't had our first. We haven't had our
July 3rd, 2015. I'm looking at it right now.
That's when the social network was created. The bottom line is
for as long as you've been in this movement, it's been over 15 years.
Live to us and whatnot, because you look Afro theory. Do you know the Republic of New Africa was one of the keynote speakers and delegation in the Gary, Indiana Black Power Convention of 1971?
No, I didn't. No, I didn't know that.
Yeah, and they walked out, because people thought the movement was stupid, and so they walked out, and it took a huge. They had a good they had a good number of people there. They walked out one night, and the whole movement died after that, And
the movement didn't die, fam. Lumumba and his son became mayors. What are you talking about?
So they went out there.
It's been people that's way more prominent and established than you part of this movement, bro. You said insurance, bro. What are you talking about?
They got on colleges and they did speeches and stuff like that. They got nothing to show for it.
What do you have to show, bro?
The burden of proof is not on me. You guys, Afro theory.
You don't even have 50 people that agree with your idea.
They had an interview. They had an interview on one of the largest conservative media platform, the Bill Buckley Show. They stated out their case that they want 4 or 5 states, whatever like that. Bill Buckley gave them 2 hours, and the whole world saw what they were talking about.
But Kyla, I also think that as long as we're here in America, the only thing we can do is to strive to become a community. And if we put our end goal as becoming a Black nation,
we could become a community, yeah. But this idea we're gonna form a nation inside of America is ridiculous.
But even I don't think that it can exist within America. But I also don't think that we shouldn't strive to have that as our end goal so that we can have something to work towards.
I mean, yeah.
Afro theory. I was looking at the numbers. Mississippi is only 37%, 38% Black. There's all they need is maybe another million Black people to move there to become a majority. Is that far-fetched?
No.
No,
that's way simpler than millions of us getting up and going after.
The thing is, though, bro, DK, is that a lot of the counties in Mississippi are majority Black. It doesn't really matter.
The whole state.
Black people live in intrinsic poverty in Mississippi, poorest state in America. White people got all the money, whatever. Like that's a poor state. And Black people do become the majority there, right? What are they gonna do?
I think if you become the majority, in the state, I think you'd have more power than having your own city state.
Are you talking about
Liberia?
Are you talking about thing? Let me ask you a question. Who is the majority in a city like Chicago?
I think I'm not sure. Maybe Black people.
Who's the majority in the city of Detroit?
Black people.
Right? Newark, New Jersey.
Okay, but those are all white states that are majority European.
Right. Let's keep going. St. Louis.
White state, majority Black city.
Yeah, but the bottom line is this.
Atlanta, Black city, majority white state.
You go to these places like that where you got Black people in majority Baltimore. We're not, white state, but it is what it is. You don't see Black people prosper. It'll be the same thing. All you'll have is the extended version of Jackson, Mississippi.
How would that be any different in Africa? How would that be any different in Africa?
It's not even either or, right? It's either or. It's not either or. It's not an either or. I'm not making people trying to choose between Africa and America. That's not what I'm saying. What I'm saying is this: if you basically, I say I have an idea, right? If people like my idea, that's fine. If people think it's stupid, whatever, that's fine too, right?
But no, you can have your idea. As soon as you start poking holes in other ideas, you gotta be welcome to criticism for your idea.
My whole thing is when you say my idea is stupid, and then when I ask you what's your idea,
no, Tyler, you bring up Republic of New Africa before anybody even gets on the show, bro.
I've been knowing about that Republic of Africa.
Okay, so whenever you critique it, just know I'm gonna be right here to fucking blow all the holes in Afghanistan.
And the only way it's gonna work is we need whatever they're trying to do in America. We could do that with any African country.
It'll be easier here because we're already here.
Republic of New Africa,
don't own one airplane.
The whole thing is the Republic of New Africa is they just really believe that they want to be tethered to white America.
No, and that's what I'm saying. That's disrespectful. So once you say that, be welcome to all the disrespect coming back to you.
What I'm saying,
you're the one that said you want to go over there and do business with the Lebanese and all kind of crazy.
Yeah, I do in Liberia. Yeah.
I say something. Can I say something? In regards to this Kyle's statement about New Africa want to be tethered to white America, there is a sense of that. When any Black American says that they want to start a nation within this nation, only because there's white people have been our security blanket. Like our proximity to white people is what allows us.
That's what I said last night.
Okay, let me reply to that. Was white people a Sada Shakur security blanket? Was white people the Black Liberation Army security blanket?
No, wait.
These are conscious citizens of the Republic of New Africa that was fighting against the government. How the fuck were they security blanket?
Wait, hold on. The reason why I say that is because out of all Black people in the African diaspora, we're able to claim to be a part of a first world nation because of our proximity to the U.S. government and white America. And
that's because we're citizens of this nation.
We are citizens of this nation. We benefit from this nation because we don't have an army to go out and go steal the resources.
Because we don't have a nation.
Yes, but I'm saying it's because of white people.
No, it's not. It's because we haven't agreed to do that.
No, because we're here. We're present in America, so we benefit from whatever things that they do. The
and
oil
we
they
have
steal,
not agreed to separate from this and build our own. That's why we don't have it. It don't got nothing to do with them stopping us. It's because we haven't agreed to do it. When we was on the plantation, it was not the majority of us that wanted to run away. It was the minority.
America is not going to allow that to happen because you become a threat within America to the U.S. government. We were not brought here.
That's a defeated mind. You lost before you even started.
But I'm looking at the patterns, the history. We got to pay attention to that.
Okay, and the patterns are, it was never our majority that was fighting this nation. Never.
But even when Black people had Lake Lanier, or was before Lake Lanier, I forgot what the town was called, before they flooded it and it became Lake Lanier, Black people were thriving at various periods. And they destroyed it.
Majority.
So at some point,
were never the majority.
At some point, we should look at it and see that, okay, this has happened over and over and over again. Hey, maybe we got to try it somewhere else. That's all I'm saying.
So go to Africa where we're definitely not the majority and where they already fighting each other and build.
But this is the thing where I agree with you at. It's more feasible for us to at least try it here because people don't have the means to go to Africa. That's a lot to do. It just makes
more sense. If we talk about building even a municipality, you talking about building a movement. Let's say with 1,000 people, how much is it going to cost to get 1,000 people to Africa versus getting 1,000 people to Mississippi?
Right, that's what I'm saying. So I do agree with you with that, but it's just like I just don't think that. I think eventually you're going to come up against issues. There was a African American man in El Paso who had his own ranch, and he got the local community, the sheriffs, the white sheriffs, they shot at his house because they didn't know
how many of us are helping him. Exactly.
You guys agreeing that the Afghanistan is not feasible because of the cost?
That shit not happening, man.
I don't want to
agree with him on the plane. You don't even got that part.
I never said. What's this idea that I want every broke person?
No, how many thousand? Show us the rich people that agree with you.
No, it ain't about rich people. You know,
plane ticket to Africa to Liberia from here is minimum 1,200 per person. So times 1,000, it's like over $1 million plus. You know, like $1 million.
Colin, you nigga that don't qualify to be talented tip, bro. You want to be, but you're not. Like,
but
you your own people, but you're not that fucking professional, bro. You're not that dedicated. You're not degreed.
Look down on Black Americans.
Justice, both
you
of what
bougie
you're doing.
attitude without no fucking thing to back up. Like, you don't got no mansion. You got beings from your sister. You got business with your family that they allowed you to be involved in, bro. You haven't done nothing special in your life.
I'm like this, right? But my vision of the African is, it's going to be the pioneering force. The pioneering force first. And also, we have a large numbers of people who already live outside of America, that live in South Africa, Tanzania, Botswana, and all these other countries. They're growing, the numbers growing. They're growing, in Ghana and places like that. And the bottom line is, they will be attracted to something like this to make this move over here.
Yeah, Justice, what you both of your ideas can occur simultaneously because everyone's not going to want to go to Africa and everyone's not going to want to stay in America.
Already conscious citizens of the Republic of New Africa in Africa as we speak right now.
Who?
Sifo Baliwa, bro. It's plenty of them that have been back and forth. Republic of New Africa actually has Minister of Foreign Affairs, something Afghanistan don't have.
Hold up. I know what's going on in Africa, bro. You can't pull that at me.
No, you don't, fam. No, you don't. How many times have participants of Republic of New Africa sat at the UN as observers, bro? You don't know what's going on in Africa, bro. You haven't even been all over Liberia, fam. Let's be real.
I've been all over Liberia.
No, you haven't.
You know. And so the bottom line, I never met nobody. You would think they'll be there, of all places, right? Well, I don't see them.
Who are you to meet, bro? What have you done that's special for you to be met?
And then when you do see those types, right, they're living in abstract poverty over there, you know.
Kyle, I live in a high-rise condo. I don't know what you're talking about, fam.
I'm talking about go to Africa, right?
It's abject, Kyle, not abstract.
Yeah, you can't even speak, bro. Like, bro, you're not even a fucking literate orator, bro.
The Republic of New Africa types, but not they really are doing bad in Africa. I mean, really, really doing bad, you know.
First of all, you just asked who, and now you saying they doing bad. You just throw shit on people.
Yeah, I know. I'm just telling you, man. It is the truth, though.
You don't know what you're talking about.
You got this one guy that was over in Tanzania. In Tanzania, this Kenyan guy was like, "Look at this Black American." He was on the street corner begging for food. He came there.
Wasn't a Republic of Africa, bro. Cut it out.
You know, and so I mean, who's seen that picture? Dave, you said a picture a couple years ago where a dude was begging. They said it was a Black American. He said it was Black American.
And he had nothing to do with the Republic of New Africa.
But that's the type, you know, because they come over there with no real skills, no nothing, and they're trying.
What skill, Kyla? What skill do you have? You sell insurance, bro.
I'm saying,
it takes no skill to do that.
But but I'm smart enough to have money.
It takes some skills to pass the test.
Enough to be in a family that cares about you, bro.
No. The insurance test is hard. Justice, the insurance test to take, and get certified, it's pretty difficult. So that's a accomplishment to get the certification.
No, it's not.
And they also I got like 15 certifications on top.
The founders of the Republic of New Africa passed the bar exam, a real test that was hard.
Oh, come on, good justice.
The point I'm trying to make is
probably studied a long time for that test.
I bet he did. He probably failed it a couple of times.
My point I'm trying to make is this, bro. I wish you guys a lot of luck, whatever that you do. It's been 60 years.
No, you just a hater. When you're confronted, you change your tone. That's what
no.
As much as you talk about being a real black man, bro, you don't have the characteristics of one, bro.
I'm saying, you
had no children. You have no woman from our ethnic group. You had to travel outside to another country to get one, bro.
For 60
years. You live in a house with your sister, and you got her beans.
You guys have been around.
You can really dissect your shit and slice you up.
King, man, come on, man. We don't have to get like that, man. They don't have to get like that.
All right.
You start making threats and you already lost.
I haven't threatened you one time. All I said is truth, brother.
When you make personal attacks like that, I have attacked you personally. I don't know your life.
Bro, you talk pokey and rape all the time, bro. You attack everybody in the Republic of New Africa all throughout this episode.
I never mentioned what you did for a living. Whatever like that on this platform.
I'm a fulfillment agent. I sign people annual reports. I separate their businesses, bro. That's what I do. Real shit.
That's just being.
If you need one done, I can do it in Virginia for you.
You know what I'm saying? So this ain't. No, I don't think
I can file your dissolution. I can set up your LLC. I can do all of that.
I got so many deadbeats trying to sell me something, man. Come on.
I don't need to sell you anything.
I got so many deadbeats trying to sell me their services.
So we want 5 states, justice. 5 states.
We really want more. That's the bare minimum that we're gonna take.
So what about the Monroe Doctrine?
We'll start with Mississippi.
What about the Monroe Doctrine?
Like I said, when people talk like that, and
what about the Monroe Doctrine?
Hold on, it sounds good.
Dave, Dave, let me ask you this: the Monroe Doctrine. Before the Monroe, I got you, Dave. Before the Monroe Doctrine and Manifest Destiny, what was the territory of the United States?
The bottom line, they control this country.
I don't know.
Coast to coast,
it was the eastern part of the country. It wasn't the west yet.
Okay, then, and that means territories change all the time throughout history. What's the difference between us? You think it's unfathomable for the United States to balkanize and us to have our own nation? I don't.
America, right? The black man has never had any ground in this country. The Indians had ground.
It wouldn't have made more sense for the Republic of New Africa to go to Liberia when they started out 60 years ago.
Nah.
It would have made more sense.
They don't want to leave the white man.
No. Think about it, bro. If Martin Delaney was trying to get us a nation in Africa, why didn't he just settle on Liberia?
I don't know, whatever it is.
That's a good question. That's a good
because
question.
the people in Liberia would not want you to come in there and have any power. They had all the power.
Exactly.
They were the first to go there and establish. And you coming there, you have to be a subservient class to them. And most people, they didn't want to have that.
They didn't want any Black Americans going to Liberia. So stop preaching this stuff.
Hold on. My point is this: if you really wanted a nation really bad, Liberia was there. So back then,
we want our own nation. You don't understand. We don't want to live under somebody else's land, bro. We want our own nation. We want our own government, our own flag, our own currency, our own military.
The flag of Liberia, it was created by Black Americans. You know,
no, it's a direct mimic of the American flag.
Come on, Carlo, man, that's BS, man. Flag's just like the American flag.
Okay, no, it's not.
Yes, it is.
Exactly.
There's no originality to it.
It looks just like the American flag.
Look, let me spin for a second, right? America has 13 stars and stripes.
Oh my God, we can just look at it.
Well, I know that, right?
Disingenuous.
The thing is, though, the white stands for purity, blood stands for sacrifice. The blue on the background stands for Africa, right? The star in the middle stands for the Lone Star, meaning Liberia is the bright star and the dark continent. Tell me what's that got to do with America?
It's red, white, and blue.
It's the same as America. And the stripes, the horizontal stripes. Why didn't they go with the red or yellow or green?
The physical design. Yeah, the physical design of the flag is similar to America. The very idea of the Constitution, the things that were put in the Constitution, are similar to that of the United States. So why? Hold on, Kyle. Let me finish. I give those guys credit for forming Liberia. They didn't come up with any new abstract idea for Liberia. They pretty much took a lot of things from an already established country, even the flag, and pasted it in Liberia.
You know the Japanese Constitution was also borrowed?
Yeah, so when people say the flag was borrowed, why are you getting offended by it? Just say, sure, it was.
My point I'm trying to make is this, right? When people try to discredit Liberia, it was a republic, a lone republic, you know? But
so it was Haiti.
I look at
way before
there. I look at the stuff they built and everything like that. The country still stands.
After all Haiti still stands. You know? They a Black republic.
Why do you discredit Haiti? They were the first Black republic.
I said I don't discredit Haiti, but I'm saying Haiti should be commended, but they are still under the French colonial system. They had to pay French colonial tax. They had to pay for their own occupation, or they would have been turned back to slavery. People don't know that history. You know,
people don't know that.
1822, 1812, 16, whatever. And then the French said, if you guys want to keep that freedom, you got to compensate all these slave owners and everything. And Haiti did. Haiti took years paying those slave owners back for his own freedom. So, it is what it is. So, but it is what it is. But my point I'm trying to make is this. I believe the fact of the matter is, if Black Americans, intelligent Black, want to stay in America, they do, because we got nice Black communities all throughout America. We got them here in Virginia. Black people got money. They got nice houses, clean neighborhoods, whatnot, safe neighborhoods and everything like that. Virginia Beach, it was really originally a Black city. SeaTac in Virginia Beach, Bishop Thurgood, late Bishop Thurgood, SeaTac in the Virginia Beach, right off the Dismal Swamp, where my ancestors are from, right? Is probably one of the oldest African settlements in North America. SeaTac is old as was created in the early 1700s, right? By maroon runaway slaves and whatnot. And the community still thrives to this day. You know? Then you got New Light, you got Blackwater, you got Pungo. These are all African American communities that have been here for hundreds of years. We got thriving Black communities. I've seen them here, whatnot. Ain't no thing. I come from the Dismal Swamp, right in Elizabeth City, Edenton. These are all Black settlements, whatnot, that's still thriving to this day. You know, and so the bottom line, this idea that we need, we got to do all this. We don't need all that. Black people are sad. We got nice neighborhoods. We got farms. We got all that here, you know. So
we don't have sovereignty. That's what we're saying. And you can't come in. Hold on, bro. You can't come in black cities, but then say we shouldn't have a black state and a black nation. That makes no sense.
Sovereignty. You're not going to have sovereignty under the jurisdiction of the United States.
Nobody's saying that. We're saying separation.
You're not going to have sovereignty.
You're going to separate.
Are you willing to kill 200 million white people to do that?
Are you willing to kill 200 million Africans for your Afghanistan?
We don't have to do that. But the bottom line is this: you don't have no capability.
That's a dumb question.
Of doing anything to get that. You have no money. You have no anything. You know, you have nothing. You know, so you understand what you're talking about.
No, we got the same thing you have, bro. We have the potential 1.1 trillion spending power that Black Americans have.
Earlier, right?
You don't have anything.
Hold on, this is what I said earlier, right? And I don't think you will listen, right? I said when I was a kid, right? I thought as a kid. I thought as a child.
You still think like a kid, bro.
Like this, right? And I used to listen to my father and uncles talk. They talk man stuff, right? I knew one day I had to join that conversation. Responsibility, right?
You never did.
Hold on. What you're talking right now is childish.
No, what's childish is saying that you want to build a nation, saying you're a black nationalist, and then when you're confronted saying, "No, I just want to build a municipality, and I'm cool with being a citizen of somebody else's nation."
From white America, when you're a small minority in this country with no weapons.
They said the same thing to the founding followers about the British, bro. The exact same thing.
Which is nonsense. All you want to do is come. You can't deal with what you're saying because you always try to talk about what I'm talking about.
No, you brought me up, Connor. What are you talking about? You talk about people when they not on here, and then when they come up here and kick your ass, you start crying.
My ass, man. You're making.
I whooped you this whole night, bro.
Yeah, you're making. You're yelling.
I clean the floor with you,
You're
bro.
yelling and you're making the.
I clean the floor with you, bro.
Not cleaning the floor with me, bro.
You don't have 100 people, let alone 1,000 people that agree with you. You didn't talking about Liberia's part of Afghanistan, but you gave up on Liberia.
You didn't answer one question. I asked you, okay, in the scheme of things, we talk about going to Africa. Here, I can show you like a dozen cities in Liberia that still exist. Can you show me any evidence of the Republic of New Africa that exists?
Yes, bro. They still have a headquarters in Jackson right now, bro. Right, bro. It's still people building in the name of Republic of New Africa right now.
Give me the name of the city.
I said the headquarters in Jackson right now, bro. Right now.
Mississippi is not part of no Republic. I'm talking about what town.
Yes, bro. Chokwe Lumumba was mayor of Jackson, Mississippi. What are you talking about, Kala?
Let's go. Who built Jackson, Mississippi?
No, that's not what we're talking about, bro. Republic of New Africa is not independent. You talking about, do you have anything that the people of the Republic of New Africa built? Yes.
Oh yeah, who built Jackson, Mississippi?
See, you know what I'm saying? You moved the goalposts, bro.
Let's see like that. Hold up. Let's see like that. You could be right, and I apologize, right?
No,
Jackson, Mississippi.
I never said Republic of New Africa built Jackson, Mississippi.
You said Jackson,
idiotic right now.
Right? It says right here. Jackson, Mississippi was originally established as a trading post called Le Fort Bluff, was founded in 1792 by Louis Leboeuf, a French-Canadian trader, you know. So your leader of your Republic of New African City was a French-Canadian trader, right? And see yourself officially.
And the leader of Afrikanstan is Arabic. We all can say stupid shit, Colin.
The city itself.
The leader of Afrikanstan is Arabic.
The city
of Pakistani
selected as the capital.
You're not making no sense. This is why you don't have 100 people following you.
Mississippi legislature and laid out in 1822. It was later named the seventh president after the seventh president of the United States. So I didn't even know this, man. You know. So Andrew, it was late after Andrew Jackson was the most racist president in history. So your city was named after the most racist president in history, Andrew Jackson. You know, he's one that had the Trail of Tears. You know,
your Liberia was named after a slave owner.
Yeah, so what?
You know, and that's really where he's trying to be like, bro, you don't make no sense.
Louis Leboeuf established the original settlement. The Mississippi State Legislature chose the site as a new capital. It was a signboard inspired by Thomas Jefferson. Jackson was founded by the land had long inhabited by the Choctaw Nation before it was open to non-native settlements. In other words, basically they stole native land, and that's where they had the Trail of Tears. They uprooted those people and sent them to Oklahoma. That's sad.
Colin, would you support the native Liberians changing the name of Monrovia?
They can do whatever they want to do.
DK, I support them changing the whole country.
I hope that, I'm supporting them.
I want them to do everything.
Flag. I support them changing the seal. I support them changing everything. I
want them to do everything, but they know they're not gonna do that yet.
They know they do it because they love what we created.
They ain't ready to do that, DK. That's a lot of work.
They're not
another war start before they do that.
I hope they change it to the most Pan-African Ubuntu looking flag ever. It's just to piss Kyle off.
Well, no, they're not gonna do that.
Gonna do it, King Justice. It's too much work.
The bottom line is that all they know is
history, and plus
the sentiment there is that Liberia has more pressing economic issues that the government needs to focus on rather than changing the symbols of the nation. That's the sentiment.
Liberia, they know for a fact of the matter is what put Liberia on the map is its history.
Liberia got too much history, bro. It's too much history, DK. So you know what I mean? Like, why would you do that? You know what I mean?
Liberia,
stupid.
Liberia is stupid on its history.
Now I'm gonna be the youngest country, DK. I'm gonna be the youngest country in Africa. Nah, man, that's corny.
It'd still be the same country.
No. It
ain't gonna hit the same.
No.
It ain't gonna hit the same, bro. There's gonna be a different history now. New history.
And all of that.
But DK, the thing is, that's what hateful people would do. People who think that we have some animosity against the settlers, right?
Look,
because
I heard a guy.
Hold on, Colin. They would want to wipe off their history and their contribution to the country. But like the natives are not trying to do that. That's not their main focus. They want to be included in government. They want to have agency over their lives, and they have it. So they're not fighting to erase anybody else's accomplishment.
There's a new native elite out there. This one guy said the other day, he goes, "I'm sick of the Congo people." Well,
it's people that want to do it though, too.
It's people want to do it. They're out there, And the bottom line is this, they're like,
just how the people like Carla who would say, reconquer the natives, take our country away. There's a few of them that want to do that, but it's not the majority.
Look, I'm like this. I just think Black America. I'm looking around, and a couple of years ago, I said, "Oh yeah, Liberia." There's some people still believe in Liberia, right? Because they're like, "Oh yeah, there's that other thing, right?" Like Val Thomas, he loves Liberia, right? You can't give him like this. But I realize now that it was never Liberia. It's us in America. We could create Liberia anywhere in Africa that we want to. We don't need that particular land to create the paradise. You know what Liberia was rooted in? The African American spirit of joy. That's something.
Liberia got a few lucky breaks. They survived. It wasn't because of the pure ingenuity, and intellect of the American Liberian.
Brilliance and stuff like that.
I don't understand that, Elvis. Why do you still call them American Liberians and they've been in the country for like?
I mean, whatever you want to call them, tellers. I'm talking about those who was at the helm of power.
Why y'all can't just be Liberians? God damn it! You know what I mean?
Well, because there's two groups, so we gotta distinguish the groups, right?
Guys, man.
But the point that I'm making, Kyla, is that like DK said, and you got angry with him. I think in the comment or even on the panel here, is that America, had to intervene a couple times on the behalf of Liberia to protect them from Great Britain. Harvey Firestone had to come in and play a key role in keeping Liberia sovereign. So those things were instrumental in Liberia retaining its independence.
Elvis, do you understand the imperialism was real? Racism.
No, that's what I'm telling you. So when you brag and beat your chest, is that Liberia is not what it is purely because of the American Liberians. That's what I'm telling you. Other powers had to intervene to keep it independent.
All that Liberia kept its sovereignty. That's all I said. Because they almost lost their sovereignty.
Okay, how can you say imperialism and racism is real and then say COINTELPRO is fake?
No. I'm saying in grand scheme of
No,
things,
anything that elevates your
hold on.
position, you
The
for.
difference
But
is,
you can apply that same thing to somebody else's that you
The
won't agree
difference
with.
is this, right? Had Liberia lost, right? One thing you never hear Liberian leaders do is if they lost, like they lost territory to France and Britain, right? Elvis knows this. You don't hear them complaining about it. They say, okay, we weren't ready, we lost territory, move on, right?
No, they only lost that territory
I know,
because those people living in the hinterlands were not fully unified and integrated in the country, so they didn't feel like they needed to fight to retain those lands.
There's no record of Liberian leaders in the past have agreed. Even Tubman, who was offered that land back from the president of Guinea, de Gaulle, whatever his name is, he said, "Nah, keep it." For Francisco Torre.
Because Sekou Touré was a Pan-Africanist. He
my
wanted to have unity with the
point,
Liberians and spit in the eye of the French. That's why he did it.
What you call Goodwill says, okay, the difference is the black man in America, right? Even when stuff is clearly his fault, he bumbled. He blames it on COINTELPRO. Because
the irony here is that you blame the white man as enemies, right? But they were instrumental in keeping Liberian sovereign by intervening with Firestone.
Compared to Liberians, we're not real men.
Black man in white face, bro. You don't make no sense.
True, So the bottom line is Liberian men.
DK made a point the other night, Colin. You got on him. DK said that white people save Liberia, and you was angry at him, and he was right.
No, what I'm saying is this: look, only reason why Liberia, I would give white America credit, but it was a lot. People don't understand something. Well, DK don't understand.
From the foundation of the country to its very existence, an influx of cash and foreign aid that was pumped into Liberia that got it to where it was in the 60s and 70s came from America mostly.
But we the one that's tied in with the white man.
Actually,
crazy.
They were tethered to white America.
No. Let me say this: Liberia's biggest trading partner was Germany. It wasn't America.
Some more white people.
You know what I'm saying? Look, hold up. You got
it was no black countries at that time.
There was no countries in Africa. There was no other black countries in the world.
So then why do you hold Liberia up when there was no competition?
So there was no competition. But my
right.
Point,
so when you talk about the fastest growing economy,
my point I'm trying to make is
it was by default.
My phrase is when people start saying, "Oh, well, this, that, and the other thing," Liberia, 99% of all
That's why I say, Elvis, change the name. You don't even like Liberia. Change the name.
Just change your name.
Yeah. I mean, Dave, don't cast aspersions.
Hey, what's
what's in my mind? You can't go into the operation of my mind.
On me.
Hello, yo, Dave.
I didn't. I asked you questions to understand. I don't cast aspersions.
Change the name. That's
Hold
why
on.
I'm
What's the name of Liberia? This one Liberian native girl.
No, the native wanted something, and they got the thing. Their argument wasn't change the country's name, change the symbol. That wasn't their argument. It's that we want to be in government. We want to have parity with other people and be included, and they have that now.
Look, I feel bad, right? Because I don't know when the last time you've been in Liberia. The status of the native Liberians did not elevate at all.
Okay, Colin.
But their status is still.
See that shit. You see that's your mentality, right?
Oh, I'm just serious.
Most of the wealthy people in Liberia are native Liberians.
I know, and I'm saying.
So what are you talking about? They didn't have that wealth 30, 40 years ago.
I know. Look,
so their status has improved.
You got native Liberians, got nice cars, everything, but their status has not changed.
What do you mean their status has not changed? What do you mean?
No, what I'm saying is, it's just
the president of the nation is a native. He conferred titles. He's the head of the country. He garnered the respect of the entire Africa. That's his status change. The vice president is a native. The speaker of parliament is a native. The Senate pro tem is a native. Their status changed, Colin.
You gotta say, Colin.
So I don't know when you say that. What are you trying to denigrate them?
Let me finish what I'm trying to say, right? Now, as Buckeye, the Honorable Buckeye is doing good. I met the mayor of Monrovia, beautiful people. I met them all, right? I met all these people in Liberia, right? But do you know the Liberians? And I got invited by Patrice, Kula. I was going to sit down with Supreme Court Justice for dinner back in 2003. I said I couldn't eat.
Her name's Clarice, Carla. You name drop these people. You don't even know the name. Her name is Clarice For Cooler.
Oh, it takes out anyway. So I couldn't do it, right? But the thing is, what I'm getting from my observations, I think this, right? What I mean by the native status change, right? There are people now calling Boca, his administration, American Liberians and Congo people. Because anytime you're soon to be educated and successful, you're deemed to be a Congo person. Like, that's what I mean by the status of natives have not changed. As the truth. I'm
That's not true. Joseph Walker. Hold on, Carla. Let me just rebut you.
That's true. That's true.
Joseph, hold on, Carla. Hold on. Hold on.
Man. Yeah.
Hold on, Dave. Let me speak.
Come on.
There's a difference, right? So I don't even want to get personal with anybody on the platform, but if Joseph Boyka lived with the Congo people, right, and he was a houseboy, and they raised him and sent him to school, and he was cleaning their house and in the chambers, the toilet
Doing this
chambers.
houseboy method.
Hold on, Dave. Let me make a point.
House girl method, bro.
Hold on.
Cut it out.
Hold on.
No, that's
if he came from that stock, people can make that assertion. But he kept his culture.
Yes,
hold on, I'm trying to make a point, Dave. Let's not do that. He kept his culture. He was attached to his. Hold, Dave. Let's not do this. Joseph Boyka is known in Liberia as a traditional man, meaning he's part of the traditional poor society. He has titles and chieftaincy amongst his people. He speaks his dialect. He's a traditional native Liberian. He wasn't raised by the Congo people. He wasn't sent to school by them. He worked as a janitor to send himself to school. So he's a rare native who didn't have to ascend to power by working underneath the tutelage of the American Liberians. So nobody can cast that aspersion on him.
In his voice.
In whose voice? In the president's voice?
Why they're calling him a Congo man right now? Why they calling him?
I don't think anybody's making that case.
What?
With any ingenuity to it.
It's all over the internet.
Yeah, one person is making the case, they're wrong.
No, it's all over.
There were other people who you can make that case against, who were stooge of the American Liberian, who had been sent to school by them, who had lived as houseboys for them in order to get education. That would be appropriate to make that aspersion, but not just a boycott. He definitely didn't live with the Congo people. He's a person who lifted himself up by the bushcraps. Colonel, I don't support him, but when it comes to his life story, I give him props. He didn't have any help from the Congo people. He sent himself to school working as a janitor at night.
You didn't answer none of the questions.
What question?
Why are they blaming the Congo people?
When you say they, who is they? A couple of people on social media who just talking nonsense? Who is the they?
That's the sentiment of the people in the country.
No, it's not the sentiment of the people. That's what I'm telling you. I'm giving you informed information that you may not have known. That's what I'm doing right now. So he didn't have any association with the Congos. He worked up by himself, went to school, got educated, became the minister, of agriculture, eventually became the vice president. Now he's the president. So he's a pure native man who is well intact with his native culture and his language, and is a part of the poorest society, the traditional schools of his people. He's a native man. He's not even a Freemason. He's not in any American Liberian, secret society. He's not part of any of their groups. So yeah, he's not a Congo man by any means. That's all.
Oh man. You didn't answer no question, bro. Why they blaming the Congo people? Why everybody blaming the Congo people? Why when you go to Liberia right now, they're gonna call Elvis or me, America call Liberia? Why is that?
Well, Dave, that's the thing, right? If certain people try to portray themselves as that, then perhaps people would may confuse them as being such.
Hey
But
man,
for me, everybody who listened to
that's
me,
why that's why for change. That's why I call the 1980 cool is a fraud. Because if the cool was really about, oh, let the native man be, change everything, change up. Why continue something that been oppress you? Change everything.
what do they will continue? I mean, you don't even
Why
understand what the
why continue a country that been oppress you all these years, right?
nah. The native wanted to be involved more in government. They wanted agency. They wanted self determination.
And
They have that
in
now.
less than 10 years, it was a civil war that the American Liberians still get blamed for. Because everybody think Charles Taylor American Liberian. They say he American Liberian. They brought war.
Well, yeah, there was a
So
war that happened. What about the war?
they brought the war. So people like Kyla and King Justice, they hold the bag. They blame them.
Nobody blamed Carla. Respectfully to Carla, he's not a Liberian. He has no attachment to Liberia. He doesn't have any
Call him
descendants.
American Liberian.
No, he's not.
If you
He
calling them
thinks
American Liberian,
he thinks of
then
himself as that, but he's not.
people gonna think like Kyla or somebody like that coming in settling.
Look,
Oh,
Carla said it himself, and he's smart enough to understand. If Carla had gone to Liberia in this day and age, if the American Liberians were in charge, they would not listen to him. He would be beneath them. He would be somebody who chose to stay under oppression, while those guys who are the descendants of those people who pioneered and went to Liberia would be looking down on him.
anybody will feel
Because
like that. I feel like that too.
yeah,
Feel like
that's what
that.
I'm trying to tell you. So Carla thinks when he's in
Feel
Liberia,
like
he has some elevated status.
how you
It's
feel
only
like
because the native are more welcoming to him. The American Liberian would have looked down on him. That's the difference.
that. Anybody
And he said it
look
once
down on
before. I think he
somebody
was
like
right when
that.
he said it.
Be the same damn way. Shit.
No,
My
Kyler gets
brother,
special treatment. He got a diplomatic passport. He wouldn't have
his
got any
brother,
close to any of those
come
things
in.
under an American Liberian government. No way.
Anybody, that's just human nature. Anybody would be like that.
No, the natives are not like that with Kyler or African Americans. They don't think that they're beneath them. They give them preferential treatment. They welcome them. They give them some, illusion of grandeur when they're in the country. But if it was the other
That's why I
government,
said. That's why I said, looking at it, like the American Liberians, they didn't want Black Americans moving to Liberia.
Come on, son. Come on. Think about it. Think about it. Oh, so my ancestors suffered. We knocked on everybody's door. So Pete Gang, look at the story. We knocked on everybody's door. Oh, yo, come, let's build this country. Nah, man, I'm here. I'm good. I like this plantation, man. I'm good. I'm not like Kyla been talking about, scared, fear. You know what I mean? And I'll now build the country shaking and successful. I don't want you to come there. I don't know. Try to keep your ass out. I'm enjoying it. So anybody will feel
yeah.
like
So
that.
that's why I don't know why Kyler keeps having this idea that it's his ancestors. These people look at your actual ancestors as cowards, people who didn't want to leave America, who didn't
At the
want to go
same
start
time, say
something
his
new.
ancestors from the Congo. Like, man, this don't make sense.
Yeah.
I mean, did they
That's
did
what
they
they did
send?
with Garvey.
Yeah, they sent
Yeah.
Garvey away. His
Yeah,
group.
that's what
They
they
didn't
did
want
with
any.
They saw anybody who was a threat to their hegemony in that country, that Masonic order who was selecting and electing presidents in the lodges. If you wasn't part of that good old boy club, you don't come from one of those families that you didn't have the pedigree. You could not be in that power structure. So somebody like Kyla, country bumpkin from Virginia or from New York, come down
Yeah,
there,
I
Tyler,
like, bro, you
so
he's
got
not gonna
now
have any
let's
nationality.
ask
power.
the
His power
question
wants to
now.
be one
Nationality
of those
Hold on, let me
political
ask the
that
million
ultimate
elites
dollar
spot,
question
bro.
that
now.
look
Hold on, let
down.
me
They
ask
look
the million
down on
dollar
other
question.
blacks. You know?
Could somebody like King Justice go in Liberia now and run and will do a good thing and be a senator or representative? No.
There are laws on the book, right? You know what the law says, Dave?
Oh, y'all, they won't win.
You can be you
As long as you
okay,
black,
let me just explain it for those who doesn't know, right? There's a dual citizenship law. If you have a citizenship of another
Native
country,
people in power right now won't allow it.
Dave, I mean, I want to explain it to the guys who don't know. I'm
Native
not
people
arguing
in
with you.
power now won't allow it.
I hear you, right?
Come
But let me
on,
just
the
explain
same
it.
thing going on.
Okay. So you can't be senator, You can't hold sensitive government position if you have dual citizenship. So you're excluded from certain positions. Before, it was you can't have any positions at all, but now you can have certain positions, but not the sensitive ones. So like Minister of Defense, Minister of Justice, Senator, I think representative, but you can serve in other, perhaps lower position in government as a dual citizen. And that applies for born Liberians who became naturalized citizens of other countries. So it's not excluding just African Americans. It excludes people of natural, who were natural born Liberians who became dual citizens later. But my point here is the sentiment. It's not like that now, but before the coup, the sentiment was exactly that. That those who was coming from America, and again, they kind of came with a bit of hubris too, and thought that they was on par because they had adjacency with the white man, with the American Liberians, and they probably thought they were more educated. Some of them felt like they were more exposed because they came from the West, and these people are in Africa, and they didn't really take too kind to them. They kind of kept them at arm's length. They didn't even offer them citizenship. Why we talking about Liberia offering African American citizenship now? The American Liberians didn't offer African American citizenship. They didn't even have a drive to say, well, we have, if you want to come here and settle, we have a state that we build, you can come and live. We got citizenship here for you. They didn't offer any of those things.
So, Elvis, my thing is this. If the American Liberians never wanted to invite African Americans, did they just think they're going to be a minority ruling over natives forever?
But
They
DK,
were
let's be
doomed.
honest
They
too.
were doomed.
DK,
They
hold
were
up, DK.
doomed.
Let's be honest too. You think African Americans will want to come, even if the country was
They
built? I
never
don't think.
tried. When Marcus Garvey
I don't.
came
I
with his
mean,
group,
do you
they
think so? Do
rejected
you
him.
think
They
so?
they didn't entice them.
You don't
The
think
people on the
so?
coast in Monrovia, they had a good life. You can entice people with sovereignty. You can entice them with leading their own destiny and try to do things that will make them want to come. Invite them for visits, try to woo them, but they didn't want to do
That's
that. They
what
didn't want to
Israel
share
does.
power.
That's what Israel does. That's what Argentina does. Hell,
Right.
I think
apartheid
all of that
Africa
was
was doing it.
opening up with with Tarba. Tarba, I think all of those things was opening up with Tarba. I think look at it like this. Tubman was a little stingy, but I think things was opening up with Tarba.
October, it's too late. It's too late.
It was too late, so
Too
the
late.
sentiment was already there. I think they should have just gave Tarba the chance.
Yeah,
Give him
the problem wasn't with
a
Torah,
chance.
actually. A lot of native people
I
like
mean,
Torah. But DK, let me tell you, right? You know, you think Kala is, you know, harsh at times. There were people in Liberia who were, I mean, you could say like racist, you could use that word here with the white people, but they were so prejudiced against the native and openly so. You know, they had some mixed skin people who they call mulatto. These guys who were colorists. We had colorists in
That's what
Liberia
I
who
was
were
trying
mixed.
to tell him. They was mostly free people of color, and the sons of
Yeah,
mulattoes going back.
who
That's
would
what I'm
make
saying.
fun of the native for having dark skin, having native names, and pretty much ostracize them socially in their own country, where they're the minority, the majority. So
I
there
don't
were
like to
people like that
hide
in
this truth
government.
about Liberia,
And when
the
I look,
negative
I'm
you
not
part.
trying to
gotta
trash Liberia, but
give
I just look
Ball
at,
Willie a
what went
chance,
wrong.
man. Ball, but the sentiment was already there. You know what I
That's what
mean?
I'm saying, Dave.
Give
So
Ball
I
Willie
mean,
a
in
chance.
this very America, amongst some Black Americans who grew up in a certain place, there were that colorist sentiment where certain people felt like they were
Yeah,
better than the
but
darker skinned blacks.
A lot of
like
that
Liberia,
sentiment too, Elvis, come from the South. So a lot of them was
That's
coming
who
from
I
the
went
mean,
back
South,
though. They was
man.
hey
literally
Dave,
the sons and
You might
grandsons of
A
sound like,
lot
slave
of that sentiment
masters.
come from the South. If it
hey
was more
Dave,
New
you might sound like
Yorkers
I'm
there,
hating, but
it would have been a little
Dave,
different, Elvis.
yo,
Yeah, man, it
Dave,
was sentiment there.
I'm not hating, but like when I look at Liberia's founding father, J.J. Roberts, he's not a black man. He's what a quadroon.
He's probably like a Octoron or a Quadron, yeah. But Carlo would swear he was a black man. His mother was mixed race. His father was white. You know, so
Right.
he was almost white, man. But again, like I said, look, even in Liberia right now, there are families there who are, high yellow, if you can call them high yellow, right? And they practice some form of colorism, you know.
Yeah.
But
They still
now that
going
they
to
have
those
no
jails?
state power, there's nothing to enforce their prejudice against the natives, so they just have to deal with it.
Are
You
they
know.
still like that to this day? Like they still
I mean, I
colorist?
wouldn't know. I'm not living amongst them currently, but certainly there was this idea that you don't marry a dark skinned person if you're a light skinned person. You got to try to find another light skinned person to marry. You know.
They brought that
That's
over to
crazy.
Africa. Yeah.
Can we all agree that logistically
And some of
building
that,
a
yo, stuff
nation
Elvis too.
here?
Some of Elvis, some of that too come from the Caribbean side too. The Caribbean,
Yeah,
all
I'm
that.
just saying those sentiments was there, Dave, and those
Yeah,
things were
that
bad.
shit.
We have to
Yeah,
agree on
but
that.
oh yeah, but my man Tolbert was trying though,
No, we
man.
agree. That's what I'm saying. A lot of people think he was
Yeah,
just in a bad. He was in a position at a
he
bad
was a
time.
bad. It was a bad. It was
So
bad
Tolbert
timing.
was just the guy left holding the
Yeah, he
bag.
was. You know, he was just
Yeah,
left with the
because okay,
bag.
yes, one of the
Yeah,
things, right? Tolbert, the
bag.
actually delayed the coup. Because what he did was he started to engage with the agitators, like the progressives. He started to talk to them. He started to have policies that would bring more of the natives in. But then the rice riot happened, and the rice riot, people got killed in the rice riot. And instead of continuing that conciliatory tone, he started to listen to people like Richard Henry's, some of his advisor who was telling him, "See, we told you about these guys. You got to pretty much clamp down." And the president took a hard stance when the country was mourning after a lot of Liberians that got killed during the rice riot. He had people in post stockade, some of these leaders who organized the riot, or not riot, but the protest that turned into a riot. He said he was going to kill them. There was the sentiment that when he leaves and go to the OU meeting in Zimbabwe, these guys that were held in the post stockade will be executed. And these were heroes. These were folk heroes of a lot of native guys, those in the army. So they pretty much accelerated the coup and caught him before he could leave, because the next morning he was supposed to leave to go to Zimbabwe. Killed him the night before he left. Because they felt like had he gone, their leaders or some of their heroes who they admired was going to be killed the next morning. So they had to get the president and overthrow the government before he left. So had he taken a more conciliatory tone and maybe sympathized with the nation that some of their sons had got killed by the police who opened fire in the crowd of people and killed a lot of them, then maybe. But it was just like they had to take action. That's how they saw it. Or else their heroes or the people that they admire would have been killed the next morning after the president left the country. So it was unfortunate. I
Yeah,
actually liked Torben. I think he did some good things, but the the
you
the,
can't
the
really
people
put it
around
harsh,
him, yeah, those high ranking Freemasons who was telling him that the old structure, he has to maintain the old structure. He wanted to be more progressive and bring more change, but the True Whig Party was a rigid institution, and they wanted him to have the same ideals of Tubman, his predecessor, who were more, you know, authoritative when it came to his rulership style. And Toba was trying to be more progressive. So after the
it's
rice
like
riot, he kind of changed tone and was making
it's
threats
like
that these
they
guys
just
would deal with.
copied everything from white America. Freemasons? You bring that shit over to Africa?
Yeah.
God dang.
Yeah. And
It's
most people that know about Freemasons, I don't know if there's any Masons listening, I don't want to divulge your secrets. But even in depth, who knows? Once you get into the White Lodge, into that 30 to the 33rd, you're worshiping Lucifer. It's all about,
that's what it's
Luciferianism,
all about.
So it's a form of witchcraft. So they made fun of the native for being in the traditional schools, but they themselves was in some ancient mystery school by the way of Freemasonry. Just a
So they're
hypocrisy around.
oh, man, that is crazy.
Yeah, you can't say that we tethered to the white man, we fear the white man, and then the country that you the most advocate for, or the one that you promote the most, has the most history with white America. That literally makes no sense.
Yeah.
That's crazy. Yeah,
And
you
look,
can't
I
have a
hate to say
nation.
it. Every time I
Yeah, I
say
was
it,
just
sounds like I'm being some kind of way, but it's the truth, right? Like they had babysitters. Let me say that word right. They had babysitters when they first came on the continent. There was a white Jewish guy called Yehudi Ashman, who was a governor of the ACS, right? Who was the babysitter for the quote unquote the settlers who came to settle. And those guys was there for like almost 20 years, pretty much governing and putting the state together. So the apparatus that the American Liberians learned from to form their own country was established by the white governing Americans who was the head of the ACS. So they learn those form of government. They learn those things from those people who were governing them. And
There's
once
no way
they,
to tell the history of Liberia without white assistance unless you just being disingenuous.
yeah. So you know,
If you're a Freemason, you are tethered to white America at the hip, man.
Not
You
facts.
don't get no more
yeah. And the
white.
thing about it, DK, the lodges, right? Because in Liberia, of course, they had a one party system. So most elections, even for senators and representative, and even up to the president, was decided in the lodge. So they would select who was going to, ascend. Even William Tolbert, when the first vice president died, he ascended to the vice presidency. They when Tubman died, they had reservation on Tolbert, and they didn't want to swear him in. They thought somebody else would have been a better president because Tolbert has shown certain signs that he would have probably been more, sympathetic to the natives. So they wanted to stop him from ascending to the presidency. So he had to do like a quick uh, um, trip to the Capitol building to get sworn in. So he wore a suit, that was called the swearing in suit that became, kind of famous, for him because it was just something old, some old suit that he threw in from his closet and ran straight before those guys could block him to get sworn in as president. So it became one of his trademark, symbols, that swearing in suit, as we call it. With the buttons, the pocket buttons on it. It looks like you're going on it looks like one of those plantation, owners that wears the hat, those pockets on it. It's a plantation owner, so that's what it's really called. But that was the swearing. So yeah, the whole Freemason had a big toll. So when Samuel Doe came out, I think 1776 was saying it right. Being a traditional person, Samuel Doe knew that the Freemason was also a spiritual organization that dealt with, astral project. I mean, if you get into the mystery teach, you know what it's
Well,
about.
actually, he became one. So he joined, whatever. They thought that was some big thing. I don't know. Like,
Samuel Doe didn't join it.
yeah, yes, he did. He had
No, they had you can't tell me my own tribes, man. He had a memorandum on him that he couldn't join any other secret society. Only the secret society that he joined was the Polar Society, which is different than our society, which is called
the bottom line is
the GI.
he thought the key to power was
No, he shut the Freemason building down, Carla. He shut them down. He
but
barred them.
ignorance. Like I said,
So
they
how can you say he joined them
DK,
then?
that's
So
just
well,
still open
don't get
again,
wrong information,
DK.
Carla. He didn't join them.
DK, that's just
He
still
joined the
open
Poor
again.
Society because he wanted the votes from the Lofa people, and he took a Lofian to be his vice president, Harry Wanaba,
I just think
Dr. Harry Wanaba.
I just think that it was like I'm looking at all this. It was a big clusterfuck, uh, bad situation, man. I don't know how you get. I think Elvis, your guys ought to go home and save your country, man, because nobody's gonna do it, man. If you guys love the country, that's the whole thing. I'm like, why let a country go to waste like that?
What do you go to waste, Carla? You go to the country as a functioning country. You stay there, you live there, you eat there,
Yeah, I
you
know that.
travel there, you come back to the United States. It's not a
I'm saying, taking the country forward, right? Taking the country forward. And I just think most part, I just think a lot of people there. You got a lot of good things going on in Liberia. The people doing good things did not showcase. The people who get the theatrics and drama, this showcase how loud you are. That's who gets all the shine.
Carla, the wealthiest countries in Africa, and even in the Western countries that do really well, and there's a few exceptions. Countries that have oil, because oil is a fast accelerant for development because there's so much money.
1776 said, at least Liberia thrive under Freemasonry. It's not
The
thriving.
things that the commodities that we had,
He
Carla,
said it
that helped
thrives
us to
under
grow
Freemasonry.
are not in high demand anymore. Like during the time of World War II, when we had rubber, when tires was being, but now Brazil has developed their rubber industry. Malaysia has developed their rubber industry. So they're competing with us. And we're a smaller country. We can't compete with rubber.
Like I said,
Iron ore,
what
same thing. Many
makes
countries
me
have
is you got
discovered
all
more
these
iron ore than we
companies.
have.
How come no one ever said, something? I want to make rubber gloves. I want to make fucking tires. I want to make rubber raincoats, whatnot. I
Yeah,
want to.
it's the same thing for African Americans,
No,
right?
we got a whole, but I could look at Black Americans, right? We got
Yeah.
Byron. We got Byron Allen, who just
Is he making rubber gloves and buckets?
We're not in the country, you know.
He's not doing anything tangible, Carl. He's into entertainment.
Hold up. Byron Allen just put $160 million.
That's what I'm saying. That's entertainment. It's not tangible.
Yeah, but hold up, Elvis, man, you're moving the goalposts. The bottom line is this, I'm not saying what like this, but I'm saying you tell me that nobody in Liberia could have gathered a rubber producing corporation, at least, even if they failed.
Carla, you talk about your people, right? Your ancestors, right? Why couldn't they bring a rubber plantation to compete with Firestone? They were the smart guys, right? The innovators.
All is in your court right now,
Yeah, the point that I'm making is, number one, the same thing with many countries, right? We have one guy in Liberia who's having a rubber farm, in a sense. His name is Jeff. He's an Indian. He's a Sikh from India. He has a rubber plant. He has a rubber factory or whatever you want to call it. He makes like buckets and other things that make from rubber. So he's doing that.
My point I'm trying to make is, maybe, I don't know. Let's say Liberians can't do it. You tell me out of the whole region right there, there's no one in the Ivory Coast, Sierra Leone, and Nigeria.
Yeah, there's not a lot of Africans that have these little kinds of companies, Carla.
So you tell me there's no rubber manufacturing companies? Oh, let me look it up. Any rubber manufacturing companies in Nigeria?
Black owned rubber manufacturing companies.
They'll say without nobody name. Okay. Let me look it up. And they'll say any.
It might be
rubber manufacturing.
Black owned. You got to put that in there.
If they're on the continent, I don't care if they're black owned.
Oh, okay, Carla. Okay, I guess Firestone is on the continent, so we have one then, Carla. We can claim Firestone.
You got to take what you can get nowadays, bro.
No. By your logic, we got Firestone, Carla. We got one.
Look, hold up. It says Nigeria has a number of important rubber producers and manufacturers ranging from plantation-based natural rubber companies to firms that manufacture industrial rubber products, tires, mats, seals. Wow, man. Major rubber companies in Nigeria. Rubber Estates Nigeria Limited, one of the largest producers of natural rubber in Nigeria. The company manages more than 15,000 hectares.
Yeah, that's natural rubber. That's latex, Carla. That's not I want to know the manufacturing company that manufactures stuff.
Integrated Rubber Products of Nigeria PLC, leading manufacturer of industrial rubber products such as gaskets, rubber rollers, sheets, mats, dock fenders, automobile components. Wow, DN Tire and Rubber, and formerly known as Dunlop, Nigeria. Oh man,
1776. Are you a traveling man? Can you read the writings on the wall? 1776. You're advocating like you're a Mason.
Yo, check us out. Look, Okumo Oil Palm Company is best known for palm oil. Okumo.
Oh my God, Carla, stop butchering the name.
Also operates a modern rubber factory in Edo State. That's Kidola's place.
Yeah, but that's what I'm saying. Those people are doing some stuff.
You got a point, Elvis.
How come they haven't brought any of these investors?
Who got a point?
Nobody's ever took a flight to Nigeria and said, some of my brothers Nigerians, y'all know y'all like Liberia or not. We got some fine women over here.
1776. He said, Elvis, if Freemasonry is so negative, why do so many Africans seek refuge in Freemason countries like the U.S., England, Australia, European nations? Why?
Well, to be honest, most of them don't probably look at them as Freemason nations. Let's be honest. They probably look at them as Christian nations.
Exactly.
Yeah, but Liberia,
most of them are Freemasons, though.
Yeah, Freemason. Everybody knows it's a cult. It's a continuation of ancient mystery schools. It's a cult.
Nothing to do with Freemasonry.
Hold on.
Yeah, it's Antichrist.
Hold on. Elvis, you got it wrong.
But Elvis, Freemasons run our country right now.
Is a Scottish Freemasonry. They believe in the occult. The Scottish Rite Freemasonry. That's a
when you get into the White Lodges, You know the secret. You know the royal secret.
The Scottish Rite Freemasonry
Prince
was a
Hall though. They
satanic
brought
cult.
Prince Hall.
Prince all have the same rights, Carla. What do you mean?
No, the Scottish Rite Freemasonry was
They
what
have the same rights. They have the Royal
had
Arch degrees in
no,
the
they
York
Not for
rights,
long.
look,
and they have the
For
Scottish
long.
Rite in Prince Hall.
I have family members that are Freemasons, right? You know what Mason's job primarily doing is building. You know, Mason architecture, stone buildings.
No. That's for operative Masons,
I
those
know
who
what I'm
actually
saying,
build.
but the
Most
whole
Freemasons are speculative Masons, Carla. They're
Masonry.
building their temple in themselves. They're trying to become divine.
Masonry is a fundamental part of all civilizations. Why? Because these are
You're
what
talking about
Yeah, y'all talking about two
operative
different
Masons,
things. You talking about
right?
stone masonry, bro.
Yeah, we're talking about these Masons. They do masonry through allegories and
we have
symbols.
no friggin' evidence that the Liberian Masonry was doing anything evil.
Oh, Kyla, that's then you don't know Freemasonry. That's the point.
I can't trust anything you people say.
Freemasons are taking you from base consciousness. If you follow your tracing board, you know what a tracing board is, Kyla?
Yeah, but hold on. But they were not involved in human sacrifice.
Oh, Kyla, why do you think Alan Yancey and Anderson was
Yeah,
killed?
Al Yancey was not a fucking American Liberian. He was a native.
Okay.
The Yancey
So
were Grebos.
yeah. So when the president said that those people were related to him, is the president a native man?
Hold on. The Yanceys, right, were Grebos.
Okay. So how are they related to Tubber?
They were Grebos. Just like the Peabodys. All of it, they just changed their name. They had the name,
Okay.
but they were natives people who basically never changed. In 1976, they were tried.
But let me tell you, Kyla, let me tell you the Freemasons, right? Freemasons are teaching you how to purify your soul so that you can ascend to what they call the celestial lodge. You can become God. You can astral project and go into the ethereal plane, into the spirit world, and communicate with ascended masters and have spirit guides.
Hey, Dave, let me ask you.
That's the same. That's the same thing that they teach in the bush schools,
What
in the
does
African schools.
anything about building nations and building governments and infrastructure and stuff like that?
Municipalities, because you're not trying to build a nation, remember?
Yeah, no, I'm talking about somebody who does have a nation. Wouldn't they have more important things to worry about?
Yeah, but when you're trying to build a municipality, you can worry about all this stupid shit because you're gonna be governed by somebody else.
It is what it is. So people talking, oh, come on, man, just stop. Just like the COINTELPRO shit, it was bullshit.
COINTELPRO is real as hell. Just as real as the white assistance that Liberia got to establish state nation.
Negro Pro. When all else fails, you blame COINTELPRO.
You know who not gonna be in the COINTELPRO files?
If you on crack and whatnot, you get caught with prostitutes and all heroin and everything like that. No, it wasn't my fault. It was COINTELPRO.
No, bro. No. COINTELPRO started before it was crack and heroin. J. Edgar Hoover is the fucking architect of that.
What's that? What the hell? How is it that the
first of all, you have to be able to speak if you're gonna be a leader or anything.
Hold up. Why is it that if the COINTELPRO was so great, how come they couldn't take down people, let's say like Nicky Barnes?
They arrested him. What the fuck are you talking about?
They took it was about infiltration, Kyla, into many black organizations like the Panthers and others.
Nicky Barnes and how did Bumpy Johnson exist for decades in Harlem and whatnot, untouched?
COINTELPRO wasn't made for those guys. It was made for the pro-black organizations, not for drug dealers, Kyla.
That's one point, but everybody you just named did numerous amount of time in prison. They didn't win. Frank Lucas didn't win. Nicky Barnes didn't win.
I'm so sick and tired of hearing about COINTELPRO. Just
say, it actually existed, Kyla. It's been declassified. It actually existed.
They say the white man is Thanos and whatnot, and like I said earlier, this is what King is doing, right? I said there's three types of speeches we get. People who get up there and talk about how we got our ass handed to us in the past, right? You'll spend hours. This what happened to us.
You do that. You literally just did a show about kids in Atlanta getting murdered throughout your whole life that you've done nothing about.
Got the other people that would talk about how we get presently getting our ass whooped.
You do that also.
And then you got other motherfuckers sitting around talking about how we're gonna get our ass whooped.
You do that also when you say that we're doomed and hopeless.
Okay,
you do all the three things that you just listed.
I told you
we go and scale your shows. We can find examples of all of those.
We got nice black communities here. You know, we don't have to we don't even have to go to Africa to tell you the truth. But I'm saying those.
Okay, today you're saying we have nice black communities. Y'all listen. And by 3 days, we don't have a community. We don't have a community. We don't have a community.
I'm trying to do is for people who want something different. You know, you don't have to. I don't have to do this. You know, I don't have to do this. I have a beautiful life here. You know, I got a business, everything like that. But this is something that's in my soul. I want to do. You know, if it's not in your soul, then it's fine. You know, this is my soul.
Want to do? As soon as you start critiquing others, you open yourself up to critique.
Oh, look, I'm not critiquing others, right?
Take that.
So you gotta have logic.
No. Look. Okay, logic. Let's talk about logic. What is more affordable? Getting 1,000 people to Mississippi or getting 1,000 people to Africa? Logic.
College Genesis.
Logic to it.
The College Genesis came up with a term called LARP. You know what LARP means?
Let's talk about logic. What is more feasible? Getting people to Mississippi or getting people to Liberia?
Listen and you learn something.
You don't follow your own rules.
Hold on. Listen and learn something, right? LARP stands for logical, achievable, reasonable, and practical. Right?
1,000 people to Africa or 1,000 people to Mississippi. Which is more logical?
It's not logical, achievable, and all those phases, you got to be honest with yourself. Reasonable and practical.
Practical and reasonable. Mississippi or Africa, which is more practical and reasonable?
Look, the bottom line is this. You're saying that you want to uproot all these white people and bring black people there. When is that logical?
It's very logical. It's happened before.
Okay.
Nations are built all the time. South Sudan is the newest nation in the world.
Is it achievable?
It's absolutely achievable.
Is it reasonable? Is it within
absolutely reasonable?
So how is it reasonable? So you're gonna reason with white people? Yeah, you've been here your whole life, but you got to leave now. You really think that's a reasonable request?
For you to be in Africa, you got to reason with white people, Arabs, and Africans.
When I'm in Africa, I don't see white people. You know,
you're lying.
I will tell you that I've never seen one white person when I'm in Africa.
Tyler, you said you saw a white guy at the bar the other time.
Yeah, you said remember that one. You did say you saw a white guy at the bar with a light green chick.
That was last year, you know. This year.
So why do you say you don't see white people? We literally said you see white people.
Last year. Well, he's acting like I'm saying I'm.
Nobody's gonna follow somebody in flip flops like this.
Hold on. He's acting like I'm bumping into him and we're going out and having dinner and shit. No, I don't see him like that. You know, you will see this one. I see this one old white lady.
So and there's no white people there.
You know, but the bottom line is when you say, do I see white people like I do America or something like that? No, you don't see them. No.
It don't matter if you see them. They take foreign aid from white countries, bro.
Oh,
they have white U.S. military bases over there.
What foreign aid is this?
What?
Name the foreign aid from what country?
Let's name a country. You can look it up right now. Okay. They taking foreign aid, bro.
Name the foreign country. If they're taking aid, do you think the white people come in there with a suitcase and giving them money?
Oh my God, bro.
No, what you're saying is white people coming over there with a suitcase at the airport.
Yeah, Israel is a foreign country that takes foreign.
Between 2014 and 2023, Liberia averaged over 500 million in aid annually.
Okay. But dude, that means that the white people got to come there and give it to them?
Bro, it's white people definitely coming over there, bro.
But I'm saying like this. I'm in the airport and whatnot all the time.
I
don't see them.
You don't see them now, but my auntie works at the U.S. Embassy, right? She's in the healthcare profession. There are a lot of USA people who come in there working in Liberia.
Yeah, so
USAID people.
So USAID people were cut out under Trump.
That's what I said. You don't see it now because it's been cut. But before,
those people are gone. You know, they're completely gone. They cut that off. Trump cut that off. All the white people are gone now.
That's on the momentarily. The next government will probably reinstate.
There ain't gonna be no next government, bro.
What's going to happen, Colin? Is this going to be the end of the world? No more, no more governments, no more elections.
I'm just saying, don't get your
He's
hopes
talking
up,
about third term. This shit's serious.
you know. I don't think there's gonna be any other. I don't think the United States is coming.
Colin, sometimes I try to, I've been staying away from your platform now because I think,
Oh wow, keep doing that though, man. It's been peaceful.
yeah, I
Man, ain't
think
nobody just gonna let you say all the
you
bullshit you
voted,
say with
yeah,
no
you
pushback,
voted for
bro.
Trump. Colin was happy when Trump won.
Yeah, I did.
He was.
I would say like
Now
this.
your people are getting disenfranchised by the people that you voted
Yo,
for, Colin.
hold up, Elvis. Let's have
He
this
don't
conversation.
care.
Who the fuck is getting disenfranchised?
He don't care.
Black people in Louisiana,
People in the
Mississippi,
South that he
in
gives
the
no fuck
South.
about.
How are they getting disenfranchised?
They are going to be gerrymandered into pieces where they will have no black majority districts where black people can have representation.
Hold up. The only thing that benefited from the Democratic black power.
Colin, you can't be this simple-minded. Are you crazy?
Hold up. Now these Democrats got to work for the black vote if they want.
No, it's not even possible because the Republicans are going to gerrymander them. That even if they get the black vote, it's going to be consequential. You've regressed, Colin. You've regressed.
I don't
Black
regret.
people has regressed politically.
I don't regret anything.
He don't give a fuck.
They've regressed. I didn't say you regret. I said black people has regressed in this country based on your actions. Other black people who thought like you.
Hold up. You know why I'm not worried? Because I know King Justice will come by with the Republic of New Africa and save the day.
You goddamn right.
No, you just can't admit you were wrong. You just can't admit that you didn't have the foresight to see these racists taking away the rights of your people.
Why you practicing fear and you in Liberia eating bushmeat and shit?
That King Justice was coming by with his Republic of New Africa and whatnot, and we didn't need to worry about gerrymandering.
No, we just don't need no old defeated cats like you. That's all we don't need.
No, I'm saying, man. So don't get mad
You're
at
not
me.
finna bust a grape at a white man. Let's be real, bro. You're not gonna shoot shit.
Clyburn ain't losing seat. He in
get mad at
the
me,
deep South.
man,
He in South Carolina. He ain't losing seat. He ain't losing.
No, do you know what gerrymandering is, Dave? If you have your listen to what I'm saying.
I'm giving an example of somebody who's in the deep South in the Republican zone, and they tried to vote on him losing his seat, and he's not losing his seat.
No, the gerrymander is that. Listen,
you know James Clyburn.
I know Jim Clyburn, Dave. I'm trying to say something.
How come he ain't losing his seat?
No, you don't lose your seat automatically, right?
No, they're doing it now. They voting it in the state houses now. They're redoing it now, bruh. In different states.
Redistricting.
In Louisiana, and people are losing their seats before their terms are over.
Yeah, we're doing it now.
Hold on, I'm trying to ask good justice. Let me see if we can say that. So if a person has a 6-year term, or maybe not a 6, let's say a 4-year term as a representative. 2 years. If they redistrict, that person lose their term, or they have to finish it.
We're gonna have to run another.
I'm asking good justice, Dave.
Not while they in office.
That's the point I'm making. So Jim Clyburn is in office right now. So the way they can get him out of power is by redistricting him, by gerrymandering him, and putting a portion of his district in a majority white district, so that when he runs for the new re-election, his constituents are going to be majority white, and thereby they're not going to vote for him. That's how they get him out of power. But they can't.
That's how it happens.
That's how it happens. That's what I'm trying to explain, Dave. And that's what Colin and them voted for.
In office,
right?
Let me say this. I told you, Title IX, the Affordable Care Act, whatnot. I didn't give a damn what was happening. I wanted Title IX gone. Now, if you guys want to hold on to that, hey, I gave my vote to Trump. So now do it again too.
I was going to just ask you if you regret it. I mean, you talk about Title IX, something that's not even a real thing.
I don't fucking regret one.
You brought something upon your people that is destructive and devastating on them, more so than Title IX would have ever been.
A man walking in with a dick, into a female bathroom.
It's not even happening at any kind of high level, and you try to quantify it as taking away your rights of your people who fought for civil rights.
A man with a dick coming into my office saying, I self-identify as a 16-year-old girl or not, Title IX gave him that right,
Yeah, Yeah, Carla, that's less disastrous than you not having any political power, Carla. You have to be able to rationalize things.
I went against my fucking values. So I said, nope.
So the black people being disenfranchised go against your values?
I don't care about that. I'm not
See, there you go, Carla. There you go.
Okay, well, so let me ask you a question, right? Well, we have people like King Justice here, and this guy got the Republic of New Africa and whatnot. We're still organized black people. You're gonna have to do that.
It's gonna be a lot harder, Carla.
Yeah, but I thought the Republic of New Africa were hardworking people, and they were gonna.
Carla, just admit you voted for something that's unintentionally hurt your people. Just admit it.
I said no. Black people. I don't see black people complaining. I just see black
really.
What? What are you talking about, bro?
Carla lives in a bubble, man. Black people are all right. They're mad about this nonsense.
The only thing I see complaining is people like fucking Roland Swollen Martin and whatnot. You know,
he's black, Carla. Like, what are you talking about?
You
are a contrarian.
Are you saying that black people like this, Carla? Is that what you're saying?
Don't give a damn, right? Let me show you. We'll show you what black people are doing right now on Carnival Cruise. Let's see what black people.
Carla, you do realize that the majority of black Americans are not going to want an Afghanistan, right?
Let's go to see what black people are doing right now.
Majority of us vote for Democrats, bro. Like, that's the facts.
The Carnival Cruise. Carnival.
You like to act like something doesn't exist when it doesn't agree with your plan.
Well, is Carla going to show some video of ghetto blacks on the cruise?
Yeah, the ones he hates.
He's going to show black people twerking on a Carnival cruise ship and drinking and getting drunk.
Black people are right about
that. Carla.
And then he act like they all just from the South, like Frank Lucas and Nicky Barnes, and then wasn't wreaking havoc in the North, bro.
So look what's
up. Niggas is from New York.
It says Section 8 of cruising. You know, let's see what the white racists got. You know?
He's sick, man.
This is what black people are doing right now. While you talk about gerrymandering, let's see what our brothers and sisters are doing. You know,
you already hung yourself though, because you already said we got beautiful neighborhoods, so that proves this is not all the black people, bro.
The white man's watching this shit.
There is a never-ending battle on the internet about whether or not Carnival Cruises is.
Now, do you think those people on the cruise are arguing and yelling about the gerrymandering?
The fact that you're listening to a white man analyze your people, Carla, is embarrassing.
Hold on.
It shows your way of thinking.
Oh, you got. Oh, Carla dropped off. He's probably gonna have to end the stream. I don't know what happened to his.
Yes.
Probably computer died. Well, like, let me answer this guy. 1776. Yeah. Democrats, look, that's what I say. You know, when people used to say on Dinah's show, right? Oh, we're not like the old folks. I keep telling them, you're not smarter than your grandparents. You're not smarter than your mother. You're not smarter than your father. They vote that way, even though they know like the Democrats have faults, but they're not there trying to strip away the rights of black people.
Yeah, nobody cares about that.
No, you don't care about it, Carla, because you're a coon. You work against your own interests, and now you're the chicken are coming home to roost.
Nobody. What mean chickens coming home? I don't care.
Of course you don't care. So you advocate for things, and when the blowbacks come, you don't care. That's a cowardly way to do things.
I don't like Kamala Harris or the Democrats, but Trump's like he's gone full white supremacist.
They're going full.
America's full white supremacists.
Donald Trump posted Obama as a monkey, and Kyla kept quiet as a church mouse. Donald Trump said that white people need reparation from slavery. That's what he said, and Kyla kept quiet. What are you saying, Kyla?
First of all, nobody asked me about that because I didn't even see that. You know,
he literally said on the plane on Air Force One. They asked him. He said, "White people have suffered more since the civil rights movement, and they need reparation."
Did somebody play that on my show, or am I supposed to?
You didn't play it. You get all the news, but you didn't. You just happen not to get that news.
I don't follow everything that goes out in the news. Now.
Oh wow!
Now these people
What the hell you think people go on these cruises for? They're going to have fun, to party, get drunk, act stupid. Yeah, they're having fun.
It's not a.
Yeah, this is not the this is not the Titanic, Colin. This is not some kind of highfalutin shape.
This is not a Freemason lodge, Colin. People are trying to turn up.
This is not the Titanic where people wear suits and tie and have cocktails at 6 o'clock.
Tyler want a bunch of black pilgrims to come to Africa.
Frank Sinatra and Sammy Davis Jr.
This is Boondocks.
Like, why do you judge us by this shit?
Yeah, Colin think this is a reflection of his people.
She had a bottle of Zanies. I took every last one of them. I'll be back.
But then when somebody punching against your idea, you'll say, "No, we
she got the bars for. I took every last one of them. I'll be back to the violence in the rooms.
ratchet people being ratchet. Is this? Does this? Oh, you talking about these guys? These are right wing little reactors on YouTube who are black in skin but white in mentality. You know these kids.
Back up, my man. Back up. It's going down.
They're throwing chairs, bro. This is
Are those the type of black people you want on your African?
Yeah, this is all in his algorithm thing. DK. Follow, watch, hate. He watches black content. DK. This is what his algorithm feeds him.
Those are people that are not getting out of left hand and on black nationalism.
This shit is bad, bro.
Yeah, we know these black kids that are mega Republicans, support Trump, and think black people are disgusting and unruly. This is what Colin concerns about his own people.
I don't know, bro. Man, bro, come on, man. This shit is crazy. This looks like no home training right here, though. This is pretty good.
If they could take black people money, black people have the right to go on that boat and party, Colin. So this is not even a flex. White people get drunk and fight all the time.
Oh my God! Okay, that was pretty violent. Yeah, brother. I mean, hey, man, it's over hundreds and hundreds of videos.
It's so many.
I never been there because I ain't going on no cruise.
Is it a trend here? Can we
turn this shit up, man?
Do we see another demographic of people fighting?
No,
absolutely
that's the
not,
sad.
buddy.
That's the sad part about it, buddy.
Listen to how that black boy's talking. Absolutely not, buddy. These are college little kind of people. These Oreos ass Negroes.
Y'all look, guys. We ain't gotta explain it. Everybody already.
So what does that prove, Colin? That all black people are ghetto and ratchet?
Yeah, black I'm saying we said no black people got.
All right, bro. You don't gotta do all that. That's crazy.
That's what they said, not me.
They say monkey.
Colin, you gotta stop the video.
Yeah, stop the video, Colin. We see it. Black people getting rowdy on the boat.
Like you on a cruise, bro. Like pause. What? Think about you stuck on a cruise with this for 3 days. Like
3 days, bro.
With your kid. Like a cruise supposed to be a family environment.
Not true. What is this dude talking about?
To me, about this is people will scream racism, but it's like if you can't be held accountable for your actions, it's nothing white people can do about racism.
This kid trying to be an officer tell them so bad, man. These are just want to be,
because of this,
pygmy Negroes. Want to be a token for white Republicans.
Y'all just type in "fight Carnival" on Twitter. Y'all will see everything. So let's just go now. What Carnival really wants to promote.
You playing this corn ass shit, Colin. You don't like corns, but these are cool. We know these kids on YouTube.
Tell me when you see somebody black on the Carnival X page, brother.
Yeah, so it is what it is.
Family. That's what they want. Family. That's what they're looking for. Is family.
You ever been on the cruise, Colin?
And so it is what it is.
Colin, you ever been on a cruise?
I've been on a cruise one time to Fort Lauderdale, Florida.
To the Bahamas when I was a kid. That shit was kind of cool, but I'd never do a cruise again.
Yeah. No. If they take black people money, they take that $750. They're allowed to go on there. They got drinks. They pay for their drink pass.
My brother,
they're allowed to go and have fun.
My brother and his family goes on Carnival cruises, and he was saying something like that, right? And then before this whole controversy, that's what I said. That's what you be going on. I said, yeah. He goes, that's what you be saying. He goes, yeah. I was like, no wonder you be acting all. Sometimes you act like, like everybody's been on. My family's been on Carnival Cruise except me. I'm the only one who hasn't been on it yet. So.
Because you're scared you're gonna see black women throwing it back.
Cruise ships are not my thing. I get seasick. So I don't go on them. I get seasick.
But Kyler, you made a mistake. You gotta come on the show and make a show and apologize to your black brothers.
Apologizing for shit.
That you voted for their regression instead of their progression.
I would do it fucking again.
Of course, because you're arrogant. You can't recognize when you made a mistake and apologize.
It's a racist piece of fucking shit.
Did you vote for Trump or good King Justice?
I was not not in good favor. Gonna put my lever down for that.
What about you, DK?
Hold up, that idiot Tim Walz.
No, I didn't vote.
Kamala Harris.
Yeah, I ain't voted either.
Tim Walz.
What about you, Dave? You voted for Trump?
I don't think Dave voted for Trump.
2 times.
Damn.
So you like what's happening right now in the country, Dave?
Yeah.
You approve of the message?
Let it burn. I don't care. Let it burn. Let it collapse.
Right? Look,
I want
we
it
got
to
mass
collapse.
deportations happening, which is beautiful.
Not even so, Kyler. Tell me one person that you know that got deported.
I see a lot of people get deported all the time.
Who do you know in your life that got deported?
I don't know anybody. I don't know any illegals.
Exactly. So a lot of these people think that these Africans will be deported. A lot of Africans are not being deported like that.
I'm saying like this: mass deportations.
Yeah, let Trump fuck up the country, man. Let him fuck it up.
Yeah,
man.
Mufasa voted for Trump. A lot of us did,
man.
I'm sure things are going similar for you, Kyler.
We don't want drag queens.
There's a big word, right? And King Justice might know this word.
I did not want to say men and women's sports.
Yeah, I don't want to.
It's called phenomenological, right? You don't have to go and make a case to people on the action they take. The way that
live in a liberal state. So
hold on 1 second. The way that they feel, their pocketbook, the way that they feel would be the thing that they would come to the logic that I'm feeling this way because of this, and thereby I'm going to make a decision based on that. So it's phenomenological that people realize that what they did was the wrong thing.
No,
whether you want to admit it to yourself or not, you can lie to me, but you can't lie to yourself.
I did was wrong. I don't try to get that.
You can lie to me, you can't lie to yourself, Colin.
Elvis, you keep saying that.
Things are bad. Things are worse off now for black people than they were under Biden.
Why you keep saying worse for black people?
Because it is. You saw what happened with these guys in Louisiana, in Mississippi, in Virginia.
I'm good.
Last year, my business was doubles,
I'm good.
We talk about what the hell I care about and shit,
Elvis, I'm good. I got contracts, bro. I'm good.
I'm making money,
Got projects for the next 2 years, man. I'm good.
All right. Be good. I mean, I'm sure the price of gas is good. Inflation is good.
That's the only thing that's fucked up is the gas price.
My job paid for my travel. You know what I mean? I don't care.
Yeah, but you're not the only black person, Dave. A lot of 18 million people got taken off of Medicaid.
Hey, man.
18 million people lost their health insurance.
Man, get a job.
This is what I do for a living. Right?
That's what they're going to tell you.
18 million people that didn't belong on Medicaid.
Oh, boy.
Because I deal with Medicaid fraud, You got people that were not qualified and whatnot that was taken off. People working jobs, had money and everything like that, qualified for Medicaid. They got taken off,
What is the threshold to be qualified for Medicaid?
Medicaid means you can't afford
it doesn't mean having a job don't mean you can afford it.
Hold on. It's basically like depending on what state you live in, cost of living. And the bottom line, most people could afford the Affordable Care Act.
No, if you're living in poverty, right?
Hold on. The bottom line, the qualification for Medicaid is you can't have any assets and stuff like that. You have people out there that jobs. You
just said that's what I'm telling you. So having a job is not an asset.
Hold on.
Gotta stop doing that. We're having a conversation. Why you say, hold on.
First of all, Elvis, there's different levels of Medicaid, right?
That was my point.
There's Medicaid called QMB, and there's Medicaid called
QMB Plus,
right? And there's a Medicaid called Slim B, SL, and B, Slim B plus, and then you got qualified beneficiary, right? Each one of those Medicaid levels basically tells you what level of Medicaid you're on. You have people that were qualifying, that were probably qualified for just a Slim B, that were getting friggin' Q and B plus, right? That costs the taxpayer billions of dollars because they're entitled to more benefits. You know, so what they did was they took a lot of people off that, and some people who weren't qualified for Medicaid at all, they took them off the roll. You know, or sometimes you gotta understand something. The Medicaid expansion happened during COVID, right? And there were millions of people that stayed on Medicaid long past COVID, right? It was bankrupting the system. So they took all those people that was on
Carla,
COVID.
don't do that. Don't do that. You're not talking to stupid people on the panel. Do you know a guy by the name of well, how can I forget his name? He was the Speaker of the House. He was John McCain's vice presidential candidate. Not John McCain, but Mitt Romney. Paul, what is his name?
Paul Ryan.
Paul Ryan,
That was
right?
like 20 years ago.
They've been saying that these quote unquote entitlements, like Medicare, like Social Security. Colin, give me 30 seconds to speak. Why every time I try to make a point, you want to cut me off? The Republicans has been making the case that these quote unquote entitlements, because that's a buzzword, it's almost a derogatory word, that they think black people feel like they're entitled to these programs. These entitlements needs to be cut. Trump just gave a tax break to the wealthiest people in this country in the tune of like $2 trillion. How can we afford that? Giving tax breaks to billionaires and millionaires, but we could keep 18 million people off health insurance for the poorest people amongst us.
But I do know.
I mean, what are you talking about, Carla? That's the difference in the policies.
One has nothing to do with the other, right?
You think Trump is trying to save money when he's giving tax breaks to the wealthiest people amongst us?
It was just a principle thing. There were people that was on Medicaid rolls that shouldn't have been there. You know,
you're rationalizing anything. You've already rationalized your people getting regress and being disenfranchised. So anything you say, I can't listen to and take it seriously.
You had illegal aliens that were collecting Medicaid. You know, shouldn't have been there. You know.
Oh, well, how do one collect Medicaid, Colin? If they're illegal, what kind of ID do they use? What kind of Social Security number do they use to go and apply for Medicaid as an illegal?
Social services, right? You could give some Medicaid benefits, right? Now they have a card ID or whatnot because they don't check a lot of stuff like that.
Are you out of your mind, Carla? You think they don't check your Social Security number to get Medicaid?
Hold on. Medicaid is run by the state.
And you think they don't check your Social Security number? That's one of the prerequisites to get it.
Right. The same states give out driver's license without a Social Security number.
Yeah, that's a law for sanctuary cities. Yeah, they give out driver license, but not Medicaid. You're conflating two different things.
They give people a Medicaid ID number. A Medicaid ID number has 11 digits. They could give.
You have to apply for it, Carla?
Oh yeah. You gotta apply for it, or sometimes by your income, you automatically get a roll to it. Go ahead, Mufasa.
That's banned. I thought I was banned to my bed.
Yeah, no, that's me. I was wondering. Number one, if these illegals go to the hospital, they're gonna get services. You know what I'm saying? They get it all day. I know a doctor. He told me to say he lived in Louisiana. They were serving these illegals all day, and 6 times on Sunday. So they're getting services and they're using taxpayer money. Number one. Number two, you're making it seem, you're kind of like Chicken Little, the sky is falling, right? But most people, like I believe Elvis, are subject of propaganda. You get what I'm saying? Say, for instance, I took all your TVs, all your social media, whatever, and you went about your normal day, your normal routine. The only thing you would have probably noticed is that the gas went up. Everything else, that's just propaganda, them talking shit, fear mongering. Everything else is pretty much the same. You go to work, you make money if you got a business like I do. If you work hard, you make your money. If you don't make your money. What else has really changed, bro?
Yeah, a person on a lower consciousness, they would be like that. But I'm not on that low consciousness.
No, but I'm saying without
the effects of it.
Without all the propaganda that's telling you to be angry.
No, you're saying that, and that's actually condescending and insulting to me. You don't think I'm intelligent enough to be politically aware enough to understand what's going on in this country? I've been propagandized?
Being subject to propaganda is not necessarily about intelligence. You're
saying that
people are targeting your emotions.
No, I'm telling you.
Back, it's like, what really changed?
I'm telling you that you, as a black man, I think you're pro-black, but you said in the comment that you voted for Trump, right?
Yes.
So everybody is talking. I think the good King Justice here said that it's a negative thing that black people are now getting gerrymandered out of majority black districts, and the representation of black people in Congress is going to be way less because of this new law that was passed. And Trump was the
So
one that
okay,
started the whole thing.
what positive is coming out of us having a bunch of representatives in Congress?
Oh, so it's better that you have less representative in Congress.
No,
Well,
they
I'll
all
answer your
elected,
question, but answer mine. Answer mine first. I'll answer your question, but answer mine first.
Right. So a black person, for
Elvis, Elvis, who
positive?
exactly are they?
one second, let me give you a couple of examples, right? And again, all politics is local, but take Flint, Michigan, for example,
Yeah.
right? The politicians that went out all out to talk about the water crisis when they had lead in their water, who were representing those people in that area, you know, who were advocating on behalf of black people. These people who live in these neighborhoods, who prioritize black issues, right? That's representation.
Well, let me
Those are
ask
All
you
people
a
people
question.
representing you
So
for
basically,
your
you
Let
just
me
interest.
ask you a
explained to
question.
us
In
that you
Flint,
can have
Michigan,
black
right? Hold on.
representation and still
Flint,
not keep
Michigan
this
was a
drinking water.
black-run city, right? For decades, they didn't do the proper thing of
So I mean,
keeping.
I just want to know, you guys are making a case against black
Hold on,
representation that is fruitless, and as such,
That
white people
wasn't
should
the
take
federal
those
government's fault
positions.
because
All right.
Flint, Michigan had poor maintenance schedules, stuff like that for decades. Black
Carla,
people were
you're not
arrested.
that naive. Black rank cities are poorly funded. The federal government don't give them a lot of money.
Hold
The
on,
tax
let him
base.
finish. Let him
To
finish,
drive
Colin.
away the tax
Let him,
base.
Colin. Let him finish because he's going to make our point for us. Go ahead, Elvis. Black
All
people,
right.
they got what else? What else do they not have? You said
Well,
poor.
yeah, I don't know what you're getting at, but let me finish what I was saying. My point here is, if you guys are arguing, I don't know if the other guys are sleeping or even on the panel still. If you guys are arguing that black people are better off with less representation, because in your estimation, when they had black representation, they weren't doing enough. Because you have to understand the issue of a person who is a constituent of a representative in Arkansas, say that person represents a black district, it's not the same as a person who is a representative in Chicago, Illinois, right? So these issues are local. So when you're living in California, wherever you're living, are saying that these black representation of representatives don't represent you, of course they don't, because they represent their local constituents. You don't know if they're doing a good enough job by bringing in jobs or bringing in things to their constituencies that they represent. So to say that they should be less of them because, quote unquote, they're not doing good enough work to deserve to have districts that's majority black, I think that's a false argument.
And by default, you're saying we should be governed by whites then.
Right. Whoever made that comment, I think he dropped off.
Yeah, I think that was Mufasa. But I think
Yeah.
what he was trying to say, I think he just agreed with Kala that we can't do anything in America and we should just build in Africa.
No, he was saying that it's justified that the gerrymander is happening because even when they had their district, what were they doing anyways? They wasn't doing anything. The same thing people say about the Congressional Black Caucus, right? They're ineffective. Who needs them anyways? I don't care if they don't have power or representation. They're not doing anything. People make stupid arguments like that, forgetting to know that these people who are being voted in have constituents in their local districts that they represent.
Exactly, and the people that say these things are not trying to get in politics at all.
Right.
So it's like, man, people got to vote for somebody. Like,
and people can assess. Black people are not stupid. People always think black people are so stupid that they just vote for these people if they're not bringing anything tangible. Look, if I live in a community and I have a job, my life is going well, I have somebody who's advocating for me, I can go and talk to them. I feel comfortable to tell them, this situation is happening. We need some redress. And after 6 months, they come and bring that redress. You in California may not know about it, but I here in Minnesota, in my local district, I know about it. So next time I'm going to remember, I'm going to vote that person again because they met my needs as a representative. So how do you think?
Exactly how it happens. Like,
Yeah, that's how it happens. I don't know why these guys don't understand it.
She was the representative for my neighborhood my whole life. You literally see her in your neighbor's house eating chicken and stuff, getting stuff done. That's how they really stay in office. They really
they ingratiate themselves with the people. They make themselves available to the people. They give them their plights. And believe it or not, these people work for those people. You may not see it because you're far away, but they're not just getting reelected just by default. Sometimes they're actually doing work for the people in it that's part of their constituents.
They helping individual families here and there. It's just they don't even have enough power to make the mass change that we expect them to.
Right. So these Republicans, they will say things like like Carla would say always, the Congressional Black Caucus, they're all coons, because why? Because they're not black nationalists, they're not advocating for separation from white people, they're not
Kyler not
towing the line.
advocating for that either, though. That's the crazy part about it.
Yeah, so what makes them coons? That's what I want to understand. And again, the Democrats are not perfect, right? But certainly they have more black representation. They tend to cater to black issues more so than white Republicans who want to take away rights from black people. Joe Biden, some people say it was useless, but it's an act of reverence to give black people Juneteenth as a holiday. Coincidentally, it's my birthday also, but to give black people that day as a remembrance that this day was a special day for black people. Colin and them say that is useless, it's blah blah blah, it's tokenism. When in fact is a recognition of black people's freedom from slavery,
Yeah, I
and you
don't
can
really.
reflect on that day.
But then again, like I'll be remembering that he's from New York and the anti-Southern sentiment that comes with that.
I mean, is he from New York originally, or?
I mean, he's from Virginia, but he claimed New York.
No, you talking about Kyla?
Yeah.
Oh, okay. I think you're talking about Biden because Biden's from Delaware. Rhode Island, I should say. Delaware? I think it's Delaware. Kyla from New York originally, but moved down
They
to
don't care
Virginia.
about Juneteenth and stuff like that. They just don't care about the South, and I guess we put a bad taste in their mouth for some reason.
No. I can never vote Republicans, man. I tell these guys, look, I get it. Democrats are not perfect. They have their laws. But when you weigh everything out.
But Elvis, you got your own personal reasons why you vote Democrat. So.
That may be, but why do you think the majority of you think all these black people are stupid and you're the only person that they don't know that the Republicans are actively against them?
I'm a registered Democrat. I'm just a conservative Democrat. That's all.
That's fine. But the point here is
I'm
black people have known for years, Dave, that Republicans.
I know all of those things you're talking
about. Yeah, if you give them power, they will look to take away more rights away from you. And you're seeing it right now. They have the power and they're doing exactly that same thing. And they got the most black votes they've ever gotten in the last few elections. And they're actively working against black people. So how can you think that they're on your side and the Democrats are bad and they're good? And therefore you need to vote for them over the Democrats.
You gotta blame the FBA campaign too now. A lot of this FBA and
but you said you voted for Trump. Or the FBA influenced you to vote for Trump?
I got my own reasons why I voted for Trump. The Democrats, they get on my nerves sometimes. So I just went AWOL on them.
Don't cut your nose off to spite your face, Dave.
I know. I'm good. I know what I'm doing. They gotta send I'm happy that they lost. They need to send a message to them. They don't listen to people sometimes. So let them
I can't side with neither side and call yourself a black nationalist. That's just not cool to me. Like, man, y'all got some black nationalism with some cut on it. A whole bunch of white.
You didn't vote? You didn't vote? You don't believe in voting or anything?
Neither side reflected any of my views.
But then how you gonna get Republican New Africa? You got to show some numbers now.
First of all, you have to build a movement. This is what I keep telling you and Kyla. If y'all don't even got 1,000 people that agree with African, we ain't even having a discussion, really, bro. You have to build a movement. That's what has to happen.
What's your political worldview, Black King Justice?
Black nationalism. I believe we should have a nation of our own.
Okay, so you don't partake,
not that shit that Kyla talking about. Not them.
You don't partake in U.S. politics.
I will when I feel it's time to, but none of the elections in the past. Last time I voted, I was like, 18, 19, when I think Barack ran the second time. That was the last time. After that, I said I'd never be duped again.
Obama gave us Obamacare. That was a good thing. Even though it was imperfect, it was good. It helped a lot of people. I benefited from it until I was 26. So my dad's insurance till I was 26.
I'm not gonna lie. I liked Obama for the symbolism.
That was just the win that we needed to say we had a black dude up in there. But when you really peel it back, it's like he Kenyan American and you got a white mama, so you really not us. So So,
no, it's not. I'm saying,
Yeah, I know. Yeah, that's true. That's true.
So the
But
question
I
here
like
is
it for the symbolism, just that to know that somebody of
the
color.
question here is who is a full-on black guy, like you said, right? Who's one of you who has a shot to
Ali
be
Muhammad.
president of the United States?
Oh, nobody, nobody that had that. I would say Malcolm X should have been the president of our nation, our first president, even though Robert Williams was the first president of the provisional government of the Republic of New Africa.
Okay.
That's what I'm saying about color. Like, you can get up here and disrespect this movement and fight for independence, but when people look into it, they're gonna say, man, they got a lot more real history than this African that you pulled out your ass.
Yeah, I mean, I don't think I'm disrespectful. No offense to you, bro, but you really be going at it, man. What did he say to you? Just because you dissed the Republic of New Africa, you just keep going so hard at him? Pause.
He does it constantly, and he does it before, like when the little hour when he do his monologue before the show. So he'll forget all the disrespectful shit he said.
So that just piss you off and get you a wind up when you come on. You just want to.
Yeah, because it's like, bro, you can't have all this critique for us, and then when we lay it out logically about your plan, how it makes no fucking sense, and how you don't even believe in it, you start acting like a girl and get quiet. Like, no, be able to take what you just
No,
because I can take
it, bro. I have everything. People, I heard some crazy shit over the years, man. I did. And, like I said, I listen to a lot of people. Like I said, you got Negroes think they're going to build a nation on Mars. So I heard it all, Yeah, Negroes thinking about colonizing the moon.
Kyler, even the crazy motherfuckers are farther off than you, though, bro. The Nubians are more organized right now than Afghanistan and the Republic of New Africa. Let's be real.
Dudes talking about they are going to go to war with the Native Americans to claim themselves to be the original Native Americans. Black as the
Who said that, Kyler? Who said that?
The Pretendians ain't talking about that.
Dave, you know the Pretendians, right, Dave?
They don't talk like that. They ain't going to war with them.
I ain't hear that talking point, Kyler. I didn't hear that one.
What?
What you saying? Going to war with the real?
No. I said it backwards. You got Native Americans talking about attacking these Pretendians.
Yeah. That's true. That's true. That's true.
I'm saying to myself,
that's
the fact
true.
that we even having this discussion. You had a dude, right, Dave? It was clearly bleaching his skin because he had spots on his face right eye.
Yeah.
He hold up a fucking pen. He said, "This is copper colored." I said, "Nigga, that's not copper. That's not what copper looks like. That's a penny. That's black." And so
that's penny color.
I've seen it all, right? I've seen it all, right? So when Negroes come to me and tell me that they're gonna uproot white people from several states and create a nation, I'm like, go ahead and do it because I've seen it all.
No, you're not. Go ahead and do it. If you was go ahead and do it, you wouldn't comment on it at all. When you comment on it,
I got a big
commenting on African.
Just go ahead and do it.
I got a big question, and I hope you'll give him a chance to answer. So, are you guys fighting for nationhood separate from the United States, or just to control territory that you can govern yourself?
Nationhood separate from the United States.
So, how do you go about doing that? What's your plan to do it?
First, you have to build actual infrastructure so people even got want and are
Kyle, I want to hear the answer, please, Kyle. Let me answer, please.
That's a vague term.
First, you have to build infrastructure, food, clothing, and shelter, make self-sustaining communities in cities so Black people are actually coerced to come down to the South in mass. What?
That's not infrastructure, is whole system.
Yeah. Whole infrastructures will be roads, building bridges.
Food, clothing, and shelter.
That's a physical infrastructure, right?
Systems that you control.
Banking, a banking system there.
Systems.
Food, clothing, and shelter, bro.
Can you name one system you guys have control over?
Because the infrastructure that's existing is built by the white Americans. You think they're going to let you have that?
We got the same amount of infrastructure that African got.
That's what I'm saying. Every time we ask you a question, you keep throwing African.
I'm asking him to understand. You're asking him to mock him. I want to understand his worldview.
And you keep going back to the African. I said the Africans don't exist. But
exactly. Everything for the Republic of New Africa has to be built. You don't have anything built either. What we do have is people already in the territory where we want the nation to be built. You don't even have that. What we do have is people that own land in the territory. You don't have that. When we compare Afghanistan versus the Republic of New Africa,
it tells me
you're very farther off in our idea than you are.
Every time we ask you a question, you keep talking about the African.
Are you guys progressing you think? Or are you guys stagnant right now?
Nah, it's stagnant right now. The provisional government is fractured. So that's why people like me, the young, have to get rid of the do-nothings from college generation.
Oh boy, leave Colin alone, man. He's had enough tonight. Give him a break now, man.
Man, Colin, your generation didn't do.
When Father came back, I know he wanted to get at me. What's up, Mufasa?
Colin, I used to believe in all that stuff too, because I remember I was pumped up on the Nation of Islam.
Yeah, that's why your last name Shabazz.
Khalid Muhammad and all that. You know what I'm saying? And then when I graduated from college, I got a job as an assistant manager at Target, right? And we would do the numbers and go over our sales. We were making millions of dollars a month. You know what I'm saying? 40 million the year, things like that. And I looked at the drug game and I noticed you could have a $250,000 crack house and dozens of people will die over that money. You really think you're about to uproot Walmart, uproot Target, all these things? They're making hundreds of millions of dollars in some of these states. You think they're just going to leave that for your Republic of Africa or whatever you're talking about?
Yes, and you know how it's gonna happen.
Okay, man.
When black neighborhoods,
some of us have to
listen, because you literally just asked the question, bro. You literally just asked the question, bro. I'm from a neighborhood where when black people moved in, white people got the fuck on, bro. McGregor, and it ain't a fucking project. It's a real black neighborhood where black people own the land and the businesses, and we run shit. That happens in every prominent black place. White flight is a real thing. It's gonna happen. If we fucking build infrastructure, they're gonna leave.
You know what I'm saying? They just change houses. They still run like the stores. You still got to go that Target.
No, bro. We had our own. No, absolutely not, bro. When Jack Caesar moved to McGregor, bro, we had the stores and the restaurants and everything else, bro. Black people have to build self-sustaining communities. And then cities, and then states, and then you declare.
There's no black person that has anything like Walmart. It just doesn't exist, bro. This is a fantasy.
It doesn't exist yet because we haven't built it.
You're not gonna build it. Like,
no,
okay, what are you
not
gonna build it in America?
How old are you, Mustafa Shabazz?
I'm 38.
Okay. And what have you built in your 38 years?
A few things. I mean, I had
built
and sold companies. I built and sold a cannabis company, 7-figure sale. I have a business right now.
So do white people have cannabis companies? Do white people have cannabis companies?
Yeah, they do.
So why can't we have a Target then?
Because when you're talking about big business, it works a little different than that. You get what I'm saying? There's capital involved. There's investments. It's not as easy to get your hands on that type of capital. And then you have to compete with the existing big box companies that are out there right now. So, like, you know what I mean?
All you got to do is get people together that want to do this shit and do it, bro. That's what has to happen. You got to not listen to niggas like you that think it can't be done. That's what also has to happen.
Have you ever built and sold a 7-figure business? Because I have.
No, I haven't. That hasn't been my goal neither, bro.
A business that I built from the ground, that I set up
what I have done, I've started and closed 7-figure business. I have done that.
Calm down, good kid. Calm down. So Foster, you're a millionaire, huh?
I've actually done business. No, I have partners.
Yeah, partners.
Yeah, I have partners, but I'm saying I actually.
So what the fuck is the difference between black people getting together and saying we going to Target, we want a Walmart,
the capital?
We're gonna call it this. And we're going to get grocery stores that want to put their products.
But you know, good king, take Target, for example, that started here in the state, right? It was called Dayton's, right? Our former governor is an heir to that family, Mark Dayton. Look, they started as department stores, so they have a long history. They have they have a lot of land. They have a lot of properties across the country. They've been profitable for so long. They have a foothold. So they are so well established, it's going to take a long time for black people to get that kind of
I ain't saying it's gonna happen overnight. I'm saying it can be done. White people are humans. Y'all act like they magical beings.
No, but in the context of America, they have like a dominant level of power here. They can't stop us everywhere in the world.
That does
But
not matter.
when you're
That
talking
has
about
nothing to do
America,
with
that's a
us
different
coming
thing.
together, pooling our resources, and building infrastructure for ourselves.
It has everything to do with it because
No,
the
it
last
doesn't,
time white people couldn't even do what you're trying to do, bro. The last time white people
Yeah.
said, you know what, fuck that. We want our own states. There was a civil
What?
war. There was a civil war. The last one, white people said exactly what you said. White people said this. People
That's
written.
true.
Every independence
It
movement,
was
it's
a
been a
civil
war,
war.
bro. If you think a war was not gonna happen, bro, I don't think you never was in a Nation of Islam, bro, or none of that.
I
Because
never
you
But
can't be
was.
talking like
Good King
you can't be
Justice,
talking
right?
like you
With
talking.
all due respect, right? The South was very well equipped and pretty much on par with the North in many respects, and they
And you
still
know
lost
who?
that.
And you
And they
know
still
who
lost
was
that
the
war.
camel that broke the? We fucking were, bro. The Civil War, Black Americans. If we weren't in that fucking shit, they would have separated. The Confederacy would
What's your
still be
point, Al?
living today.
What's your point?
I'm saying they couldn't get this shit done without us. The reason why we don't have independence and infrastructure is because our masses haven't gotten together and built
No,
that.
I mean, sometimes when you go to war, you do different things. You need cannon fodder or whatever the case, you know what I'm saying?
Oh,
Or
come
you
on,
may need
Mufasa!
people to
Don't
help
don't
you
don't
with
say shit like that.
political movements
How can
and
you
stuff
call
like
Black
that.
Buchanan father? A father? What is it?
Militaristically, we were important to the war because we did a lot of the propaganda. We had a lot of the orator speakers.
And they fought. They
There's
fought
no
more. It meant
No,
more to
bro.
them. Their
don't get
freedom
me
was on
wrong.
the
No,
line.
you don't
There's no
understand
scenario where you
military.
could write
Once
out.
they freed us, we were immediately contraband and we took away their fucking way to make money, genius. And we took away their manpower.
No. But I'm saying there's no way you could write out Black Americans' contribution to the Civil War. You feel what I'm saying? I'm not saying that, but what I'm saying is that point is irrelevant. The point I'm making is that if you want to
No,
try
it's
to break
not. Your
states
first sentence
away,
says it's not irrelevant if you can't write them out of the story, bro.
no, but but the point I was making is that, bro, the last time some people said we want to take states, there was a bloodiest civil war in this country.
And they lost. So
And they
keep that in
lost, and
mind.
you're way less equipped than
And
them. It's not
my
even
point
close.
of bringing us up was they couldn't have done it without us.
But now they're They're going to be
Come on,
unified
bro.
against you. You think you have a chance to win?
Let me ask you this: could we have done
It
it
all
without
depends
them?
on what we build first, bro. We don't have no means or no leverage to separate right now. We could talk about it all day, but we don't have any infrastructure built. Once we actually build infrastructure, we have a reason to protect it. Then once we're
So,
organized
but
around the
what
idea,
means?
Hold on,
let
you
me
must
finish
be
this
young. Are
statement.
you young?
Once
How
we're
old are you, bro?
organized around the idea of nationhood, other nations are gonna reach out to us that agree with that plan, bro. People want America to fucking be balkanized. They just don't have
By
anybody over
what
here to
means?
support.
By what means do you want to separate? Through military action or through negotiation?
It's gonna have to be negotiation that's followed with leverage through military action. You're gonna have military to
Well, you
fucking
can't have a leverage over
assure.
you can't have a leverage over the strongest military on the planet.
No, but you can
Militarily.
have, but you can no, you gotta go have equal leverage, equal power, but you can have your own military and militias to where y'all are still a threat.
What? How old are you? How old are you?
I'm 34 right now.
Oh, okay. Yes. Yeah. You got it.
Oh,
You know,
Mufasa,
as a
don't
man,
say that.
bro.
You're only
I
4
thought he
years
was
older
younger,
than the
man.
nigga. You're not in like granddaddy age or something. Come on, man.
No, I thought he was younger because that's how I used to talk. You see what I'm saying? So sometimes you got to
No,
give
you
people
was
time to
never
catch up.
studying nothing about the nation, bro. I know based on how you're talking, you a former Nation of Islam nigga that voted for Trump.
Nah,
That's
but see,
against
the thing is
that's
that
also against separation. That don't make no
so
fucking
you
sense.
probably like so for me, for example, like soon as I left out of high school, I went to college. I was reading books, awakening, doing all this stuff. You see what I'm saying? Involved in my community, stuff like that. Some people like you catch up to all this stuff probably later in life. So you're still in the
Wrong.
early
My mother
stages.
was in the nation in the 70s, dumbass.
I
I
know,
went to
but that
college,
don't have nothing to do with
dumbass.
where you
Majored in
are.
political
King
science,
Justice, come on, man.
man.
Let's keep it simple. Mufasa's been cool. Let's not
No,
get
no,
to the
I'm
nitty
Nah,
I'm
you
not going.
talk
I'm
like
not
a
going to sink to
bitch.
that level. That's
Like,
what.
man,
But
you's
he's
a
in his
hoe,
feelings. But I'm
nigga.
saying I'm not going to sink to that level. My point is that you have to be as a man. You have to think of yourself as a warrior. And when you're dealing with war, you have
What
to be
war are you
realistic.
fighting, bro? You fighting the war of assimilation.
No, I feel that, but I'm saying you as a warrior, you have to be realistic. You see what I'm saying? If you see us, if say you're a leader of a platoon, you can't just say, "Hey, we're gonna run over there and take that over there," because you may cost people their lives.
Yeah, you
got
can't know the United States military power that's going to far outweigh anything, you know,
platoons
produce.
in liberation armies was Republic of New Africa. The only niggas that ever fought was Republic of New Africa. You niggas ain't never busted no fucking guns for this nation for no separation. They have spent numerous years in prison. They have.
Did they succeed or were they crushed and arrested and pushed in jail?
Don't matter. You can't talk all this warrior shit and never did no warrior action, bro.
I'm talking about mentality, bro. You know what I'm saying?
Your mentality is tethered to the white man, fam.
You're tethered to the white man, nigga. That ain't saying nothing. What you mean?
No, you literally are. You voted for him and you refused to separate from him. I didn't vote for the motherfucker.
You don't get any kudos for not voting, bro. That's just some lazy shit. You probably didn't
voted for a no.
Well, before I said voting for Trump that goes against black people's interests, that's that's a bit of.
But we just have a different thought on strategy. Like, folks.
Did you vote for him for tax reasons? You think you like his tax policy better?
It ain't tax policy.
This is your strategy. Accumulate as much money in America as you can, and that's it. That's where it stops. That's your strategy.
No. So now that's not the strategy, but I'm just saying I know that it's not realistic that you're gonna get states, bro. Like that's part of the 10 things that the Muslims want.
Was America separated from Great Britain realistic, bro? Was South Sudan separated from Sudan realistic?
It was realistic.
Was South Sudan separating from Sudan realistic? Absolutely not, bro.
It was realistic.
What I'm saying, good king, the military power of the United States is just so far superior than anything else that you can come up with. So it's going to be hard to win a war against them.
The military power of the United States was built by humans, not by robots, aliens, or magicians, bro. If they can fucking do it, we can do it, bro.
Well, I'm saying
they're not going to allow you to build up to get to a level where they are. They're going to crush you. They're going to put you in jail. They're going to use the justice system against you. So come on now. I like you articulate dude, but I think that part of it is just not feasible in my eyes. Perhaps I can't see the vision, but
and this is what I was saying. You can't talk all this shit about fear, and this is your sentiment and thoughts. Y'all are the scared motherfuckers. Let's be real.
But don't you have to see the logic in going to war with the U.S. government as a subject of this country already, living under their jurisdiction?
The logic is power only concedes to power. Might makes right. That's the logic. Okay, so that means you got to get some then, because where the fuck is Afrikan's power? Y'all don't have none either.
500 years of power.
We got more power than y'all. Let's talk about
it. Yo, 500 years of power since, right? And y'all niggas are talking about y'all gonna rise up. And we're not, we're gonna rise up. And we're not. Man, the white man said, sit your bitch ass back the fuck down.
Okay, and where's your Afrikan militia, Colin? You don't have one. Nor do you have anybody with military fucking experience that agrees with your plan. We got all of that.
Have been around Nation of Islam types and your types for years. It's a running joke, bro. Come on.
But Colin, you said you like his analysis. You follow his channel. You picked up him. You agree with his
everybody he likes agrees with me. Comey, the dude that he be on his dick, agrees with me. Not you,
I don't agree with you. I agree with you.
I said Comey. You Zamit movement, they agree with the Republic of New Africa, not African.
Hold on. I thought you were serious about nationalism, right?
No, I am. You're not. You want a municipality in somebody else's nation. Nobody's following you.
You baked him up the whole time, and now he's not agreeing with you.
I'll say that's hey, look, that's fine, But the bottom line is this, this stuff right he's talking. Even 1776 is calling crazy. 1776 call you crazy, man.
No, that means y'all in agreement with being defeated.
Trying to say, bro, it's not realistic. You feel what I'm saying?
Mufasa, what is your political and solution for us besides getting all the money we can get? What's your solution?
I mean, like I said, I'm the main things I'm thinking about is just black nationalism, so nation within a nation, and just galvanize until the white.
There is no such thing as a nation within a nation. You have to separate from the nation you're a part of.
I agree with that, but what I'm saying is you just have to do the best you can do if you're not going to leave, right?
So you have no plan other than getting as much money as you can in America.
No, I'm saying for me.
Would you be okay with resettlement or
repatriation?
Yeah, would you be okay with resettlement if the United States took you out of this country?
I'm with that too.
Yeah, if they took you out of this country and resettle you into an island, would you be okay with that?
Black people in this domestic colony that we have here in America, or repatriation into an African state that we can make strong and hopefully cover ground at some point in the future.
I don't see any other. Neither gives us sovereignty, independence, and self-government.
No, in Africa, if you repatriate and go to an African nation, you can work on sovereignty there. and
no,
like
you can't.
realistic.
You have to live under the laws of that land.
Well, I mean, I'm saying you have to integrate into the country.
So even ideally, that's what I'm saying. The
As a black
island.
person, you have a realistic.
Are you guys hearing me?
You can't integrate here. They don't like black people.
Now, yeah, Elvis, repatriation is fine for individuals. We talking about solving the problem of our masses, of our ethnic group. The only solution for that is a nation state of our own.
Here, or will you be okay getting it somewhere else? That's the question.
And I support you.
If we could get it in Africa, that would be perfect, but that's not going to happen for various reasons. One, logistically, it makes no sense. How are you going to get 1 million, let alone 40 million people over there? That's not happening.
You're not.
Second of all, what nation? Hold on. What nation is going to let us say, yeah, y'all can build a nation on this uncultivated land? Because it would need to be uncultivated land, because we can't take any ancestral land.
You know how you can get it?
How?
Every working person, right? This is just an idea, right?
Over the white man's land.
Well, stop. I'm speaking, bro. I know you've been talking. Let me just say this real quick. Every working person that has a tax return, right? Most people get at least $1,000.
Bring me back in, Carla.
Huh?
No, we can hear you, bro.
No, I can't hear Elvis stream.
Oh, you can't hear me? Okay, sorry. I guess you couldn't hear me. Yeah, my point is, when you get your tax return back, everybody that can get a tax return, buy a plane ticket. So instead of getting that money, we'll buy you a plane ticket for $1,000 or $1,200. So it's not impossible to fund, going to Africa, going to another landmass, and resettling there. So that's why I'm trying to figure out if you guys can't do it militarily, which seems almost impossible. Are you looking at other avenues to do it? Maybe Afghanistan, like the Kala, or maybe
we're gonna build it right here, bro. And when you talk about militarily, bro, it's no way of getting around that. If you're talking about building a nation, whether it's in America or Africa, you're gonna have to have a military, and a fight is gonna come eventually.
That's why I think it's ridiculous to think you're gonna get the states here.
Okay, let's Mufasa. If you build a nation in Africa, you think it's all gonna be peaches and cream and nobody's gonna come?
It's more feasible that you can still see fighting against Africans than fighting against the white man here in this country with that
what
military.
Happened in Vietnam. You see what I'm saying? When you have the
land, I would rather fight the white man that I'm not related to than fight the people that I am directly related to.
No, it's not about the relations. I'm talking about the power, the might of the military. It's a factor here.
We're not worried about that, bro. On the ground, it's even Stevens. My uncle Desert Storm, my grandpa Korean War and World War II. We're not worried about that shit.
Yeah, with the might of the U.S. military behind him. That's why he was able to fight those wars, not on his own.
And who was in these militaries?
The military is not just made up of the individual. It's the equipment, it's the logistics, it's the training, the intelligence.
See, you got to actually be Black nationalist to even have this conversation, because if we can't build the infrastructure, then what is the next best option? What do we have to do?
We asked you, what systems do you control?
No, Kyla, you be having a conversation, a disingenuous conversation, because you don't control any system in Africa, bro.
It's integrated with
realistically, common sense will tell you we have to build them.
Hold up. The court system is integrated with the police system. Systems on top of systems. The monetary system is integrated with the banking system. You got to have all that in place, when you talk about infrastructure,
Okay, so for the Afghanistan, where's your military system? Where's your court system?
Okay, that's what I say. Every time I ask you legitimate questions, you're going to talk about the Afghanistan.
No, because you're talking.
That's also a legitimate question too,
yeah, bro, you're talking about Republic of New Africa in comparison to Afghanistan.
He put it out.
What I'm telling you is we have to build those things. But what we do have, we have more history, culture, and we have more people that agree on our plan than you, bro.
Does he even know what the word infrastructure means?
Would you be able to build fighter jets and submarines and tanks in your territory to prepare for war for the United States? You think that's possible? Can you hear me or you can't hear me?
Say it again.
Would you be able to build fighter jets, tanks, have submarines and things that you would need for military warfare against the United States?
You can't have a submarine. That's going to violate maritime laws. They're not going to let you in the ocean, but you can build a tank. And what was the first thing you said?
Fighter jets.
Nah, not no fighter jets either, because that's gonna violate international air laws. But you can build tanks and Humvees and all of that shit just in an
So how do you
individual
think you can
automobile.
be formidable without some of those basic, not basic, it's basic for the US Army, but probably would be extraordinary for you to have.
Because
If you
Elvis,
can't
if we
have those
talking
things,
about
how can you be
Elvis, if
formidable
we
against
talking
them?
about independence movement and we can't build those things, what is the next best option for us? What do we have to do?
Terrorism?
Okay.
All right. I get it. But still, come on.
No, I mean, I mean, he could say you can take them from the enemy and all that type of stuff, but yeah, it's just it's not realistic. I'm not against you though. I mean, you know what I'm saying? I used to think that same thing, but I think
You
when
ain't
you
never
break it
thought this,
down,
bro. You never did.
no, I
Black
did.
nationalists don't die. We don't go. You never
I
was
ain't
one of
died.
us,
I haven't
fam.
died. I'm still a black
No,
nationalist to this
you
day.
never was one of us, bro. I'm talking about the idea in your mind. You never was that, bro. You was probably cosplaying or thought you was, but you wasn't, bro.
Nah, ain't nothing changed. I'm still a black nationalist right now.
No,
You know what I'm
you're
saying?
not.
It's just you have to adjust how you think, and you got to be intelligent and wise.
No, a black nationalist is a proponent of setting up his own nation. Malcolm X said it's based on land. A revolutionary wants land so he can set up his own nation, an
But
independent nation. You're not
repatriation,
trying to set up any independent nation.
repatriation
Repatriation is not an
is a path
independent
to that.
nation.
Yes, it
No,
is.
you're gonna go live as a citizen of Liberia or Angola. That's not independence.
Those people are black, bro. That's a black nation.
And you're gonna be an Angolan nationalist or a Liberian
That's
nationalist.
fine. They're black. If you're a black nationalist and a Pan Africanist, repatriation is legitimate. If you was one of us, you
I
would know.
never said I'm on numerous videos saying repatriation for individuals. What you are is fine. Doesn't solve the problem for
I
our
mean, you're
nation.
not gonna save 60 million black people, bro. You know what I'm saying? It's you got to
You
be
can
real.
say that, but slavery got 40 million of us enslaved. The emancipation got 40 million of us, or 20 million at that time, freedom. So you can't say one idea it's not going to be this for all these people.
It was only 4 million people enslaved.
What I'm saying is got the totality of our group, our ethnic group, freed at that moment, bro. On paper.
I mean, apparently that wasn't enough because you still feel like you need states. You know what I'm saying?
Yes, because being a citizen of somebody else's nation when you're a minority doesn't give you power or control.
That's what I'm saying. Because at the end of the day, the reality is the white man dominates this land. All these different things and the gerrymandering or whatever, bro. They're dominating the situation regardless. You know what I mean? Trump
and your
Biden, they don't
solution to
fucking
that problem is to get as much money as you can over here and go to another nation where they can also dominate and fly planes over there that also doesn't have military protection.
No, that they can, but what I'm saying is we have a chance going forward.
How do you got a chance?
Okay, but what was your opinion on the Vietnam War? Do you feel like they defended their sovereignty even though they were inferior militaristically?
Okay, so if you're saying
you have a chance to do that.
No, time out. If you're saying that, then why can't we fight them here?
Because they dominate the land here. It's all under their jurisdiction. Like they could listen to your phone calls. They got the ATF. You can't even.
They can't do that in Africa.
No, yeah, they could do, but it's espionage, right? So if you could form a strong
and what African nation gonna hold them accountable?
No, I'm saying if you could form a strong enough defense in the future at some point, then
you still have to form it, which is what we would still have to do here anyway.
No, but you can't even do it here because you're under their jurisdiction. They have the right to look at everything you're doing based on their own law.
And they got the right to look at everything you're doing over there too.
They have the ability.
No, they don't. They don't have the right to do it. That's what he's saying.
The ability to
might makes right. No African laws are gonna trump American laws, bro, because they don't got the military power to do it.
No, but
that's what y'all don't understand.
When you're sovereign, you don't care.
If a spy gets cut in Africa, they can be prosecuted, they can be held, they can be jailed.
Yes, and then what the U.S. is gonna do? They're gonna say, "Hey, motherfucker, y'all want this foreign aid? Bring us our spy. We ain't playing no games."
Yeah, for an African country, yes, but in Russia, in North Korea, they keep American spies.
We're not talking about Russia, North Korea. We're talking about Africa. So don't tell me that African nations gonna hold America accountable when they can't.
No, but I'm saying you can build stronger African nations. You feel what I'm saying?
And
but
you're saying
build in
build.
America,
You keep saying build. The same thing you would have to do here.
No, I'm saying, but when you build in America, they'll be able to take you down at any given time and whenever.
And they won't be able to do that in Africa.
No, at a certain point, we have an ability.
Not openly, maybe covertly. They can't do it openly.
No. They get today. They can. But what I'm saying is, we have a chance to build something where they.
So basically, what you're saying, a fight comes either way. So we might as well fight where the fuck we at instead of going somewhere and still having a fight.
No, what I'm saying is, you need land. You need land, and you need control of it, real control, not fake control. That oh, we got a republic or whatever, such and such. But you got to turn in all your paperwork and all that shit, and the white man has to tell you it's okay. And he's telling you that he's watching everything you're doing and it's legal according to the Patriot.
That's what you're gonna have to do in Africa. You're gonna have to get all your paperwork approved.
Nah, it's not the same.
The white man in Africa.
It is the same. The black man is in bed with the white man that you're trying to get away from.
That's a choice he's making, though.
Yeah, that's a choice. They can't.
You're choosing to live under him. So
that's what I'm saying.
You're leaving the white man in America, going to Africa to live under the black man that's in bed with the white man in America that you're trying to get away from.
No, I'm saying, but the same way he's making the choice to be in bed with the white man, he could get out of the bed. But here, you're being coerced.
And when is that gonna happen? When is that gonna happen?
Bro, I'm not sure. But the point is, if we put our efforts there, we have a better chance of making it happen sooner.
That's what you thinking. Other of us think that if we just put our efforts fucking here, we can build something for ourselves.
I get the efforts here, but white people would rather die than give black people sovereignty on this land.
And then so you need some black people that would rather kill. That's the solution to the problem.
On this land, bro. White people couldn't even get sovereignty on this land.
All right.
They wouldn't let Texas go. They wouldn't let.
They got sovereignty from the people they were separating from, bro. They
got. No, I'm saying the Confederacy.
You talking about the Confederates? We ain't talking about them. I'm talking about the American Revolution. Every revolution, every independent nation in the history of history separated from an existing nation. There was 9 times out of 10 more powerful than a nation that was trying to separate.
But you can't compare the revolt of a colony to the revolt on the mainland America, bro.
Okay, South Sudan or Sudan. Let's talk about it.
What about?
There's a lot of diplomatic maneuvering.
Newest nation, same landmass.
Yeah, there was a lot of
military.
That's what I'm saying. There was South Sudan didn't win the war, the military war. There was a lot of diplomatic, things happening.
I mean, but we're talking about some country that's 98% dirt and AK-47s and shit. You're really comparing that to America, bro?
We talking about independence. That's what we talking about.
No, I'm talking about the greatest military the world's ever seen. You talking about South Sudan?
Yeah, South Sudan had people begging for them and pleading with them, and they had another civil war amongst the northern Arabs in Sudan that pretty much made it untenable for them to continue fighting the South.
They probably got like one university in South Sudan, if they even got a university in South Sudan. You can't compare them to America, bro.
Yeah, we're happy for them getting from underneath the nuts of the Arabs.
I agree with that too.
But certainly they didn't win the war against the Arabs.
I support that. You know what I'm saying? I support that, but I'm just saying it's a bad comparison. The issue here is the military dominance and the dominance over the land. Everything you build, they're watching you. They have the right to infiltrate what you're doing. You know what I'm saying? Like, say for instance,
they have the power to infiltrate Africa.
Right? So no, I know. I get that, but what I'm saying,
you gotta fight.
No, but once they have the land, and you could choose to do something different.
And when you go over there, you won't have the land. The nation you will be agreeing to live under will have the land, and they already have deals with the nation.
No, I'm saying, but you integrate into the society, bro. Integrate.
You're integrated into a society that's assimilated into American culture. I'm not integrated. We're not foreign aid.
We're not integrated into America. We're a domestic colony in America.
No, I'm saying when you go to Africa, you will be integrated into a society that's already under the nuts of America.
Okay, but do you understand the point I'm making, that there's a better chance for upside, even if you don't agree? Do you understand what I'm saying?
And I don't agree. I just don't agree. I fully understand what you're saying. I do not agree. You don't speak the language. You don't think it's important? You can't get us over to Africa where we would be militarily in power or had a numbers. You're under a nation that's also fucking serving America in some form of ways. A lot of them got U.S. military bases over there, bro. You're running from a fight that you got to fight anyway.
All right. Well, I mean, it's two things. We don't agree on that, and I don't think it's feasible to try to save all of African Americans. I don't. That's too big of a goal, in my opinion. So yeah, we just gotta agree to disagree.
So how many are you gonna save with repatriation? This is what
I mean,
I keep saying.
Up to them.
Y'all have an individual plan, and you're applying your thoughts to the whole of it.
Nah, well, my viewpoint. So I became a Pan-Africanist through like logic. I looked at it and I said, white people have an overwhelming power over just the black world right now, and I felt like the only way we would have a chance to fight is if we came together. That was the logic, right? So when I say, look, if we could build stronger black countries, we have a chance to deal with white domination, right? But if the people who chose to stay here and serve the white man because it's more comfortable, you can't save all of them. You see what I'm saying? That's why I don't feel like that's really the best path. But those who want freedom and who actually want sovereignty, which is very few, because a lot of us are buck broken. Those who do want that, we could work with them. Feel me? So like when you eventually
live under somebody else's nation, that's not sovereignty.
No, but I'm saying eventually, it's sovereignty from a black perspective.
No, it's not. They don't even see themselves as black for the most part, bro. It's many Africans.
Yeah, but they need education. They need education. You see what I'm saying?
Bro.
They need education. Yeah, if you like, but okay, here's the thing: like, white people are just racist, right? But many of the Africans who come over here talking that dumbass shit are just dumb. They're not uneducated. You feel me? But if they're re-educated, like if you talk to a lot of their children know better because they learn. But they don't have no education like that in Africa, so they don't know the full context. That can be fixed. You feel what I'm saying? That's different than trying to deal with white people. That's just a matter of education.
No, bro. Absolutely not, fam.
Yeah,
the education not gonna cure tribalism, fam. Like some people just don't fuck with people outside of their group, bro, and that's rampant all over Africa.
Yeah, well, I mean, sure, we'll come up with what's gonna cure it. You feel what I'm saying? But
being the minority.
No.
Be the minority in Africa.
No, when I say repatriate, I'm saying repatriate, and wherever you go, you become one of them. Throw in with them, have children there, and your children will be.
That's why I'm saying you're talking about that's not independence and sovereignty, brother. That's assimilation.
No, it's independence for black people. You talking about African Americans?
No, it is not, bro. Independence would be what the Haitians did. That was independence.
They got independence in Africa. Why is Liberia not independent? They're independent.
Bro. Liberia is directly tied to America, bro.
Bro, they're independent. They have deals. They can make deals with other people. They have the choice to do that.
But we're not Liberian. We're talking about African Americans.
Yeah, Liberia voted against the U.S. interests at the United Nations. You know, we do get help from the United States, but certainly we can make decisions that's contrary to what the United States wants. So we're not completely, separated and antagonistic to the United States, but certainly we are an independent country.
No,
they're independent. You can make independent choices, but what I'm telling you is the people and the politicians in Africa still are in bed with these white European nations. So us repatriating in mass is not going to solve anything.
No, I get what you're saying, but you're coming from a perspective of what to do for all African Americans.
That's what the whole thing was talking about. That's what the conversation was about. It was never about individual repatriation. That's never been what Kala has talked about. Kala has talked about building a municipality and a nation. A municipality and a nation is not for an individual. That's for a group of people.
No, he's not talking about carrying all Black Americans.
I was just call with Afro theory, and I broke it down my plan, right? She goes, that makes a lot of sense. Yeah, you got built because she's in the military, from the military. I said, just like you have military bases all over, you build the African base by base, settlement by settlement, and then you have districts. You start with municipalities, now you got districts. Next thing you got states, and then you can merge into an independent nation state. Eventually.
See, you change every fucking 5 minutes. 30 minutes ago, you just said, I never said we was going to be a nation. You literally said that.
Look, I told you, my job is to get it started.
No, your job is to be clear on what your idea is. That's what your job is.
Look, what happens after I'm gone, it's up to the people that takes over after me. You know? My job is just to get it started. That's all.
No, but my point was, even in Kala's example, he's not talking about bringing all African Americans. You see what I'm saying? That's not realistic. You know what I mean? You can only deal with the people who value sovereignty. Most Black people don't give a fuck about that. They don't even know what that means. They just want
most Black people don't know what the Republic of New Africa is. Most Black people vote Democrat at 87%.
No, I know, but what I'm saying is they're not looking for sovereignty. They just want a better life for them and their family or whatever. They don't see the value of sovereignty. So, like,
Okay, yeah, most black people
so
not
I'm not
looking
about
for
to waste time.
repatriation either. Most black
Exactly.
people are going to stay in America and
Exactly.
just
That's what I'm
live.
saying. So I'm saying for me to put a realistic path forward, I got to deal with the people who value that. But if you say, man, we got to get all 50 million people, that's just a stalling tactic, like Hollis saying, because that shit ain't gonna happen, bro.
It's not a stalling
You're
tactic.
gonna be gray in the face.
Stalling would be speaking on the idea and then not doing anything. When you actually are progressing towards the idea, your people got fucking
but what I'm saying
land in these territories, and y'all are coming up with plans on what to do with the land. That's not stalling.
No, but what I'm saying is you got 13 people today, and then you'll have 17 people in a couple years. That's progress, but it's not putting an end
No,
50 million.
you got 13 people today, bro.
Dude, niggas, the Republic of New Africa. Okay, what? 50 people? Whatever the number is, you know what I'm saying? Whatever the number is, it's a very small percentage of 50 million. You're never going to get to 50 million. You feel what I'm saying? That's why I call it a stalling tactic. But if you had a more realistic number, then I could see what you're saying.
How many people do you got, bro?
That are interested in repatriation? I mean, they don't belong to me. That's been out for a long time. There's a lot of people on that, thousands.
And they all go in a different
number,
countries. It's not gonna amount to sovereignty. It's gonna amount to assimilation into existing.
That's all they got available to them. They're just going to different African countries. But some of them saying, "Man, I go to these African countries and I can't do what I want to do. I gotta have jobs or not. If I get sick, I gotta come all the way back to the United States. I want to be done with this and settle here for good." African comes in, solves that problem.
No, I mean, look, I said, if y'all get the Republic of Africa together, I'm down with that. African get going, I'm down with that. But in like right now today, the clearest path to put yourself in a black sovereign context and contribute to it is repatriation, to have the highest
and that
level.
doesn't speak to a majority of African Americans,
but they don't care about that
already.
The majority of African Americans are butt broken, bro. They don't give a fuck about that shit. They just want to be here.
No, even us that call ourselves Black nationalists don't agree with that. We would have done it already.
What?
Well, I'm looking for 10%.
Yes.
4.5.
Yeah, no. It's not shit. It ain't easy. It's not the ideal situation, and it's hard to leave America. We from here, like we don't have no people over there. You know what I'm saying? That shit is not easy.
Proving my point.
Yeah, no. I'm not saying. What I'm saying is, no matter what you try to do, black people are in a fucked up situation. But I'm looking long term, and I'm saying we could be perfect, like optimal, whatever level you want to be in America. They'll always be able to destroy it because you're inside their system, and they're watching over your shoulder everything you do.
Bro, even if we go, we take it to the utmost. That's never gonna happen. If 50 million of us was unified, bro, they wouldn't be able to do anything to us, bro. Let's be real. Because they not even unified. It's just enough of them are unified on kicking our ass, and we not doing nothing about it. All white people ain't unified.
They're not. And if 50 million of us were unified, we will be a force to be reckoned with. But they own all the means of distribution of content and all the media. You see what I'm saying? So it's hard to get.
But this is what I'm saying. Unified. I keep saying, even though this ain't gonna happen, if 50 million of us were unified and we all gave $2, you know how much money we could raise to build everything overnight?
Yeah, but then that's when you run into the media issue. You see what I'm saying? How do you get to 50 million people? Like, there's nothing that all black people.
It's all on us, bro. We got these phones in our hand and we look at the stupidest shit every day. If we was looking at some shit that was actually about black unity, it would get done.
And I feel that. I mean, like I said, if you're saying, look, you taking it. I mean, because I created a media platform like in my city back in the day because I had that same thought process, and I spent hours of my life putting shit together, trying to get people to watch shit. And I noticed that when I was doing politics, everybody was just basically going for self. And I noticed that all my efforts were being trumped by the white folks and white capital that had this major megaphone. You know what I'm saying? Then I started kind of looking at other options. But at the end of the day, if we got 10 people listening now and you could turn that to 13, shit, that's a win. You know what I'm saying? If we got 100,000, you could turn that to 130,000, that's a win. But 50 million, I don't know about that shit, bro. Good luck.
Bro, if we can get, if we don't even have 1 million black nationalists that are organized together, bro. I'm sure the Nation of Islam, they probably maybe got.
Yeah, but the problem is,
they probably got 1 to 10 million people that believe in them, but they probably have
something.
100,000 that are actually working with
the problem I'm having is the fact that most black nationalists don't come from the higher rungs of intelligence in the black community, you know. I'll just be honest.
No, that's what you think, Kyler.
No, I'm just saying. I'm listening to you.
You think you come from the higher realms of intelligence, and you don't, bro.
To you, and I'm like, you know,
you don't, Kyler. You have no letters behind your name. You're not professional in anything. You sell insurance, bro.
Look, the bottom line is this. The bottom line.
You're not a scientist. You're not a doctor.
I'm saying like this.
You're not a lawyer.
I mean, let's chill out on Colin, man. You better on him too much tonight.
No, because he talk too much shit like he talented 10th and you not. Did you even go to college, Colin?
I'm trying to make it is this.
Colin, did you go to college?
Yeah, I went to college.
Did you go to college?
Yeah, I went to college, yes.
Where?
I went to SUNY school in New York.
Fuck out of here, bro.
So the bottom line is this. Check this out. You know, it's not even about anything and whatever like that, but the bottom line is this. I'm saying,
what did you just say? You just said it's not about anything and like that.
Most black nationalists, right?
You can't even fucking express
most black nationalists do not have a passport.
I have a passport, Colin.
Most black, but they never been to the continent.
That's true. That's true.
Most of them never been to the continent.
It's not hard to get a passport, bro.
Yeah, but what's the stop?
It ain't easy to go to Africa, but that shit costs like $4,000.
It costs a lot of money, you know. So
we
most
got passports, bro.
Most nationalists do not have, cannot cross the Atlantic.
It's members of the Republic of New Africa back and forth to Africa all the time. We have people in Africa right now.
The point I'm trying to make is this: they take the easy way out. The easy way out. You know, the easy way out. Let's build something here in America. Ain't no in a million years, you know. And I want to know, be honest, I've been talking about the African for a few years, right? Now,
and haven't done anything.
When I said the African movement, right? The proposal of New Africa and all these other people, Nation of Islam, was completely dead. Foster knows. He's been listening to me for like 20-something years. Right away, now that this idea of an African is gaining momentum, here these people come out of woodworks all of a sudden.
What momentum are you gaining, Colin?
Yeah, but the bottom
what momentum are you gaining, bro?
Momentum. One person at a time. One person at a time. And hear what I'm have to say. Last week, I couldn't get Afro Theory or Mufasa like this. Now they listen to what I'm saying, and I would like to thank you, King Justice, right? Because you came out here and make a strong case for yourself. People weighed what you were saying and I'm saying, and they're saying, you know, Colin, your idea makes more logical sense.
No, nobody ever is gonna say that, bro. And when everybody listens to us, first of all, no black people are gonna build an Afristan. You don't even understand that about us.
Anybody, not one person came on here tonight and said, you know something, I agree with you, King Justice. I want to join.
Plenty of people have came on here from the show to the comments, bro.
Oh no, I'm looking at the
comments. You got me on your show. People gonna say, I agree with the good king, and Kyler be talking that bullshit. Kyler scary as hell.
You committed to a psych ward, you know? Yeah, people in the comments saying you're crazy.
No, 1776, a nigga that you disagree with every show, and I agree with
even a broken clock right twice a day. He's like,
no, you're the broken clock, Mr. Liberian Nationalist one day, FBA the next day. Then you hate Black Americans the next day. But then you back paying Africa.
All I'm saying is, bro, you guys had your chance.
No, bro.
This is the age.
I kick your ass the whole night. Every time you bring up Republic of New Africa, I'm gonna pop up here and kick your ass again. You don't have anything built in Africa, bro.
All the people
you can't get your insurance business over there. You had to punch somebody in Liberia last time. You came back sick, saying you gave up. You're not a leader, bro.
All the people and stuff like that you believe in, they're gone.
No, I'm here, brother.
You're not a good representation.
I'm a great representation.
I asked you 7 times.
You be on my dick all the time.
Hold on. I asked you 7 times. Explain infrastructure.
bro.
And you can't
infrastructure, food, clothing, and shelter, grocery stores, hospitals, schools, banking, military. That's infrastructure.
That's not infrastructure.
That is absolutely infrastructure.
That's not infrastructure. That's not the definition. Infrastructure, you gotta, in order for you to have infrastructure, you gotta have control over a state.
Infrastructure is the foundational, physical, and organizational system, structures, and facilities needed for a society, economy, or organization to function. It's exactly what I said.
Everything like that. The systems on top of systems and the integration of systems that put together, that held together.
Infrastructure is food, clothing, shelter, grocery stores, hospitals, banks. Yes, it is, bro.
You're about to lead people, right?
Bro, the direct definition of infrastructure is the system of public works of a country, state, or region.
They're gonna say like that. Yeah, you don't have a country.
Neither do you.
Infrastructure.
What infrastructure do you have, Tyler?
One over there.
What infrastructure do you have?
Like you said, the white man is not going to give up. Okay, let me give you an example. The toll roads on the Rose Highway. Who's going to take that over?
Who's going to build your roads? Y'all can't even get no dollies over there, bro.
You don't even want to answer the question, right?
No, I can answer these questions. We actually got actual machinery to build roads. How are you going to get that over there in Africa? Hustle Smart come over here all the time and tell you they don't got that in Africa. How you going to build it?
Who's going to be responsible for your power?
How are you going to build your roads?
Oh, yeah, because we got a host country that's going to build them.
Oh, so you going to wait on somebody else?
Yes.
It's not going to happen, bro.
Because it's a black country,
It's not going to happen. You gave up on Liberia. You was promoting that as the base camp territory, and now you're talking about Angola. When you go to Angola, you're going to be disgruntled and give up on them as well.
White man providing you electricity, running water, all that shit.
The white man providing your nation with foreign aid so they can build that for themselves.
All we're doing is adding on and connecting to the existing grid.
Which would not give you any independence.
We're gonna have, so it doesn't matter.
It does matter. It does matter.
You will never even have autonomy here.
Yes, we will.
You will not have autonomy.
And I guarantee you, in 10 years, we'll have more built in Mississippi than you will in Africa.
You guys basically don't even have one county that you could claim when that.
Neither do you. You don't have one hut.
You know what I'm saying? So the bottom line, all you want to talk about what we don't have.
You don't got one coconut grove in Africa.
You got nothing to show for it.
You don't got one bush.
So, but you just keep.
You don't got one calabash.
Keep talking about what we don't have, whatnot. And the bottom line is, you guys.
Anytime you bring up Republic of New Africa, I'm gonna be right here on your ass.
You guys were around for decades. You can come up every night. You've
been around for decades too and haven't done anything, Colin.
I want you to keep coming up here every night.
I will.
Because every time you come up here, everybody's like, Colin, you were right all along.
No, nobody's saying that. Kid Ola gave up on you. What's the other dude? Zongo Bongo came up on you.
Look,
Bomani ain't rocking with you right now.
I'm on a conference call with Zongo right now.
He don't believe nothing that you talking about.
I'm gonna talk to Zongo every day.
He don't believe. He already talked to
me.
He said he comes on here to argue with you every night.
I talk to the kid every day.
He argues with you every time.
I welcome people arguing with me. I don't care about.
Yeah, that's the only attention you gonna get because don't nobody agree with no fucking African stand.
I'm very clear about what I want. And after all these years, people finally got.
No, you're not. No, you're not.
I've been listening to you for
you want a municipality, then you want a nation.
I still don't have a picture of what we want. How you physically going to uproot white people? They're the majority of engineers. How you going to replace them?
You don't understand because you're not going to do anything to the white man, Colin.
A good 20% of the black population, Mississippi, can't even read and write. How you going to run the fucking state?
That's not true at all, bro.
The literacy rate in Mississippi.
You got a weird outlook on black people in the South, bro. I will read you under a table, Colin.
All right.
My daddy will read you under a table. My daddy will read your daddy under a table.
Mississippi so fucking poor, man. Look at that. Let's see. Let me look it up.
Colin, you want to go family for family and see who's was more prominent?
My family in New York got money, millionaires.
I'm talking about your direct line. Your daddy, and your grandpa.
You know what I'm saying? My grandfather retired from Con Edison, a rich man. You know, came back to the South, retired from Continental after 40 years, a rich man. You know, so what the hell are you talking about? You from the deep South, y'all poor down there. I'm from North Carolina and New York. We got money.
I'm from McGregor, Carla.
Y'all poor in that fucking state down there.
No, I'm from Texas,
anything
dumbass.
Georgia is black.
Nigga, I grew up in a 2-story house on a street full of 2-story houses, bro. I don't know what the fuck you talking about.
Your house is probably less than somebody's house in Sierra Leone.
No, our house is.
Tyler, come on, man.
Get the fuck out of here, bro.
Mississippi, come on.
Why you laughing about it?
I'm from Texas, idiot.
Worst state in the fucking union, you know.
Well, he's not from Mississippi. He's from Texas, Tyler. He's one of the wealthiest states.
He's not an American. He's a Republic of New African.
Oh, come on. He's from Texas.
They're based in Mississippi, so that's his new home. So he's
my grandmother is definitely from Hinds County, Mississippi.
Bro,
I'm
you're from the
Houston,
poorest
Texas.
state in the country, bro. That's just a fact.
Mississippi. You can like Big Craig said, if you can sell out a show in Mississippi.
Oh, yo, check it out. Here it is right here. Mississippi has one of the lowest adult literacy rates in the United States, but the exact literacy depends on how literacy is measured. Mississippi has an estimated adult population literacy rate 84%. That 14% can't read and write. God damn. How you gonna take over the state? You know who those 14% are. Yeah, let's be honest.
But that explains why we've been trying to say sensible stuff, but he's not.
It's not getting because he's basically.
And you know who else is from Mississippi, Kyla? Dumbass. The nigga who dick you always on, Robert Johnson, idiot.
Who's Robert Johnson?
Bro?
You mean Bob Johnson?
With the estimated
the billionaire?
50 million to 1.6 billion.
Robert Johnson.
Okay, Robert Johnson. Okay.
Robert Johnson's from Maryland. What are you talking about?
I thought he was from North Carolina.
He's from Maryland.
He's born in Hickory, Mississippi, bro. What the fuck are you talking about?
Mississippi.
He was born there, Carla. What can you do?
What's that? Robert Johnson is from. He started BET up in Maryland.
Robert Johnson is born in Hickory, Mississippi in 19.
He was probably born there, but he ain't get none of his business acumen. He probably got the fuck out of there when he was 2 years old.
No, bro. What the fuck is you talking about, nigga? That's why
ain't nobody worth anything stuck around no damn Mississippi. You know.
Wow, Bob Johnson went to Princeton. He's an Ivy League guy, really smart guy, man. Accomplished, very wealthy.
Mississippi boy. Mississippi boy.
He's a smart guy, Carla. He went to Princeton.
Guys, like goddamn, their literacy rate 16%.
Yeah, not because they're stupid. It's because the funding in the state is poor, and they don't really invest in the education of people.
If they don't have no funding, and Mississippi is heavily dependent on the federal government for sustenance, right? How the hell black people are going to take that over and fucking run it? But the state's dependent on the rest.
1.1.
Well, because they have 37% of the state's population, so it's feasible that they have the numerical,
little education
strength to do it.
State. Who are doing most of the technical jobs and the jobs that matter in the state? White or black people? It's white people.
No, I can't.
They lead what's going to happen to the state.
So you said if they take over the state college, it's going to go to shit? Is that what you're saying?
Oh shit! Look, come on. What do you think? You know,
they got smart people in Mississippi college. Plus, others will come in there and boost their numbers to give them some technical and technocrats.
Like I said, I want to keep
technical people
calling in and keep talking. He makes my case for me. Because people have this idea.
Blow holes in your case, bro. You don't have no way to get no fucking 1,000 people. You don't even have 1,000 people that agree with you. But even if you did, you don't got no way to get them.
Okay, Justin, you have a platform, right? Carla been talking about your platform.
Yeah.
You still got a platform, or you kind of fading away from that?
Nah, I still got. You can follow me. My YouTube page. You can go to blackforblack.org.
How often do you go live?
I just started really going live, but I really upload shorts and real information and stuff like that.
Yeah, because Carla told us that he heard about you and you were a good brother. He likes your work and all of that.
A couple of times.
I keep telling I'm the number one draft pick when it comes to Black nationalism. Everybody wants to be award, but I don't want to be down with nothing that ain't doing that.
Thing He never talked this nonsense about fucking Republican New Africa. He just said,
Look, you know his real views now. What do you think about it?
I'm like this. It's just the way he is. Well, hey, it's fine. You could do that, right? But
I'm
saying my thing is, just keep talking, and let people decide, right? I want to know who you get. I know DK is just a provocateur when he's like an argument, just an argument. But when it comes down to it, DK is not Black American.
Oh, Colin, you literally give him a black card. Now you calling him not a Black American?
No, you can't.
What I'm saying is this:
honorary status.
yeah, he's an honorary savage.
Colin, we can't trust you, man. You're an Indian giver, man. You give him a gift and you took it back.
DK is that he's not really serious about this debate. Mufasa and I, right, have been talking about this for years, right?
Colin, you just gravitate to people who you think agree with you and keep praises on them.
But I disagree with Kyle all the time.
He calls me and disagrees with me. Call me on the phone.
But it's just I agree with what Kyle is saying, because like when I listen to this show, I really don't know where any of you guys. I don't know where any of y'all stand. Like,
you don't know where I stand, Mufasa.
No, like the main thing I see you doing is like playing like devil's advocate. You know what I'm saying? Like contrarian, like.
No, that's my position. It's always been consistent. Colin and I disagree on the history of Liberia. I'm a liberal Democrat. Colin is not. Those are my points when it comes to certain topics. I've never changed.
My point is when Mufasa disagrees with me, he'll call me and tell me.
Colin, you know where we disagree, and sometimes you provocatively do it on the show to bring me up.
The bottom line is Mufasa. Have I ever? We had a lot of debates. Have I ever went off on you like, yo, fuck you, like that? Could you disagree with me?
No.
Right. So we got civilized debate because he's an intelligent man. I'm an intelligent man. We have strong disagreements, but it's in the bounds of civilization. When you started with this off the wall stuff, talking about, I asked you logically, reasonably, right? How are you going to build systems with a
the same way you going to build systems in Africa?
I don't think he has all the answers for it, right? Because you don't have all the answers for your plans.
16% illiteracy rate, and then the people who are literate, it's even lower than that.
Okay,
but again, are you saying those people are inherently stupid and they can't read? They're illiterate because they're stupid? No, of course not.
Yeah,
of course not. It's about the quality of life in that state, the funding for education.
Does that mean that they still can't pour concrete and do other jobs?
Who provides most of the employment in the state of Mississippi?
Who provides the employment for African?
It's probably most likely going to be the state. The state probably provides most.
But the bottom line is this: that you say you're going to Mississippi, so you got a target, right? Who's going to provide? Who provides right now most of the jobs in the state of Mississippi? White farmers.
I mean, probably the state, but then maybe white, white corporations.
All those white people, like Mufasa said, making all the money. Because you know something, let me tell you something. A poor Mississippi is, there's parts of Mississippi, right, and Arkansas, that are all white you don't know about, that are super incredibly rich. Those are the people who actually run the state. You got parts of Arkansas, the Whitewater area, and stuff like that, that's like white heavens. But you probably won't see.
Okay, Colin, can we agree that the Republic of
Mississippi was one of the richest states in the world?
Can we agree that the Republic of New Africa has done more in furtherance of their goal, even though they haven't got their ultimate goal? He said that they had leaders who had like a structure. They had like the first,
look, let me tell you
whatever you call him, president or whatever.
Let me tell you something. David Hitt, our guy, David Hitt, he put together an African fucking constitution. Like, we just never had a chance to meet officially and rap. Anybody could do that, man,
No, but they actually had people. King Justice, you said you guys had a government structure, right?
Yes, bro. Robert Williams from Deacons of Defense was the first president.
Let me tell you something. Elvis, it's like this. The white man, like I said, when they sit down, just like I said, you got to understand how black people are in America, right? We have this thing called mimic, right? In Black America, right? That's why when people say black culture, sometimes I kind of laugh and chuckle, right? Because I know a lot of stuff we have in Black America is just a mimic and aping of white culture, right?
Like what Liberia did.
Hold on.
he got you there, Carl.
The
Hold
difference.
on.
Let me
Yeah,
tell
you
you.
don't make no sense, bro. You don't hold no line.
Hold up. Let me tell you the difference, right? In America, right, black people will do a thing called a cakewalk, right? Where they'll get together and they'll imitate white folks. Well, like that, cakewalk, right? One of the things black people used to do too is get around and have these. Do you know at one time in America, in the 1800s, we had a thing like the Republic of New Africa. Slavery. You had a slave government in America. Free slaves and free blacks and slaves formed their own honorary mayors and stuff like that. They were imitating. White people sit back, call them mayor, mayor such and such and whatnot. They let us have our little mock elections and stuff like that. Mock political.
You be making up shit, bro. That shit is never fucking happened.
This stuff he's talking about is nothing new. Black people pretending to have a government in the midst of white people. This is not new.
Carl, I respect you for not kicking him off. I think you guys have had a hearty conversation.
I know. People tell me, like Husband said.
Why you put J.J. Roberts on there, good kid? You trying to make fun of
some people the nonsense
trying to make
trying to agree in, bro. This your first black president, fam.
You let him talk. Look, this idea of the Republic of New Africa is not new. It goes back a couple hundred years.
No, it doesn't, bro. 1968.
Mufasa got the Ifa binary stuff on there.
History, right? White people would mockingly in different states would not let us have our own political.
You practice Ifa, Mufasa?
It was more ceremonial, They would call some black people would get elected as mayor or governor or something like that.
That has nothing to do with the Republic of New Africa.
And we would sit around in the outhouse, like with political meetings and stuff like that. But then again,
why can't you give them credit for at least establishing something and taking some concrete step to do something?
The bottom line is this: it all goes back there. Now he mentioned Liberia. The difference is in Liberia is when those men, even though they may say they were aping white people, they made decisions of life and death, of diplomacy and policy that was respected by law. They was able to go to war. They was able to write treaties. The black
because the white man gave them the ability to do that.
No, they declared their independence.
No. How did they get over there in the first place, Colin? Where did the boats come from, Colin?
That didn't matter.
Exactly. Now, see how hypocritical you are. When your idea has white assistance, it doesn't matter. When everybody else has interference with white people, it's the biggest thing in the world. You a hypocrite, bro, and nobody is gonna follow you.
They formed their own government, right?
No, white people help.
No, I mean we just talked about how Bob Johnson went to Princeton. You're not gonna give white people credit for everything he did because they gave him that opportunity initially or educated him. You see what I'm saying? After you get there, what you do.
Well, that's the foundation, right? That's the foundation that that was built on.
Johnson wanted to start his own school like Princeton, and then Princeton helped him. That would be the equivalent. Him going to Princeton ain't the same thing as Liberia getting help from whites. And then
him as long as you run it after that, then that's you.
But they was responsible for taking it to the next level, sealing their coastline, protecting their borders, and fighting for their sovereignty. They did that on their own. So,
no, I don't know. To answer your question,
look the research.
I do practice Ifa.
Okay.
They used to have things where this idea of black people getting together, pretending they have a government, is not new.
Are you just a practitioner, or you're Babalawo? Are you going down that route?
I'm not initiated. I'm just a practitioner.
Or just practitioner.
So this idea that you did something big by having a provisional government, we've been doing that for almost 200 years in America.
Where's yours? Where's anybody else that actually agrees with Kyle on the African stand that's in the ground foundations of
Mr. Sandman said he fell asleep, had a dream about conquering West Africa and making Frenchie one of his wives. Woke up and Kyle still talking shit.
Sandman's a weirdo.
I mean, I'm just listening more. So Good King Justin, I'm going to say something to you. You might find it offensive, but your tone, Kyle talks about tone, and I'm not, ratting you out here, but your tone, we had a conversation about it before. That tone is crazy. You talk like that, is like, do you know you're doing it, or is it just a normal thing that you
Hey
kind of
man,
do?
don't piss me off, bro, because the tone can change. You be
See,
civil with me, I'm gonna be civil with you. If you go against our independence and sovereignty, I'm gonna get in your ass.
pause.
So that don't make any sense.
Mm.
Yeah.
That's that New York shit. We don't do that down south because we don't
So y'all
automatically.
don't pause down south. You just go for it.
I had to
Nah, we
stop doing
don't
that
we don't
pause
play them
shit too, man.
homosexual games. That's New York niggas that always got dick on their mind.
Oh boy.
I'm saying, so like I said, and you know something, when you talk to these guys, that's exactly what their mindset is. Talking trash, garbage, ghetto shit. You know?
Well, Carla, you admire this
You
guy's work.
also bougie,
You
bro.
admire his work. You
I
say
Been
he's
up
one
in
of the
a
good
White House,
nationalists.
bro.
heard him a couple of times and I said, all right, it's somebody I could probably recruit one day.
No, he was on my dick because I'm smart than a motherfucker, and he wanted me to come help prolong the Afghanistan plan.
Damn,
Some of it
Carla.
was bullshit.
You're smart, bro. You gotta start talking like it, man. Come on.
No, I don't need to talk like you, insurance man that lives with my sister.
Oh, come on, man. Damn, good King Justice, man. Come on, man. Carla, surprisingly, Carla has been really measured tonight. He hasn't really gone after you or
Cause
got
he
mad.
can't. He can't. I'm not y'all that he be talking to like that, bro. He can't
Yeah, I
talk
don't
to
know
me
what
like
Carla always
that.
go against me. I'm more friendly to him, but he thinks I'm his enemy, man, which is weird. I think people get in his ear. My enemies calls him and talk shit about me and tell him how I'm so bad and I'm ruining his show.
I
Winds him up, and then he comes looking for a fight with me.
because I get the feedback I got was,
Who the fuck is Ahmed?
don't lose him, man.
That guy that had brain worms from drinking unpasteurized milk from a cow's, otters,
A lot of
telling
people,
me shit about me. Who the fuck is that dude?
a lot of people be telling me, he's like, "Yo, look, man, Colin."
Who a lot of people, Kyle?
There's a lot of people.
Not a lot of people.
Look at my comment section sometimes. On my
Who,
show.
who in the comment section say anything about me?
Go in there and watch. Let's go through the comments, other shows and whatnot. You gotta go
It's
back.
the same thing. You don't like me to ask you critical questions. You think I'm your biggest challenger. You think I poke holes in your logic.
Hold up.
So when you get mad or you think you're losing the argument, you threaten to kick me off.
Over and over again. I tell you about that, right? If I tell you something once,
It's
right?
an argument. It's a logical argument. If I have you in a logic chokehold, I'm going to choke you out. That's how it works.
You do the same thing to knock me easy, bro. You just don't like being critiqued, fam.
I don't have to do that, right? But if I do take the time to answer you, right? That's it. Don't say
that's not how it works, Kyle. I mean, this is your platform, but you think and that's why you're not a good leader. I'm going to kind of go off on you a little bit.
If you're
you can't take criticism and pushbacks. You think any kind of criticism of somebody standing up to you ideologically is a fight, and you have to kick him off the platform.
Look, you pissed me off because I said like this. I've been planting seeds, right? Oh, Colin, you think you've been planting seeds? Yes, I did. Right?
No, you say you've been the tree. You was giving a parable about the tree shade. I'm like, did you plant the tree? And you say you've been planting seeds. I'm like, seeds? You should be already planting the tree.
I said the reason why I'm doing this now is because I know I'm not going to benefit from it, right? And you went off talking about, you plant seeds? What you do? What'd you do? Everything I'm doing.
No, that's what I said.
And then when I explained that to you, you kept going on and on and on. And I said, shut the fuck up. You heard what I said.
Nah, Carla. That's not what I said.
Now, hold on. If I said that, right? If you say, I don't agree with you, Carla, I disagree, whatever, I don't think you're doing shit, that's one thing.
You think I'm mocking you. People listen to the conversation with you and I, and they think I poke holes in your argument.
You're trying to mock me on my own goddamn show.
It's called logic chokeholds. If I have you in a logic chokehold, I'm going to choke you out. I keep saying that.
The day I see you do that on Dinah Samir's show, then talk to me.
Do what?
You don't mock somebody on their own goddamn show.
No, Donnie's not really engaged, but people on the platform, I keep them to tax. We talk about stuff, and I have the same, fire for them.
Dinah's don't argue like you, Kyla. Dinah's let everybody else argue.
I don't think you plant seeds. I don't agree with you. I said, fine, that's your opinion, right?
No, you were given a parable about a tree and shade, right? And then you said seed. I was asking if you already planted a tree, but you're talking about seed. That's like at the very beginning stage of it. You should be already having the tree grow now, and maybe you won't get the shade, but the tree should be in the ground. That's what point I was trying to make.
You plant the seed and forget about it. You know,
no, you gotta nurture it, Colin. You gotta water it. You gotta make sure it's getting enough sunlight.
You gotta cultivate
so that it grows.
That's how you don't know nothing about being a leader or gardening,
tree will
bro.
grow by itself. You know,
no, it won't, fam. No, you have to cultivate it, bro. You have to garden it, get it proper sunlight. You might even have to
and stuff like that. I'm planting seed, right?
You may even have to pollinate it, bro.
So the bottom line is, you know, if you don't agree that that's working, that's fine. But don't sit there and keep asking me a question. You asked me like 6 times.
No, Colin.
No. And
you just mad at me, and for some reason,
because
I think you think that
people be like, "Why the fuck do you let him get away with that shit?" It ain't the first time. Now I'm checking you when you do.
You can't, Colin. You like I said, you've reached an age where I want to give you more respect, but for some reason, you think you can pick on me, and you've known me for years. I'm not somebody that you can bully, Colin. Never, you can never bully me.
Not that. If I'm seeing somebody talk,
the fact that you're listening to these people tells you a lot. That people will call you and tell you to check me on your own show as if you don't know what to do when we're having a conversation.
Wherever I disagree with what you're saying, but what I'm not going to do is sit there and mock.
Colin, you listened to Good Justice the whole night. He said everything, Colin, everything I've said and more.
And not one time.
And you don't get mad at him. What's the difference?
Look, I disagree strongly with what he's saying. But
you don't make the threats. You're going to kick him off, and you're going to block him. Why don't you make those threats?
I'm not going to sit there and ask him 10 questions, the same questions, mocking him.
No, because you can't overcome the logic that I'm asking. That's why you get frustrated and it irritates you.
No.
Good King Justice has been more aggressive to you than I've probably ever been to you in the last couple of years.
Bottom line is you were out of line.
I was out of line, Colin.
Yeah, you was out of line.
He's been more out of line tonight multiple times, and you didn't check him.
Yo, he's out of line, right?
Why? Okay, why haven't you checked him?
Hold on, but
he can't check me because I'm the good king.
Okay, there you go, Colin.
Yo, look, the bottom line, he's not out of line. He just disagrees with me.
You say he's not out of line. He's been talking shit about you. He called you all kinds of names. He said shit about your personal life, and he's not out of line, Colin.
I don't care about that. That's not. You can call me.
I'm just telling you, this is hypocrisy. You have a beef with me that's probably more emotional and deeper, and the people that you talk to who I don't like to are just exacerbating that beef.
If I say something and I'm making a point, you leave it there. You know, if you disagree, that's fine. You say I disagree, Colin, blah 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 blah. But you don't sit there and be like,
Colin, the only power you have over me, Colin, is that you can kick me off your platform. You don't have power over my thoughts, over my words, and my, you don't have power over those things. You have power on that mute button,
Liberia and Trump,
or to kick me off.
Disagree over nothing else,
seeds, right? So plant seeds. You know,
y'all beefing over Liberia and Donald Trump
over and again.
Yeah, that's why I said, Colin, you think I've been coming on your show for years because I hate you and I want to sabotage you? We've had conversations.
Elvis, I don't give a damn about that.
No, that's what you don't understand, whether you know it or not. You have to take a pause.
You got too much self-importance, right?
No, it's not that. It's that I'm the only person that can give you an actual challenge on this platform.
Look,
the one thing that you think you know a lot about, I give you pushback on Liberia, and you don't like that. That's why you told the guys on the other chat that I can't be in there. If I go there, you're going to leave. Who says things like that as a grown man?
Elvis, you could disagree on Liberia. We're never going to agree, right?
I bet you say that if I join the other group chat, you're going to leave.
I think there's something mentally wrong with you.
I'm asking you a question, Colin.
Hold on. You don't understand where I'm coming from?
I don't understand where you're coming from.
So that's what I'm saying. There's something mentally wrong with you.
I don't, because who do you think when you talk to me? Who do you think you're talking to? You think you're talking to a kid, Colin?
No. I'm saying when you talk to me, just like I give people respect, but I don't mock people. What they're saying.
You think I'm mocking you? That's a problem. People tell you that to make you feel like
I know when I'm being mocked, and you know what the fuck you're doing, right?
You think I'm too smart. That's your problem. You think I'm too smart and I'm too slick, and you got to kind of watch me.
Why? Because it's not the first time you did it. Before, I let you get away with it. You know.
Yeah, what, Colin? I just told you. Good King Justice said worse to you tonight than I've ever said to you.
I go back and listen to the show and be like, yeah, I got distracted.
Hustle Smart doesn't like me because I call him out on his bullshit. We've had a lot of arguments. I've said a lot of things to him, so he doesn't like me. The Fulani supremacist Ahmed doesn't like me because I call out Muslims and I check his ass on Dynasty's platform. So he'll call you and tell you stupid shit. Those are the two people that say shit about me.
tonight I just had to check it. You know, I
Check
said,
what? I mean, what do you have to check?
hold on. All right, I'm gonna say this one last time, right? I said that all I could do is plant the seeds, right? And then you mockingly, snickeringly said, "So you've been planting seeds, Colin?" Yeah, I have. You know.
So that's more offensive than somebody telling you all the other things that Good King Justice told you. That hurts you more than other things he said to you tonight.
Seeds, right? All you had to do is say, "I disagree."
No, you can't tell me all I have to do, Kyle. I'm a man. I can say what I want to say. You can kick me off, you can block me, you can mute me, but you can't tell me what to say.
What was the point of asking me the same question 5 times?
I didn't ask you 5 times.
Yes, you did.
My point, listen to what I'm saying. You explain yourself, let me explain myself. You said that you planted trees. You're giving a parable about how the person who plants the tree doesn't always necessarily enjoys the shade.
I wouldn't talk about myself, and you said, "You plant seeds, Carl?" I said, "Yeah. I plant seeds now, what I'm doing." And he says, "Oh, so you plant seeds?" Yeah, I said.
Yeah, because it didn't make sense to me that you, at this point in your movement, you're planting seeds. The tree should be growing, not the seeds being planted.
Hold up. Wait, I said, that's not what it is. You were basically saying I ain't doing shit.
Nah.
And you tried to mock what I was saying.
I said it earlier clearly that I feel like you've done enough for your thing. I've said it clearly. I wasn't being sneaky about it. I boldly said it. But everything I said, you try to read into it and you try to bully me. You can't bully me, Connor. The only thing you have over me is your platform. You can kick me off if you want. That's it. Anything else, you can't control my thoughts.
I am not trying to bully anybody. I'm trying.
That's what you do. Talking about I should say this or I should say that.
Bottom line is this.
Come on.
I don't care about it. It's not about disagreeing with me. I don't give a fuck about you disagreeing with me.
So don't listen to those guys who are calling to whine about me to you. They're telling you, why do you let him on the show, Carla? He's always making you look stupid, Carla. Why do you let him on the show?
Never mock somebody when they're talking. You never do that. That's disrespectful. You know,
Carla, mock. I don't even know what you mean by mock. I poke holes in your logic. That's all. And you feel some kind of way about it. It's not mocking you.
Right? That was a statement. That was not the time and place for you to talk that shit. If I made a statement as a host saying, "Yeah, I feel my job is planting seeds," basically, right? That ain't your place to come in.
You know, Carla. I'm an African, so I used to be more disrespectful on your platform, and I realized that's not really who I am. I don't like to do it. So I think you think that you can come here and police my thoughts or police my words. You can't really. And usually I don't want to be disrespectful because this is your platform. Plus, you're an older guy. I want to give you some respect.
I don't disrespect you.
But I've seen somebody disrespect you to the highest level tonight, and you didn't twitch a muscle.
I don't feel like I'm being disrespected. We have a disagreement. I said, look, be honest, like he said, when I get on the show, my monologue, I go out digging at him.
I even got uncomfortable. No disrespect, King Justice, but I even got uncomfortable how you was talking to you all night, and I try to tell him to calm it down. And you think I'm against you?
I take digs at King Justice every freaking night.
Nah, he went in on you tonight, Carla. You barely had a rebuttal.
So there's gonna be some get back towards me. I understand I'm a man.
Carla, if I was talking to you, talking about tune today, you talking about my tune.
No,
and this tone has been the most aggressive.
He ain't gonna give you the same amount of grace, Elvis, because you Liberian.
That's what I'm saying, and that's the disrespect, and that's what some people even tell me. Why do you go on that guy's show, Elvis? You should be talking shit about African Americans and making them look stupid. What I don't care about that nonsense. I don't look at.
Say what, Colin?
Foster, what do you think? You think I'm wrong? I line
on which part?
Okay,
critical Elvis.
I said that I told the parable about the tree, right? I said it's about planting seeds, right? And Elvis goes, he made it personal about me.
I was in a parable. Stop saying that. The parable was that when you plant a tree, you may not get to enjoy the shade of the tree. Not planting seeds. When you plant the tree.
Look, you plant the tree, seed, same thing, right?
No, that's where you're missing it.
Hold up, but you're trying to twist it around. You know what the fuck?
That's literally the parable. What are you talking about? Seed. You plant a tree, you may not get to enjoy the shade of that tree. That's how the parable goes, Colin.
He basically made a thing where he goes, how the parable goes. You're trying to say you plant a seed, you plant a tree, whatever, like the fuck he was trying to say. I
was trying to say that you plant the seed. That's the infancy. That's the very beginning. And you've been doing your thing for a long time. You can't be planting seed.
Was he talking over you like he's doing right now?
Yeah.
So you weren't wrong. No.
Yeah.
Okay, whatever, Mufasa. We know you're called a bootlicker
Have
too.
you not been talking over him for the last 10
No,
minutes?
I'm saying it because he brought it up again. We're having a argument, right?
No, I
The,
know, but
the,
he
the
was
other guy on
addressing
the other
me. I
side has
didn't
been
know
talking
what
over
you.
Collar, shouting over Collar, calling him name, cussing him out.
I don't care
So
about people
Who was
calling
doing
me
that?
names. You know,
yeah,
any of that.
and I've
That's
been quiet for the last couple of hours, mostly quiet and barely said anything. But my point here is
and
he's
whatnot.
conflating the thing with the parable. If you don't understand African parables, then you have
I'm
to
gonna
listen to it.
forget everything King just said to me.
A
But what?
tree, Collar,
But
a tree grows. Sometimes it takes a
hold
good
up.
tree 2 or
Don't
3 years to mature, right?
hold on. I don't give a damn how long it takes. My job is done once I plant the tree and I'm gone. So I don't care what happens after I'm gone. That's my point. You know. So bottom line is this. You know. And when I
But yeah,
said trying to move on, he kept asking me the same question. So blah 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 about the tree and whatnot.
No, your thing that you said was people been telling me that I gotta check you, so I'm checking you.
No,
So
no,
you
no.
intentionally was thinking about that, and you try to. The moment I said anything that was critical or
Bottom line,
pushed back on you, you thought you had to do that to check me, so you could
I
tell the
mean,
guy, "See,
Collar,
I checked him
y'all
on the
been
show."
y'all been saying the
calling me,
same shit for 20
telling
minutes,
me,
man.
yo, why do you let this guy disrespect you on your platform?
It's not disrespectful. I'll
So
argue against your arguments.
you can argue
That's
me
it.
all look, you can argue me all you want. You can disagree all you want, but your tone is disrespectful.
What is my tone? I mean, I'm talking to you like
Y'all
we're
just gotta
talking. What
agree to
tone am I using?
disagree,
Collar, yo,
bro. Like,
Collar. I had a question. So I was trying to finish something we were saying earlier. Not, remember I was saying I used to listen to you back in the Blog Talk Radio days, right?
Right.
Everybody who was on the show, either if they called in or if they was like regulars listening to the show, they was all like pro-black. We all was like coming from a certain consciousness, right?
Right.
But today, I don't even know why most of these people is on the show. Like I don't even know. You know what I'm saying? Like, this is my first time really seeing the good King Justice, but it's like clear to understand where he's coming from. I don't agree with him, right? But it's very clear to understand like what he's on. He's on some like black consciousness from a sovereignty perspective, whatever. You want to build an Afristan, you know what I'm saying? I'm a Pan Africanist.
Years ago, we wouldn't even have this argument.
But
We
what
wouldn't
I'm
even have
saying is like Kid Ola. I don't even know why he's here like that. Really, I don't.
nah,
You
they
know what
just
I'm
do
saying?
that to pass the time, bro. Y'all should know that by
That's
listening
what
to
I'm saying.
Dinah show
I'm
by
like
now.
DK comes on. I
This
don't
just
even know
stay
where he's coming
entertainment
from.
for the night.
I'm like, where is he even coming from? I don't. You know what I'm saying? Or
What you
Zongo?
mean? What you mean? What am I doing here, man? I'm a Pan African too.
Yeah.
The problem with Kyler is
I never hear
he
you
too
make
is
no
also
point.
disrespectful. He said some of the most vile things about Africans. He calls my name and disrespect me in his monologues.
Yeah, but
He says all kinds of stupid shit about my
say
people,
things about
and then expect
you know,
people not to reciprocate his
also
disrespect.
I
That's
also
true.
joke and I
Damn,
say
man, we
things
got to
about
hear this
Americans.
again, bro. Y'all did this for like 20 minutes. Can y'all do this
I
next
say
show?
things about Black Americans too. So why you get all upset about that?
Yeah, so what makes you think you can disrespect others and others can't disrespect you, Kyler?
Look, it's
Let
What
me
makes you
say.
think you're above
Let me say.
disrespect?
hold up.
That's
Like
my
I
thing.
said, it's an open thing, right? Everybody's big boys here. King Justice came and said something. Look, I'm not gonna be mad at him. Kid Ola said shit about me. I ain't gonna be mad at him. I'll forget about it the next day.
But if Elvis says shit about you, you're gonna be mad at me.
You say shit about me
Elvis,
all the time,
Elvis, you
man.
don't
And people are gonna
understand.
call you and tell you to be
You're
mad at
from
Elvis for
his
disrespecting you.
My
you're from
whole
his
problem is
beloved
your tone
Nigeria. That's
is
why.
disrespectful.
You're from his
You know, there's no
home.
need. There's no need. There's no need. Carla's a nice guy, and we sometimes try to straight up things, reality, and what will happen, what will not happen. We're not really. Let's view Africa does not actually come to you for panel. Even me go with you, people. What could be happen? I just wonder if Africa is not really involved, really like that. What's going to happen, my folks? That you like talk about. What do you mean I'm not Pan African? I'm pro black,
Well,
pro
I
everything.
never really hear. I
You
never
hate
really hear you
Ebos
talk no
though.
politics. Like I never really hear you talk politics. I just hear you talking about the Negro woman and all that shit, the duck sauce and all
Yeah,
the
you hate
shit you be.
Ebos and you love white women. How you Pan
Yeah, white
African?
women and all that type of shit. Yeah, you know what I'm saying?
Yeah, Cadola,
I sound like
I
I
got
sound
smoke
like
for you,
everybody.
Cadola. You disappointed me, man. I saw you as my big bro,
No, Elvis,
and
Bro,
you're
Elvis.
against the
bro.
Ebos.
Yesterday, I was asking you about what black women look the best or whatever. You started talking about white women.
What's Pan African about that?
Adola's never been with a black woman. If you didn't know
That's
that.
what I'm saying. I'm like, and I'm not trying to pull your card. All I'm saying is I never really hear you talking politics. That's why I was confused. You know what I'm saying?
Oh, majority of people on these panels don't got no political bone in their body, bro.
I want everybody to succeed, not just the whole thing,
Everybody, white
I just
people
want
No,
too,
but
right? Because
you everything with
you got a
Nigeria,
white
you
wife.
say the
Hold up. You
Igbos.
got a white wife, so you're including white people too, right? You want them to succeed too, right?
Yeah, he love white people.
Get
you
over.
start putting to the white, you start putting to the white side. There's nothing like everybody. Look, individuality. I understand what people done before in the past, but you have to understand. You meet people, you cannot rule nobody out. You have
Nah,
to do
So
fuck
do you
all
want?
that,
So
man.
when you say
individuality.
you want everyone to succeed, you're talking about white
Yeah.
people too. You're talking
Yeah,
about
but
white
you have
people
to
too, right?
understand, Cadola, they didn't grow up in America. He's not in America. His
No,
interaction with
I'm
white
just
people
Pan
is
Africanist.
different.
That's not no African shit, really.
Look,
In
What
in
is Pan
Nigeria, that's
Africanist
not
mean?
really.
Anti-white? Is that what it means?
look, look, look,
No, it don't
look.
mean anti-white. No.
Man, you want me to hate
Subconsciously, yeah.
Elvis?
Okay.
Elvis, this dude want me to hate white people, man. If
Yeah.
not
Ain't
white
nobody
person,
say, bro.
if
You
not
can't
white
even
people,
answer a
man,
question. All I said was,
I will not be
is
eating my bread. I will not be eating my spaghetti. If not for the white people, man. You want me to hate white people?
Cadola,
I
we
ain't
hear
doing
all of
that.
that, but
so
my serious problem with
you
you is
can't
with the
eat bread
Eagles.
without white people.
I don't like the fact that you're going against the Eagles. Why are you doing that?
Because he's
Okay, sorry,
Europe.
man.
You're
I'm
finding
sorry,
more.
man.
You're praising the Northerners who have subjugated the people in that country.
It's how he was
You know,
wired.
and you're saying everything bad about the Igbo. I don't like that, man. Igbos and Yorubas and Igbos and Assam people, they all should be coming together as a force. And you were over here talking shit about them. That's not cool, man.
Man, it sound good.
How you feel about Biafra, kiddo?
Him started, he's gonna start talking motherfucking no such thing as Biafra. There will never be a Biafra. How do what the Igbos done to you, man? I like the Igbos in Nigeria. I saw that interview. I'm sure most of you have seen it with Amadou Bello when he was talking about the Igbos, how he would rather hire a white man than hire an Igbo, to have any position in the northern part of Nigeria. I mean, those people hate the Igbos, to their core.
I
And
think I read
Kadole,
one where he was saying like the Fulanis when he was talking about them being from Arabs and stuff like that.
no. He was the Sardana of Sokoto, but I think he was in Kaduna at the time. But he was pretty much saying that the Igbos, they tend to rise up. If they're in a field, they're going to become the field master. If they're in a shop, they're going to become the shopkeeper. They always tend to kind of rise above everyone else and become the head of whatever they're part of. So,
I think it was Amadou Bello, right? His
yeah, I'm
name
going to do
was.
Bello was saying that,
So
yeah.
the issue with him is two things. Number one, his thing is that he wants to protect the North. He doesn't want to be dominated by Igbos. But the other problem was that they didn't have any education in the North at that time. I mean, they still don't now, really, but they have some, very little. But they didn't have no education, so they needed Southerners. But the way they look at it is we rather have nothing before we get dominated by external groups of people. That's basically what he was saying in that interview.
They
And
were
so
saying that, but certainly there's a hatred amongst the Fulanese and the Igbos because, again, you have to remember the one people that really haven't truly conquered in Nigeria is the Igbos, as amongst the major tribes, because of course the Yoruba are somewhat integrated with them based on religion, and they kind of conquered the Oyo Empire. So the Igbos have
Elvis,
always been in resistance to them, their rulership and their dominance. And the
Elvis,
Igbos, one
when
second,
you
could
say
do the last
Yoruba,
part.
how are the Yorubas conquered?
How do you think the old Oyo Empire fell? It was from the Japanese that came in and conquered that empire.
You said from who?
And gave them the name, Yureba, whatever it's called, like someone who is untrustworthy or something, give them a derogatory name that they still use today.
Yeah,
And
that's what I
No, but
read.
they didn't take it over. They're Christians. They were taken over by the whites. They were
no, there's a
colonized by
lot
the
of
whites.
Yorubas who are Muslim who converted to Islam because of the Fulani's
No,
incursion
they
into
did,
their
but they
lands.
didn't do it like they're not being dominated by them. They were colonized by the whites, and they still had their own thing. That's why in
So
Oyo they
the
still have
Igbos,
they still have their kings. They still have their you know what I'm saying. They still
the
have all
Igbos are
their
brave enough to go up north. The people who they know hate them, sell to them, provide services to them, become rich and wealthy in their own lands. The Igbos are industrial people. They're one of the great African people, and we should heal them. Certainly, there are bad elements amongst the Igbos, but as Niger
I
Congo
mean,
people,
listen, if everywhere
we
you
shouldn't
go,
be against
people
them.
have a if everywhere you go, people have a problem with you, the problem is
It's you.
probably you.
Yeah. Hey, Mufasa, you said you practice Ifa, right?
Yeah.
You know about Osajiman and the village they got
In North Carolina?
Yeah.
Oh yeah, I saw
Or is it
something
South
about.
Carolina?
Yeah, you know they was new Africans, right?
Why is that dude so
No, I know
white? The
that.
guy that they made
Yeah.
the Oba. Why is he so white? Was his father
Because we
mixed?
light skinned in America because of the plantation.
Nah, come on, that dude is damn near white, bro. I seen him, the
Who you
Oba
talking
in
about?
that
The
village.
Oba that just died?
I don't know if he died, but I saw something about it. Maybe that's why they were showing it because he probably passed. But I didn't watch the whole thing. I just saw that they had a
Nah, he
village.
ain't light skinned like that. You know what I mean?
No, I mean,
He
come on, Musafasa. You got to go pull it up. You got to. That dude is
he ain't
white,
that
more
light
white
skinned.
than black.
No, you
I mean, I
talking
think
about
maybe it's a. I think it's a new one, probably.
Oyatunji village?
Yeah,
Nah,
I think
he
maybe
ain't like
it
that.
was a new king. I think that was his father who probably passed, and maybe he
Oh,
married to
I
a white
actually
one.
haven't seen the new king since the
Nah, yeah,
last one
that
got
was his
murdered.
pops.
Okay, yeah. So the new king is damn near white. You got to go look at it, man.
Nah,
Couldn't
he
believe
brown
it.
You
skinned, bro.
talking
I
about in
don't
the
know which
last
one you
year or
talking
so?
about.
Yeah, it's something that just came out. I saw it on my YouTube feed the other day, and I was looking at it. I said, okay, it looks interesting. But I didn't watch it to get the details. But I'm guessing they probably showed it because he probably just ascended to the throne, and that's why they were showing him. So he looks white, bro. Go ahead, Kadola.
Let me tell you something about the Igbos. Sometimes I have problem with them also. I bother the Igbos people. We're all from the south side. An Igbo man will never sell a land for you to live in his territory and progress. You know, my junior brother married to two now. It didn't last. It didn't last. Then the last one he drove, he picked money and be building a house in his place. While my brother was doing his business, my brother opened a very big boutique for her. And she never declared what she's selling. Rather, what we had that she's building a house, 4-bedroom bungalow in his place, in her place. So the Igbo will never sell land for you in his territory. We say let it consult the gods. But the Igbo man will leave his territory and leave other part of Nigeria. They will sell land for them. They will build houses, get wet.
When you say they would never allow you to do well in that territory, what do you mean? Elaborate. They won't buy from you if you try to sell in Igbo land. They won't patronize your business.
You can never go to their place and buy a land as a foreign, just as not an Igbo person. They will never allow you to buy land. They will never allow you to buy a land. They'll tell you, let's consult with the gods. But you could go to Yoruba land or other places. You know, the Igbos came to my territory more than 100-something years ago. My mother is an old woman. My mother have age mates from the Igbo. They went to the same primary school together. You know, even inside the 80s, you cannot even marry their women. It's now that they have no choice. And an Igbo man can marry somebody from our territory, but they'll never regard her as a wife, really. You know, they'll make everything to frustrate her. They say, no, this is not one of us. But they can easily claim, look, I'm not trying to hit on them. I like them. I live with them. I grew up with them. I eat their food.
I couldn't
I know
tell,
their culture.
Kadola. Everything about the Igbos in your view is negative.
No, because it's only just say the truth. They like to dominate where they are. They like to dominate. They like to dominate where they are, or pretend that they're your friend, but they will try to occupy it, and before you know, they're not bringing their culture there.
So if I go to Enugu tomorrow, they're gonna say no, you can't buy land here. That's what
They will never sell you a land. Forget it. They will never.
So if I call an Igbo right now, they're gonna tell me the same thing. They're gonna say, "Oh yeah, you can't."
Okay, I want to ask you something. Have you ever seen any tribe in Igbo place progressing there?
What do you mean?
Any tribe?
I mean, they're the Ibibo people, the Joe people that live amongst them, adjacent with them. They live
All the
amongst them.
Igbo people I know complaining about getting their land and control of the oil back.
They don't give you no land to buy.
Igbo land don't got oil.
Yeah, the Orange River State really, and that's not Igbo land. I mean, they're related groups, you know, the rivers people.
It's oil and Onitsha and stuff like that.
No, it's down. It's in the south. It's outside.
Already there. Already be one. Look.
Yeah, rivers and Delta have the oil.
Look. Maybe because of politics now, when that Biafra came, the Igbo people overrun our territory without us not knowing. They didn't even give us a warning. You know, the one you call teachers or headmaster, before you know, they all start wearing uniform. Okay, daddy analyze us, but before you know,
you were the enemy.
Before you know, they become.
Did you know that the Benin Kingdom went to